a Monster.
Monster creo que no quiere jugar, está asado.
No, no está asado, está motivado. Mira, Adão, mira, mira.
Oh, mira lo que esa mierda.
Welcome one and all to day number 3 here in the North American DPC as we continue this Division 1 action, building up the road to the Lima Major and potentially towards TI qualification. My name is Snare and I'm joining you yet again as your host to bring you this action because today we have some incredible series lined up for you once more, and at last we'll be getting to see every single team involved in the division debuting and playing proper Dota. I'm of course joined yet again by the gentleman on my right, T-Panda Fear, the school bully of T-Panda, and the Dean of Esports Fear. Gentlemen, how are you feeling? Today's going to be a much more competitive day, right? I'm kind of excited about it.
Wow, that's a cool title, the Dean of Esports, man.
Dean of all of esports.
Yeah, all of esports, man.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, he's deserved it. Awesome day coming ahead. You know, we've already seen 2 days of somewhat packed action. Still waiting for the NA Dota to really blossom and bloom. You know, this isn't the words that a usual school jockey isn't going to say, but, you know, feeling intellectual today.
Yeah, of course. And Fear, today we're actually going to have some competitive environment, right? Because we don't have these super lopsided matchups of the best team versus the teams that are more or less at the bottom. Now it's like this middle of the pack affair, and that's generally speaking when NA is the most exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 days was basically just Nouns, Rebellion, TSM just bullying all the other teams, right? Neither of those teams are playing today, so we're going to see a little more potential like level competition. At least so I hope, that's what I'm imagining. So today, good Dota, hopefully.
Today, good Dota, of course, and given what we've just seen already in these last couple of days, we had just mentioned of what the games were like beforehand. So just to give you a quick idea of exactly what has taken place over the last 2 days of action, these replays, Panda, most of it is very stompy. Most of it is painful to watch, but on the bright side of it...
Yeah, kids, close your eyes.
You know, on the bright side, the teams that are playing, at the very least, this is a learning opportunity, right? So Alpha, for example, from this, they definitely going to be playing better than this. They will have learned something from this demolition derby that they had against Nouns.
I hope so. I mean, the only thing that you can walk out of these games is one experience richer, no how matter brutal it sounds. Alpha didn't have their day against Nouns. I guess Nouns also just played some really good Dota. Well, at least when we looked at these clips and looked at those games roll out, maybe, like Fear would say, there's a couple mistakes here and there. It's not perfect. It's not pristine Dota that they're playing. But there's a lot of hope for Alpha. And I think their theme coming into this day is this is where the journey starts. You got to start building off of something. Day one, all right, we've scratched that. We're going onward. Like you said, 3 weeks, only so much time to adapt. This is where we're going to see Alpha. If they don't succeed today, you're running out of series to play, man.
Yeah, you're running out of easy teams to go up against here. And what's interesting for me is that in the NA region, generally speaking, at least one series you have to win to avoid relegation. Usually you win the one series, you still have to play tiebreakers, but without that one, it's pretty much impossible. So you're coming into the situation on a day like this, right? It has to be today. It has to be now. It's not going to be against a TSM. You've already gotten that monkey off your back, you know? It's not going to be some of these grander teams. It might be a TF Gaming that we see over there right now playing up against TSM, but it becomes a lot easier if you do, as T-Panda says, start the journey right now.
I mean, yeah, you got to win games to be able to not get relegated or qualify. So at some point, you do have to get the win. And this is going to be for 5RAD as well, their first win opportunity. We haven't seen them play yet this tour. So this will be somewhat of a test, or maybe not a test for them. I think they're slightly favored here. But I think this match specifically is kind of going to show us where, you know, like the bottom half of the bracket's kind of going to be lying. If 5RAT take this one over Alpha, I'm really scared for Alpha's like future, to be honest.
One thing that I do enjoy is that the teams that we have seen playing are some of the best teams in the division, right? Your Nouns, your Shopify's, your TSM. Do we think that they've already established what this meta is going to be looking like? Or are we still in a situation where that's in development, that's still being figured out? Are we at the stage yet where you just directly copy what they're doing? Or is it still worthwhile exploring your own ideas?
I think we're still kind of following a copycat meta out of the other regions as well. Like the Lina is banned every single game, Broodmother banned every single, or at least been in every single game. We did see one Broodmother pick come out. Most of these heroes, they're all pretty much the same. I haven't seen anything unique from NA yet. I'm not sure what is like. Maybe Fear can say what's like your most traditional NA pick you can come up with. Is it the gyrocopter or is it something else? But I think it's still forming. I think it's still building.
I mean, NA is a copycat region, to be honest with you. Like we don't.
So
really
we don't have our own meta.
We don't. There's no real like NA meta. Like they're pretty, like, most of the players are pretty smart. They're good at, like, copying what they see, but there's no, like, NA meta, the way I want to say it.
It feels like it's been a long time since I've been anybody in NA that's like just setting the standard in that way, right? Just you crib ideas. What's working elsewhere will probably end up working for you. And the way it's looking right now, though, it does kind of feel like it's still is the case that it's a copycat meta. Everything that we see in other regions is being cribbed. Not everything 100% just yet, but we will get there as more games emerge. And speaking of games, let us see what we have on the card for you here today. We've spoken a little bit about the teams that are going to be in the mix, but here it's in a more concrete fashion. We start the day, of course, with Firebrand 4-Star versus Team Alpha, and then we conclude with Bates taking on the side of Wildcard Gaming. That second series, I'm really intrigued to see. Not only is it going to be the debut of Bait, finally, here in the Division 1 DPC, it's not just their debut, it's the debut of Bait in general in Division 1. They've never made it this far. Yep. And it's the debut of Dendi in North America. He hasn't played on a North American server since TI6, which incidentally was your last TIF year, but that's the last time he's actually been on this server here.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I do want to highlight here is actually from our official statsman, Illimer. Both stacks basically have nothing in common with their previous rosters. So it's like, you know, a playground basically for both of these two teams. But for Dendi, it's great to see him here. You know, I think we're all excited to see him play. And the new team he has around 4 Ukrainians. And then we have this Peruvian Moose added into the mix. Pretty spicy roster.
I mean, definitely. I'm very curious to see how Moose is going to mesh with that roster, as there are, like, you just said 4 Ukrainians. They're probably speaking their native language most of the time, and Moose is just going to be there. And maybe he's been, you know, doing some, you know, classes to get his Ukrainian.
Potentially, yeah.
Learning some of the basics. But Dota is a language as well. You don't actually have to be able to speak the language to be able to play. You just got to be able to follow your own teammates like Moose.
Please do not give first blood, you know, something like that. I mean, one thing that we haven't actually talked about at all about this Bait roster, it's a TI3/TI4 Na'Vi reunion with Funnick and Dendi, which is spicy.
7 years in the making. They haven't played together in 7 years. They're back together, reunited. And it's a good thing that they are reunited because neither of them have really found much success since leaving the Na'Vi roster. Honestly, I would say that the decline sort of began when Puppy left. Initially, it was like, yeah, okay, the era of dominance is over. One thing I do find interesting about this reunion, though, Fear, is that when Funnick initially joined the team, at the time, Na'Vi was ascendant, one of the most dominant rosters to have ever existed. Everybody in the world just knew the name Na'Vi. He joins them sort of at the tail end of their very fire run. Afterwards, he hasn't really enjoyed much success in his career in the long term. Is this, what do you think the rationale was? Is this a situation of I want to play with Dendi again because I believe in his dream? Or is it, let's go back to the good old days when things were still clicking and working for us?
It could be anything. I think they're just trying to fit into the region where, I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where maybe they can get some wins, right?
Yeah.
And there's a saying where you can't teach an old dog new tricks, and hopefully these old dogs have learned some new tricks, because I don't think NA is going to be free for them at all.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be, I don't even have them on like my top 5 right now, so I need to see something special from them. And their first match, I think, is really important as well. They're going to play versus Wildcard. This is a team that everyone called a wildcard, right? We didn't know where they'd stand. TSM kind of stomped them, right? But kind of expected for the most part. So can Wildcard take off this win here against Bait? I think from Wildcard's perspective, they really need this win as well.
Yeah, Wildcard definitely needs to get the ball rolling, and for confidence's sake as well. It's a completely new roster. Everything has changed up for them. It's only Sammy Boy that's retained from the last iteration of this team. So if it's not going well now, if you can't do well against Bait, that's got to be sounding some alarm bells, right? You're going to have some conversation in the team about, did we make the right moves during the roster period?
Yeah, that's always a kind of a dangerous zone in a way, you know, because you're hoping that you've put faith in these new players. Are you the one in charge with the results, or is it the players that you brought in that aren't just delivering? Like, where's the fault? You know, endless questions, what if situations, basically. So just gotta hope that they mesh.
I'm hoping that they mesh. I have a good feeling about today. No matter what happens, I think it's going to be a very close series, that one. One more thing to talk about with Bait before we move on to the initial series of the day is that with this team having Moose in it, like you mentioned, he is the sole Peruvian on the squad, surrounded by these Ukrainians, but he's also playing position 4. And I kind of feel like right now the map is sort of dictated by the movements of the position 4, given that the heroes that we see doing very, very well, your Rickies, your Rubiks. Is that maybe not a slight concern for us, the language barrier, given how important his role is for the squad?
I always want to say language barrier is definitely, no matter their position, kind of an issue, right? But they all speak English as well, so maybe they're just going to internally speak English outside of the laning stage. Maybe we're making a big deal out of it where there is no deal to be made, right? It's hard to say. We'll have to see with their play, because we all know they're highly individual. and talented players. But if the teamwork isn't there, that's when you have to go back and look. Like maybe, you know, Moose is out of position here. He's going in. His teammates aren't following up with his initiation.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some problems with the barrier in language. But we won't know until we see them play.
Yeah.
To be fair, that kind of situation has occurred even in the squads that speak English in its entirety. So, you know, we're not going to blame the language barrier if that is the case. However, enough about our second series. We still have the first one to take care of, as 5-Rat Forstoff will be making their Division 1 debut as well, taking on the side of Team Alpha. This matchup is particularly interesting, Panda, because these two squads in recent months, going all the way back to the TI qualifiers, they've played several times. But for Alpha at the very least, 5-Rat Forstoff is the monkey on their back. They just have been unable to shake them. They got knocked out of the top part of the bracket at the TI qualifiers. In the subsequent tournament that they played, they ended up drawing in the group staging. Playoffs, they lose in the upper bracket. Lower bracket get eliminated by the same team. At this point in time, it's standing at a 7-1 map score between these two squads. This is not a fun time, right? Because you must feel figured out by now if you're on the side of Team Alpha.
It could be an upside down day, you know. They were undefeated. I'm sorry, Alpha was undefeated at DPC until their first series. That's gone. They've also lost the majority of their games to 5-Rat, so maybe now it turns around. Who knows? It's all about, like, you have to show up today. But true, 7-1, 87% win rate so far for 5-Rat Forstoff in the games that they played so far. So it's looking like one team is definitely a favorite, but they've also not shown themselves yet. You know, maybe pressure catches up to them. Maybe the comms aren't on point. Maybe shot calling is a bit lacking. Because we're looking at what we saw from Alpha's games so far. They were, I would say, maybe a slightly bit better team than Theoth, but we didn't really get to see any actual powerful execution out of them. We saw some all right drafting. There's some pretty good laning stage execution, but what does 5-Rat have in store? Are they going to answer with more aggression like their counterparts from the top seed teams? Or are they going to play, you know, maybe a bit more reserved, maybe a bit more careful, and that might be a tool for Alpha to abuse?
I mean, speaking of the side here of 5-Rat Forstoff making their debut, we haven't yet seen any of their players, but for the most part, the roster is mostly the same. They made one change, which I think could have a pretty large influence on exactly how this team is going to end up functioning. They changed out their 4-position long-time player Giant. He ended up leaving the team. They brought in Stomanen, formerly playing for Alliance the last time around. He has been able to at least get to Div 1 Fear, but he's also been in the same situation as we see some of the players on the side of Alpha. Qualify for Div 1 through Division 2, immediately get relegated. Do it again, immediately get relegated. And on the bright side, though, he is at least going to be bringing some of that external experience, you know, new views of the game from the European region. But from what we've seen from him in these last couple of years, how do you think he's going to be fitting in to this 5-Rat Forstoff lineup?
Time will tell, honestly. Like, when you do have a track record of this happening, you just haven't found the right team. Because individually, I'm sure he's a great player. And oftentimes you'll see these great players not have success for a while, and then it's like, boom. They're just like winning tournaments, right? You just need to find the right team, and maybe they'll gel.
Yeah, like you look at Kits not too long ago. He was like one of the mid players who was super fun to watch, very active, very like mechanically talented player. Then you got Stomanen. Look at that guy. He's got a killer face on him right now. Like, this guy is serious about what he does. And then you got Speed. I mean, this is a roster that is definitely exciting.
Absolutely. One thing I'm also interested about with this particular roster is the interplay between some of these players. Firstly, we have between DNM and Kits. These two have been playing together for quite some time, and they were the two that were able to get to Division 1 together, going 7-0 in Div 2. At the same time, we also have Speed and the Albino Zebra, and these two have been playing together for like 2 years at this point. So there's a lot of chemistry to build around with these two, like just on different sides of the team. If Stomanen is feeling a bit new, feeling a bit under pressure, doesn't have to worry too much. He knows that the chemistry around him will be good enough to carry him forward. But Fia, I want to talk to you about something interesting here. DNM and Kits, these two they played together for a long time, but DNM hasn't always played as a carry when he's been playing with Kits. Played as a carry, he's played as an offlaner, and he's also played as a mid laner in the entirety of the DPC. The same is true for Speed, and we also have, of course, Stomanen, who's played 4 and 5. Versatility-wise, what do we think? Is this a good thing that they're capable of playing all these roles? Does it enable them to understand what it's supposed to happen at different parts of the game? Or is it a little bit of a drawback because you haven't specialized and practiced as much as you should have in one role?
I think as long as they all feel like they're playing their natural role, it should be fine. I think DNM is either mid-carry. Like, I don't think offlane suits them the best. So as long as Speed is super confident in that offlane role, I think their roles are really good for them. Another plus side for them, I think, this team, like I played with them a lot in pubs, they're all super chill, laid back, and nice guys. Like every single one of them. Not once have I played with one of them and been like, wow, this guy's like, he's the toxic guy in that game. He's the, I need to avoid him after the game. No, all of them, like, they try to keep the team together, like when things are going bad, and they're really positive. And I think that's a very good thing going into this, especially if you're a new guy like Swan coming into the team, playing with like players at PMA.
Yeah.
Yeah, having that kind of PMA is also especially useful when you know that you're a bit of an underdog squad, right? Because you know that you're going to suffer some painful losses. We've already seen them suffer one of these already. So it's like, well, all right, okay, calm down. It'll all be fine. It's all going to work out in the long run. I'm very curious to see exactly how the drafts are going to go here because as we were talking about, in terms of the overlap, in terms of their hero pool, it's worse in the second series, but also in this one, there's not that much overlap between these two squads. So that does mean that you can pretty much get whatever you want in the draft. That's going to be true for both of these teams, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Some of these heroes that they've been playing lately, the pubs, I think the biggest difference is like Alpha prioritizes heroes like the Clockwork, the Techies. You see Trigger Protector and Pango on the side of 5 Red Force Staff. Of course, like you see a lot of hits Pango, something that is a deadly weapon. Alpha has to pay attention to that in the second phase. Not usually like your first phase pick, but Pango is definitely you gotta look at. He's a very strong hero right now, has been for quite some time, very dominating. And I think it feels like it's even more, well, I wouldn't say it's as powerful as Alina, obviously. And most likely just gonna continue on the ban list for so far. But they have like 6, 7 different heroes and their most played heroes in their last pubs and competitive games in the tournaments that they played against each other. So I want to see if they have some kind of resemblance to those competitive games they played only just like less than a week ago?
Yeah.
Or are we diverting into a different direction?
I mean, I think they need to be very careful on their picks as well. The last series that they played versus TSM, I mean, they tried some, I mean, it was actually Nouns, sorry, not TSM, Nouns. They tried the Wind Ranger versus like the Viper mid, like maybe their ideas of picks are a little too wild, and if they do let someone play one of their comforts and they don't have a good answer in the lane, it's not a recipe for success.
Yeah.
Success is very difficult to come by in Dota 2 because it's a difficult game. It's hard to play. Very fun, very enjoyable, but the stakes are quite high here because whoever comes away with the victory, if it's 5 Red Force off, they get to have their first match be a win. And if it's a side of Team Alpha here, of course, they get to bounce back a little bit from the trouncing that they experienced just the other day. One thing I also find very peculiar about specifically this individual matchup, on the side of Team Alpha, of course, we know that the team is largely South American at this point. So not sure if all the players are playing together just yet. And on the other side, for 5 Red Force off, it's mostly all an NA-based team. I'm not sure if Stormanen has moved over just yet himself. Does that, in terms of ideas, South America is a very different region, right, to North America in terms of how the play styles mesh together. And historically speaking, NA has had the advantage, but it's been slowly but surely going the opposite direction over the years here. What do we think? Is that going to be something that plays into today's matchup?
Potentially. I think, well, 5 Rat Force staff,
Yep,
sorry.
yep, you got it right.
I do believe that their ideas, after seeing Alpha play already, just seem more solid. And that's just how it is for me at the moment. But hopefully they surprise. I think the one thing that a lot of the South American teams do bring to NA, sometimes NA players, we just talk too much. Like we theorycraft, we talk too much. We don't play enough, So like
Too much talk, not enough action.
Too much talk. And like a lot of the South American players are just more skilled. And the NA players, they theorycraft and all day long. So hopefully they can bring the difference in skill. We didn't get to see it last time because unfortunately Nouns was they just outclassed them in skill, right? It was just a tier above. But in this matchup, I think they can bring like that flair and that individual skill to this match.
Let us see how that's going to play out, though, as we do have a draft on our hands. Game number 1. They're already blazing past this one at this point. 5 Red Force off, of course, having the first overall pick, and Alpha having second pick in the situation, so they'll have the counter picks deeper into the draft. We see the Clockwork removed. We see DP removed again in the first phase here, Panda. Broodmother, this hero should never be played, honestly. Should just be banned every single game. Not surprised to see it removed.
Brood hater?
Yeah, yes, I do. With all my heart.
But I'm glad you admit it, because some people don't. That's an issue. Yeah, Alpha played the Clockwork in the first game. They played DP in the second one, so kind of maybe doing some prep from their previous series. Don't quite understand the DP ban in a sense, because Monster played in the offlane, right?
Yeah, he did.
And it was the lane they sacked.
I mean, it didn't
in a way.
I mean, it did okay, but at the same time, we didn't really get to see much play from Alpha in that game because they just kind of got rolled over.
Yeah, but the Clockwork I understand. Like, that's one of their most played support heroes.
Yeah.
I think I saw the number 40 show up somewhere. Yeah, Yadomi's played 31 games with a 64% win rate. That's pretty solid.
So we were talking about the meta and everything, but Alpha,
doing
Rubik?
something. Yeah,
I
Rubik.
got it. I mean, I think the first pick Beast is a little puzzling for me. Normally, you don't see that. That's generally who you pick when normally you see the support or you see something. But Alpha responded with two heroes that are incredibly meta right now, and the Ember Spirit and the Rubik. So maybe changing things up a bit, maybe staying away from like that Magnus, like Wraithing type of lineup that we saw before, or the Wind Ranger mids, and going with something a bit more meta here. Whereas 5-Rat 4-Staff, I'm not entirely sure. I can't wait to see what this first pick Beast is going to do. It's really just, they're just saying right now, like, we're going to pick Beast off lane. Beast's toolkit is very straightforward. I want to like do decent in lane, get my Helmet Dominator, maybe my mid later will rotate, and then I want to just take over the map, get Roche, get all your towers, snowball the game. And Alpha just has to respond to that.
I'm very perplexed as well by the Shadow Fiend pick. This is going to be the first SF that's emerged so far in North America. It's only been picked 13 times overall in the DPC. This hero at TI initially looked amazing, right? It looked like it was just going to dominate and rinse the entire tournament, at least in the group stages. As time went on, people figured out how to play against it. Is maybe the idea here to just maybe go have this SF be the centerpiece of your draft and try and buff him up in as many ways as humanly possible?
Kind of. I think one thing that makes it easy is a 5-Rat 4-Staff are able to get a lineup where they're finding pickoffs, because you've got Beast and SF. Man, objectives, they are disappearing from your map instantaneously. They have so much pushing power on these two heroes. So if you have something to add on top, maybe a slow, maybe some extra vision, or maybe even another stun added into the mix, I would like something like a support CM or something like that, because it allows you to catch and close, gets the Beastmaster to kill, or at least the range to close in for the Primal Roar, and then you have SF, who is just a massive right clicker, basically, very early on into the game. So if Alpha don't get online, they lose a hero anywhere near their objective, that's a tower gone.
Yeah. I would also just like to see a Root in general up against this Nature's Prophet hero. Oh, not Nature's Prophet, Ember Spirit. Now I'm thinking of Nature's Prophet because I happened to see Nature's Prophet earlier today against Ember. But yeah, having the Frostbite would be amazing. And
we already saw how detrimental that can be, you know, like just Frostbite.
Just Frostbite, yeah. I mean, it can hurt an Ember really, really badly. We just saw that the other day.
Yeah, it could be good for sure. Like, they need something of that nature. Shadow Shaman's an old hero they'd pick. Maybe they might bust out a Silencer. We can have the global presence there. But they kind of like showed a couple cards here, and the way I see it, it's, I think most likely, you talk about Shadow Fiend at TI, mainly that hero was played as a carry. But in this position, I'm thinking they want to lane it up against the Ember Spirit. It's an incredibly bad matchup for the Ember. So like, they're probably looking for that. But I would not be surprised, because we do have South American support players here. I have seen the support Ember come out more than once in that region. They could try dodging that and putting something else there. So there's a lot of mind games going on in this draft here. But 5-Rat 4-Staff, I mean, you nailed it. With Shadow Fiend's level 15 talent of the presence affects buildings, with the Beastmaster, if they get ahead in gold, it's going to be very, very scary for Alpha here. But they have good D-push right now with the Ember and the Rubik. So there's a lot going on both of these teams' minds right now on which direction this draft wants to go. And a lot we just need to see, as it's going to pretty much be offense versus defense here. I think Alpha is on the defense.
And kind of connecting onto that idea as well, when you're Alpha side right now, you don't necessarily think about it directly as your main thought, but you have to keep in mind you can't pick heroes like Slark and Lifestealer if you fall behind, because then they're so bad at playing from behind. They will make the game so difficult to get back in, get those heroes online, because you want to have the game at least in a somewhat stalemate situation, or at least be on the offensive to get the most out of these two. So if you're playing from behind and you have a pusher lineup against you, like, those are just out of the question completely. You've got to keep that scenario in mind.
I'm actually wondering as well, because we don't necessarily have that much D-push from 5-Rat 4-Staff themselves, we only really have this SF. Is this Enchantress, I'm wondering, did they pick it for the lane domination, or are they trying to signal that they might want to increase the speed of the game themselves and then just play a lot faster? I mean, yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is it just for the Beast Monster? Is it just for the laning phase? Or are we going to see another pushing hero come in afterwards? And I think 5-Rat 4-Staff had a similar worry, because they ended up banning out this Lycan. They were like, we don't want to be outsped in a game like this.
It's kind of both. I mean, it is both a lane counter, but also outside of that, because Enchantress always considered like you have to change your skill build. You don't want to go for max spores if you're up against the Enchantress lane. You just don't get any benefit out of it on your Beastmaster. You might just build up axes at that point and maybe get another Harasser, Skyrath Mage. If this ends up being the lane duel, that's going to be a lot of damage with axes and bolts flying in the whole time. So I like the idea. It's also silencing against the Ember Spirit pre-BKB, which is useful. But this also makes Rubik's game a little bit better. That's a lot of tools you can steal.
Yeah.
And the Stomanen Treant Protector. Oh wait, is that Stomanen?
No, he's going to play Scarlet Mage. He has 79% win rates on the Scarlet Mage.
True.
Albino
Yeah, the other way around. Yeah.
So Albino Zero will play the Treant Protector. We've seen this hero a few times so far in North America with mixed results, to put it mildly, actually, at that point. What's the win rate looking like right now? I'm not 100% sure, but nonetheless, we're going to have some degree of heal.
Treant.
You said
for
you
Treant
wanted to see
Protector,
the roots against the Ember.
I did want to see roots against Ember. We
Who
have that now.
roots better than Treant Protector?
Yeah.
And we have at least some degree of protection as well. When you get your bow stolen away as the Beastmaster, you don't have to worry as much about, oh god, somebody has to go and address this edge. You just press W, it's fine. Just take care of everything.
NA Treant is 0-3, so no wins so far. This could be the first.
It'll win a game eventually.
It will get, yeah, it will.
For sure. I mean, I think right now, like, Alpha, the reason why they picked this Ench is, like, we talked about how scary it is if 5-rat snowballs the game, right? And if you pick an Ench versus the Beast, you kind of stop that snowball.
Yeah.
And he now has to play more defensively, go for the axes. He can still win his lane, potentially. But he's at least not going to have, like, you know, that 5, 6, 7 minute, like, Helm of Overlord, or Dominator, sorry, and taking your tower immediately. So it's going to buy you time, and it's going to slow down the snowball. If you do manage to win the lane, Beastmaster's not a hero that likes playing from behind. And that's generally why you don't see Beast first pick in other regions, because, like, you normally want to have a decent game, right? So, like, they did a good job addressing it. The only downside I do see in Alpha's lineup is they now have picked up a Drow Ranger. They don't have a ton of team fight right now.
Yeah.
They have a lot of, like, single target spells here. Whereas if you look on the side of 5-rat 4-staff, they have, you know, the Root, they've got the Shadow Fiend Ultimate, even, like, just the spells of, like, Roar with the Mystic Flare on top of it. There's a lot of damage and a lot of things they can do. Whereas, like, if someone gets rooted right now, I'm a little afraid there's one 4-stat that comes out, and where's your damage from Alpha?
It is certainly a day of first because Alpha with this Drow Ranger picks the first Drow Ranger that we're seeing from NA as well. So definitely one of those days where we're all going to be seeing the meta evolve a little bit more. Gives them a bit more prowess across the map in terms of physical damage. They were quite lacking on that beforehand. Ember can go in. Hopefully the Drow can clean up on the backline, but I'm still worried that you just get rolled over here on the side of Alpha. It's a concern of mine. So I really hope that whatever hero they put into the off lane can either stop that or gives them enough team fight to help them resist in the mid game. A hero like Tide would have been nice.
They got some good harass on Alpha's side. If this Ench Drow ends up being the same safe lane duo, Rises has played 22 games just lately, so that could be a good lane matchup. It's very good against the Beast pre-level 3. Even against the Sky. The Sky is very weak in a sense. Even if you're a great trader, you're also afraid of taking damage. Kind of like Shadow Shaman is in a way. Like, you want to be the aggressor instead of being the one taking hits in. So even if Drow's right-click damage is somewhat limited, you still get a lot of benefit from the slow. Then you have Enchant on top of the Frost Arrows, so you definitely can fight back. But there's gonna be Enchantress with like 700 net worth for like the first 5 minutes, just feeding tangos, you know, like keep that Drow alive.
Seems like Alpha feels like 5-rat 4-staff are going to be running this SF middle, like you said, Fear, as they are now banning carry heroes here in this final phase, trying to prevent DNM from playing something that he's signature on. You played with this guy on a team. What would you like to see him pick up in a game like this?
So he has an SF mid and a Beast offlane, which means he has a very greedy lineup. So I don't want to see him pick a hard carry. I want to see him pick something that can get aggressive fairly early on. Who's got the last pick here? Oh, he doesn't. So
Alpha should
Alpha
have,
do.
Alpha
Okay,
have,
so something that can likely get on top of the Drought here without being a super hard carry. So there's a lot of like interesting options he could do. I just want to see like something more of like a stun. I mean, I guess I talk about Sven a decent amount. It gives plus armor against the Drow. It has a stun. You know, a Monkey King could be good as well for that. CK is fine. Something with a Blink Dagger.
What about carry SF and mid hero here for 5-rat?
I mean, they could do it, yes. But I think they want the SF Ember matchup because you're probably not going to find anything better.
Oh, they go for the Naga. So, kind of
very greedy lineup here. I mean, it is greedy, but at the same time, a lineup is only as greedy as the players make it.
Yeah.
Which means, like, if he's really aggressive on this Naga instead of just AFK farming, it can work. Every player has to, like, give and take, like, depending on what your lineup is. And, like, you can take a lot if your teammates are giving a lot to you. But all these players here, they need something, which means Beast is going to have to be a little more aggressive and less farmy. So is the SF. He's going to have to make more rotations than he wanted to. And even comes to the Naga. It just makes the game harder to play for them. Makes it more high skill.
Yeah. and they don't necessarily have that much reach either. Their team fight aspect is kind of ridiculous on the side of 5 Rat 4 Staff, but I'm a little bit worried about how do they actually get to this draw ranger. Execution is going to be the name of the game for them. As Alpha, they round out the draft with Magnus, the son of Mag. Well, it's not Magnus Wraith King, but Magnus still does end up returning. So
There's no Doom this time.
yeah, there's no Doom either. So
Less threats.
can actually play the game. Can actually press his R button in a
Well,
game
there
like
is
this.
a Sky. He might just get
True. Oh my
silenced.
God.
going.
Yeah, silence, yeah. Like this mag's gonna need something to purge it off. Like Lotus Orb is something that comes into mind, either positioning wise, like Force Staffs, BKBs, Blinks, whatever he feels like is the most important item for him this game. I like the mag pick in general, but I'm also like still want to talk about that Naga quickly. That's 78% win
That's
rate
crazy,
on
huh?
DNM right now.
Yeah, in professional games it's 65, so including pubs that's 78. That's a
Pretty high.
lot of Naga that he's been playing all
Yep.
across the world. All right, Fear, let's hear it. You've played with a Naga Siren player, a Naga Siren extraordinaire in your team, not just in the form of DNA, but with Arteezy as well. In a game like this, how does 5 Rat 4 Staff utilize this draft to end up winning the game?
I think the lane for Naga should be okay, but it's also fine for the Magnus. I do worry about the Ember a lot in the mid lane here, and this Beastmaster versus Drow Inch lane, it's really a toss-up. Whoever plays better in this lane. So matchup-wise, I do think 5 Rat, I want to give it to them a little bit just because deep down I think they're a better team. But I think the lineup here for Alpha is looking pretty decent here. If they get off to a good start here, they start empowering the Ember, Naga's going to have less play options.
Yeah.
But like, it really comes down to, can this Ember get farm? Or is he just going to struggle in mid lane? Naga's going to have a fast Orchid while this Ember has no items to remove it. And I could easily see this game going either way.
Yeah, and they've had some pretty solid drafts, so I mean, I like this one too. I agree with Fear. Like, this is a very good draft from Alpha. But 5 Rat, the 7-1 track record, having some pretty high win rate heroes on their side, maybe they can snowball this game.
Well, the Dean and the Bully tend to agree on the nature of this particular draft coming in from 5 Rat 4 Staff and Team Alpha. But to find out whether or not these predictions will actually come to pass, we need some fantastic casters to answer this question. So, MLP, John X Fire, take it away, boys, for game number 1.
Oh, thank you so much. Now we do get into it. Game number 1 between Alpha and 5 Rat 4 Staff. It's MLP Dota and John Expired. John, what a series we have coming up between these two teams. Of course, you saw both drafts here for game number 1. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking 5 Rat 4 Staff have a pretty good draft.
Right.
There's some answers coming out there from Alpha, but overall these are a lot of comfort picks coming out for 5 Rat 4 Staff, of course. We've seen Alpha, it's been a bit of a struggle for them in their first few matches. They've had really tough opponents. I don't think 5 Rat 4 Staff is any easier for them. They've played a couple of times in 2023 already in a couple of smaller tournaments, and I believe 5 Rat 4 Staff has won every single series they've played against Alpha. So maybe Alpha's learned enough, but again, they've been through such high-stress matches already, and we've already talked about that turnaround time of learning from these matches. It's just not enough time in between to really build up. So I'm keen to see if they've managed to learn at least from their past series up against 5 Rat 4 Staff specifically, and have taken those adjustments here for this match.
We'll find out. We're going to get into it. Maybe a very early team fight to break out. Albino Zebra going to run right into Rises. That's a great target to get started on. They even got the concussive shot, but can they get the damage? He was one hit away from dying, so instead they'll have to go after Tiger. It's still a great target, though, for the first blood, and they're going to hand it over to Speed.
Yeah, goes
Well,
over
there you
to
go.
Speed.
Because it's your boy Speed, Jonathan.
Yeah,
it's your boy
Speed.
Speed. You
It's
can't not
Speed.
give it to Speed.
Nah, I mean, it's good to see that he is queuing up something other than Midas. The last time we casted Speed, I believe was on Electronic Boys in DPC Tour 1 on NA Div 2. It's been a long time since then, but
Good
I
old
do
days.
remember back then when Speed was playing that Pause 1. I remember a lot of PLs, Slarks, and what have you with Midas first item.
Oh, don't
Every time.
remind me of that. I mean, we had some words with Speed with these Midases. I mean, I appreciate, the guides that he was sending out. I never built Midas on the carries he told me to, let me tell you. Never happened with me. Still, nevertheless, it seems like we have a trialing to get started for this bottom lane. I just kind of want to redirect to that bot lane for a moment, because we do have Albino Zebra hanging around here, maybe trying to suss out if he can secure another kill attempt here onto the Drow perhaps, or even Tiger. Not sure if they can get it done. They're hoping for the creep wave to be pulled back to allow the Nature's Grasp, or rather the Leech Seed, to come in. And if they can land it, it should be a surefire way of getting a kill, but a lot of patience. Albino, he's had enough. He's going to head up top.
Yeah, it's too far out, and Alpha are playing a lot safer after seeing that aggressive smoke early on. It is pretty alright though, because DNM is not really threatened up top. Early levels for Monster and Wish isn't the most aggressive. Maybe by level 2, level 3, you could try for a lift back into your skewer. You've got decent damage output. And they have done a pretty good job of cutting the tree line a bit for Albino Zebra.
Looks like we've actually got a clip here with Speed as well from 5rad. So let's have a look, see what he had to say about this matchup.
Pretty high. I'd say it's pretty high because last season we barely made it through. We had to make it through tiebreakers, but we're feeling much more confident. I feel like everyone on the team has practiced way more than last season. We feel much better about our ideas. So yeah, we're hoping to do much better than just tiebreakers this season.
Well, there you heard it. Speed's feeling very, very confident going into this matchup. Apparently, they've practiced a lot more, which is very good to hear. He did look tired, John. He does look tired. He looks like he's played a lot of Dota.
Yeah, I mean, the guy just never stops playing. You know his speed. He's got to keep the content going, of course.
Yeah.
And get that practice in. And again, 5rad 4-staff have been looking good in that interim period between the DPC. They've had some good matches up against Alpha specifically. And I think it's really down to Alpha to prove themselves here after that rough first few games they've had.
Absolutely. Bottom lane, Rise is taking a fair bit of damage on that Drow, but he's going to be just fine. Kind of an interesting lane, right? Because you and I were talking about it, and we felt as though the Inch Drow lane was going to be quite painful for the side of 5rad 4-staff, but it seems like Speed and his Sky have done a very good job of just kind of holding them back, and Tiger has not really been able to abuse the early timings of the Inch whatsoever. Obviously with the Drow you do want to get a few levels up and a bit more farm up before you can get too aggressive, but it does feel like this bot lane has gone rather well for the Dire.
Yeah, I mean, Speed just goes for the Axis build. You've got a support that just outranges the Inch, so she can't really trade. Stominen can just stand back, trade with Tiger, keep spamming out the concussive, spam out the Arcane Bolt, and you don't really have counterplay. Rises as well, it's not like he's just going to throw out a multi-shot. He's pocketing that skill point right now. So it's a good time for Speed. They've blocked the small camp. They're ensuring Tiger's not able to get any good creep to enchant, although he still does find a Satyr Banisher. So there's some annoyance there on hand. It's just a matter of just finding that aggression.
Mid lane, a lot of aggression coming up from both these two. Kids trying to get aggressive onto Soul, but not quite enough to secure the kill. Soul, he'll be fine to just bottle charge up, and looks like he even bought himself out a salve. Obviously, can be very hard against the SF, especially if he does get an early start with those Souls, and well, Kids has been having a very good time with that Necromastery thus far. So Soul just trying to survive through this laning stage, I'd say, and just trade CS the best he possibly can. In fact, hold that thought, because bot lane, Stotterman, he was getting quite low, but going to be just fine as Speed. Going to be okay as well. But the side of Alpha, not looking very healthy down at bot, as Rise is going to cop even more from Stotterman, and there you go. They secure the kill from massive range. He'll just deny himself off. Why not just go straight for the reset? No XP granted to anyone from Alpha for that kill, and happy days so far for 5rad 4-staff.
And this is the worrying part for Alpha. You're up against a lineup from 5rad 4-staff that can dominate the lanes really well and then transition into really strong push. They might be able to punish Speed, but he's still fairly healthy, although.
I mean, they're trying. Speed, he'll go for a run. A lot of slows coming in. Very nice body blocks as well from Tiger, and that's going to secure the kill in mid lane as well. They do take down Soul. That's a bit problematic. Very nice rotation here from our Sky. Sure, you lose Speed, but you find the mid-Ember. It's a much better trade once again for 5rad 4-star.
Yeah, you don't mind that too much. Kits is starting to build up. His damage output is getting there. He's been farming the lane really well, controlling it over Soul quite nicely. You do have recovery farm for the Ember, and you've got the combination with Magnus down the line with at least the value point and Empower, but you don't want to eat into the Drow's farm. Drow's going to need a lot of space to recover if the lane keeps up this aggression here for 5rad 4-staff.
Absolutely. The Tiger trying to get a little bit aggressive here against our Sky. He's going to be just fine. In fact, now the rotation in from Rises. Speed's going to help out, and he will intercept. Make sure Rises can't get too close for those right clicks. In fact, they're going to just trade harassment right back the way of the Drow. Those axes really starting to hurt. Even forcing out the raindrops early on from Rises, which is not really an item you want to go for in the laning stage as a Drow, but you've got to do what you've got to do.
Yeah, it just helps you survive at the very least and just farm out that lane. They're still keeping up a lot of aggression with 5rad 4-staff. They've got really good control of the runes. Regen out for Kits with a little bit of movement out from Albino Zebra. And it's just not good news for Soul. I mean, he just turns level 5. Kits is already 6. His damage output with a Shadow Raise is insane. He's got double ranged and siege creep onto the tower. They can already get quite a fair bit of harassment out, although the rotations are coming in.
All kids enchanted up. We're just going to join in as well. The razors are flying up, but he's running rather low on mana. He's just going to try and go for a bit of a run, but lifted back, he will go down. Great rotations here from Alpha. Slow down that SF. Do not allow a great start here for the mid lane of 5-Rat 4-Staff. Allows Sol a bit of recovery time after a pretty difficult mid lane.
Yeah, it's a much-needed kill for him. It's going to help him accelerate to that key level 6 timing. There are rotations around here from 5-Rat, though.
They're going to try for Monster, but they haven't got the lockdown. No levels in the snare yet, so you can't really just net him up.
Rises?
Rises, though. Bottom lane, he's going to drop. Well, there you go. I mean, you leave the Drow alone like that. They are just going to dive in past that tier 1 tower. Tiger does at least find a trade with the impetus shot, but it's just not great news whatsoever.
No, it's not exactly what you'd want to see. Your Drow is really going to have to get some recovery out, and with this kind of start for Sol, he's going to have to try to get something as well. They could try to play aggressive. They're starting to hit this timing now with Tiger. Level 3 enchant, so you can just kind of nullify that Dominator that Speed does have on hand. And that can be annoying for the Beastmaster to get that early presence out. I think the one thing is that you have given DNM a really good lane, and we've known DNM for a long time, you know. We've seen him for all the way back in Echo League when he was really just literally a kid. And he knows how to play this Naga. The panel pointed it out. He's played a lot of Naga games. It's something he's specialized in, I believe, since those Echo League times. And this kind of strong start for Naga just snowballs hard. Once she gets at least 2 of her mid-game items, it can be really overwhelming to deal with unless your Ember's kind of set up for it.
Certainly so. DNM, we'll see if he can keep it up. So far, so good. 4-4 is the scoreline right now. Very slight net worth lead the way of 5-Rat 4-Staff. Again, Rises is the kind of the key player right now who's having a very challenging time this game. 29 CS on the Drow, 2 deaths already. You compare it to DNM, he's just having a fantastic time, and it's never going to be great as a Drow. Mind you, you do have great ways of catching up. Once you hit that level 6 mark, you get the marksmanship. You can just kind of sit in the jungle for a while as the Drow Ranger, and you tend to just be able to be very impactful with little items as a Drow, but don't want to fall too far behind if you can avoid it. Stominant run into him once again, and just look at the damage output just from the Skywrath alone. Rises has to pop the Gust and run. It's just so scary for a poor Drow with such little HP pool, and he just can't stick around. That'll be the T1 bottom tower to drop.
Yeah, and Stominant still has vision. He's got a really good aggressive ward, so he's just going to keep stalking Rises. Really great push coming up. Aggression top
no. Top lane, they are going to get aggressive, but Rises are still being chased down here at the bottom lane as well. DNM, he is dropping low up at top. Gets a song off though. Very nice timing. DNM, he'll be just fine. Sol, he's rotated over top to try and secure the kill, but he'll find nothing.
Just a nice, cheeky little play from DNM, pocketing that song. Skill point till he absolutely needed it. And this is the point where, again, 5-Rat 4-Staff with this kind of lineup just snowballed so quickly. They've got really good push coming out here with Speed. His timing into the Overlord's not going to take too long. Suddenly your Enchantress with Enchant doesn't really deal with that Ancient Creep at all. And you still need time to build up on Rises and Sol. It's starting to feel like it's going to be on Sol to hit his key timings. You know, maybe try to go for the Maelstrom or something defensive if you're worried about all the control. Although, again, with Aurora up, BKB first, it doesn't feel particularly amazing, but feels almost necessary with a Skyrat, maybe a Yule's, if you want to kind of play it that way. But then that just takes away your damage potential to deal with DNM. You know, without that early Maelstrom, the illusion spam is just going to be too much.
It's pretty rough, that's for sure. A bit of a quiet period here, though I say that. Tiger's going to be rather careful on this Enchantress. DNM can dish out a lot of damage very quickly if he's not too careful. Luckily for him, though, Ensnare still has not been leveled up. It's like the side of Alpha going to try and focus down that top tier 1 tower. It's been a bit of a slower process here for Alpha. Of course, you are a bit up against the Tree Protector, so naturally it's going to be a little bit more challenging. You'll see Albino Zebra just pulling the creep wave away, making it as hard as humanly possible. Even glyphing up the tier 1 now, just making it even more annoying now for Alpha. But they are going to stick around and eventually get the job done. Siege creep is still there as well. Just a very slow process. In the meantime, this has opened up so much space for Speed. Helm of the Dominator up, working onto the into the Helm of the Overlord, and once you get that up, Timing's there. In fact, hold that thought, because Rises, well, they're not going to dive the tier 2 tower, but it's just so much damage. And, well, quite frankly, it felt like they almost could have. Now the rotation to come in from Alpha, they're going to try and punish somebody from 5-Rat 4 staff, and they'll find a Skywrath Mage for their trouble. Not the biggest kill, but it's something.
Yeah, it's something. You can see the patience coming out from 5-Rat 4 staff. Summonin was standing around in smoke, looking for that Roar into Mystic Flare combination, but Rises was playing a lot more defensive, and he did have a really good defensive ward to give him some awareness that Speed was planning something in that location. A nice kill to pick up, you know, not the biggest thing in the world, but definitely something that Alpha did need to pour in. Taking a look back at Soul, he is working onto the Maelstrom now, so again, a way to deal with the Inch, a way to deal with the Naga, a way to deal with that push coming out from 5-Rat 4 staff. They've got the Dragon Lamps on Kits though, so starting to hit pretty damn hard and getting a little bit durable.
Well, they're trying onto Kits. He's alright for now, he's still a tanky SF. Lift up as well from Wish, but it's not going to amount to much. They just don't have the follow-up damage right now for the SF. Especially with the living armor being provided over by Albino Zebra. Try to focus maybe a little bit onto that mid-tier 1 tower, but without a siege creep, Alpha, they're going to have to back off. They just don't have the raw output. So they'll head up top lane, maybe find DNM on that Naga Siren. Mind you, he does have the song available once again, but doesn't have a TP available, so it could be a little bit awkward for him. But no, it seems like he's going to be just fine. Instead, Soul, Wish, they do head back towards the mid lane, but I mean, it really feels like they're fishing in a pond where there's no fish here, John.
Yeah, they're not finding anything with his Spade, Mike. Bot jungle just completely taken over by 5-Rat 4 staff, Kits, and Speed, farming very efficiently. Helm of the Overlord for Speed, coming out very speedily here for him. And again, your Enchantress just doesn't do anything about that. Like, once that Ancient Creep is up, the push gets more insane, the durability kicks up.
So, snared up, they've got the silence, they've got the Mystic Flare. They're going to try and stack up here with Wish. Soul, he's going to survive for now. Wish does kind of save the day, taking some of that damage from that Mystic Flare, but you just kind of see how fast they can burst somebody down with that combination. You don't need anything like a Rod of Atos here for Stominin. You just need an Ensnare to set up.
Yeah, unfortunately, level 1 Ensnare, not the longest duration to kind of get that damage out onto Soul. That does still foil that entire gank attack. You know, it's still time that Alpha's not getting anything back from that investment. DNM switches onto bot. He is going to be under vision, so that is something Alpha can use. And they're still trying to shove in mid. And you mentioned it, but up against a Treant for the armor, it's just difficult.
They're trying to go after Kits here, but again, at the SF, he's perfectly fine. Very, very desperate attempts here from Alpha to try and find something. Maybe just create some space here for the Drow, which I suppose they are doing. Though I say that, you look back at the net worth of Rises right now, Johnny, it's very low.
Yeah, it's not in a good spot, but it can rise really quick. This is about the point where the Drow can just pretty much flash form quickly, even without any too much items.
Soul, be careful, Soul. Yeah, it happens. It happens.
It's the classic combo, you know, all the way back to Dota 1. Roar into Mystic Flare with the Ancient Seal. And that is the one drawback of trying to go for the Maelstrom. Like, you've got to pick your poison. Do you want damage to deal with the split push, to deal with the Naga Illusions down the line, or do you want to go for that defense? And without something like at least a Yule's or maybe a Lincoln's at some point, you are just susceptible to that gank.
Certainly are. I do appreciate the pun earlier, by the way, John. You mentioned Rise's net worth will be rising very, very soon. Very good, John.
Oh, I outdo myself sometimes, Mike. Sometimes really I don't even notice.
Yeah, you didn't. That's the saddest part.
It's always the simplest ones I miss out on, Mike.
Yeah, you're a simple man, John. It surprises me that you miss out on those ones.
Ah, that's fair, Mike. I know. Sometimes too simple.
Yeah. Speed's got the Helm of the Overlord up now, John. You've got some great tempo to be set here by a 5-Rat 4 staff. Alpha, I mean, we've seen it over and over again. They're trying to find pickoffs, but they're finding nothing for their trouble. There's going to be a two-man smoke up. They're looking at Kits in that mid lane again. They've got a siege creep, so if they can find a kill, they can go after that mid-tier 1 tower. Problem is, 5-Rat, they're not giving an opportunity away. Maybe they could try to find somebody at that 16-minute power rune mark, but even then, Kits seems to know something is awry here. He'll just hold out. Wants going to jump in. There's the RP, but a great silence from Stominin. He is not going to allow the skewer back, and that's an RP wasted. Perfect reactions from our Skywrath.
That patience was great, though. That's a pretty good blink reveal. Just doesn't follow through, and the patience from 5-Rat 4-Staff, it's great. You know, they just back up kits. They know something's up. Instant silence from Stummonen. And now Alpha's in a really awkward spot. That's the blink reveal. That's their offense kind of taken away. Their surprise factor gone. You've got DNM still farming like a madman. Already has the Manta. Gonna get, again, that second mid-game item, whatever he wants, it's gonna be enough. That's the point where Nagas tend to pop off. For Alpha, the one big thing that I do appreciate coming out from them is that mech from Monster coming out in a timely manner, and Tiger's 4-Staff. Tiger's 4-Staff has saved them from a couple of shaky spots.
On mid lane, to make a jump in, of course, there's our betting partners, esportsbet.io. Alpha. Gonna try and defend. It's a very rough defense to try and make, and now the song's set up. They found the Ember again. They found all 4 of them. Oh, this is not it, but no, they mistime it. Oh, they mistimed the Requiem. It won't matter. It won't matter. Who the hell cares? A triple kill out for speed. You know, John, sometimes it's just the fireworks before the celebration.
Yeah, I mean, they still got most of that damage out at the very least onto the Ember, and the fear did hold him back enough. And it's really just that fear. You need that window to hold the Ember down. Really great rotation out onto the Rosh, and it's not going to take too long for that to melt, Mike. They've got the damage output with the Ancient Black Dragon and with the Inner Beast maxed out and the damage coming out from kits. And for Alpha, I mean, it goes back to that RP that was wasted. He didn't have RP off cooldown. He had no counterplay in that situation. The only positive for Alpha is that Rises is farming. But again, that farm pace is still not quite where it should be. Still behind Soul. Still needs so much time to build up.
What they do. Top lane now, rushing forward. They found Wiz on that Rubik, and he's just going to drop. T1 top tower going to drop as well. No problems here for 5-Rat 4-Staff now. 7k advantage, and it's, again, very rough for Alpha. Like, you've got this Drow you're trying to rely on going into that late game, but the farm just isn't there. All she's got is a Dragon Lance right now. It's a very rough affair here for Alpha. And 5-Rat 4-Staff, with the way the game is right now, they can just keep going. There's no need to slow down.
I mean, look at Soul just being right-clicked by DNM solo, just with a Manta. And he does significant damage. It's enough to just scare him off. 5-9, 8k lead, 5-Rat 4-Staff. This is their timing of the lineup. It just pushes fast with Shadow Fiend and with Beastmaster. They've got the Blink coming out on kits. You know, you're in a pretty good spot to just keep playing aggressive, going for these smoke plays. Once you get that roar off, outside of the 4-Staff save from Tiger, there's not much else.
Another smoke up. 5-Rat 4-Staff. Not going to find anyone bot lane, but they can just focus down that tier 2 bottom tower. It's no issue whatsoever. Such domination here from this Dire team.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And it's just gone. It feels like a turbo game.
It really does.
The towers just don't survive at all. That was nearly full health to nothing. That time span, like that's just ridiculous push. And Alpha, I mean, they still haven't taken that mid. They've been trying for a while. They're camping together up top in the safest spot, but it's that situation. You're sharing farm with Magnus, Ember, and Drow.
Here we go again. Tier 3 bottom tower under siege. They've got to find a way to defend Alpha, but they just haven't got the resources or tools to make it happen, I don't think. They'll just TP enough heroes down that'll kind of force 5-Rat 4-Staff to back off now. Of course, there's no need for them to rush this game either, considering how much control they have over this game. We'll see what they want to do. Do they want to keep chipping away at that tier 3 tower? Do they want to just back off and get back to farming? They've got the Aegis up. Kids has got it for another 2.5 minutes.
They don't really have anything to worry about. And DNM's just split pushing with the illusions. You at least have your shard up on Rises, so you have some way of getting some damage off in the middle of these fights. But 5-Rat, I mean, they've got superior vision with a Beastmaster. There's a ton of sentries out from Alpha just to deal with that, so it's already a big strain on the support economy for them. But Tiger and Wish are doing pretty well.
Is he alright? Oh, just barely. Just barely. Speed was mid-animation for that roar. The Hawk was just a little bit too slow there. Nevertheless, again, full control here for 5-Rat 4-star. Two Tier 2 towers still standing. They've just got to decide which one they want first. And it seems like they are going to head up slowly towards that top lane. Try to go for the easier tower if they can. Alpha, they are in their own triangle, just holding that area. Holding that high ground, but 5-Rat, they might just move up. Sentry's placed down preemptively here against Kids. I mean, pings are coming, but they have not made their move up yet.
They know Kids is around. That in this room. Just to play it safe. And Alpha, I mean, this is just time to stall, right? The Manta's coming out for Rises, so he's going to be safe. They've got the Yules up that we've been talking about for Soul, so something defensive to deal with at least the Ancient Seal. They're going to smoke off the back of that. See if they find something here. They don't have that much forward vision, though, on Alpha's end.
Well, there is at least a nice double damage rune there for Alpha if they do want to take it.
Radiant are scanning.
I don't believe the Dire have any vision over that area anyway, so you can get away with just taking it for free. Kind of need all the damage you can get right now.
Dire are scanning.
Keep in mind, while we do have a moment, Jonathan, the odds today for from our partners, esportsbets.io, it was 1.48 to 2.56 in the favor of 5-Rat 4-star. So I suppose the betting crowd was kind of correct. Though you'd have to argue, considering how this game one's gone, maybe the odds should have been a little bit higher for Alpha.
It does feel that way. Again, historically, 5-Rat 4-star has done pretty well up against Alpha, at least in the past few games they've played in different tournaments here. And now they can just push. The Aegis has expired, but I don't think it matters too much for Kids. He just feels very well defended. And again, look at that. Just Ancient Black Dragon plus Shadow Fiend and towers just melt.
Easy peasy.
What
No
a hero.
defense to come. What a hero indeed. Rises. I mean, he's running. He knows he can't stick around. Still just only has the Dragonlance Yasha. It's been a very, very slow game for the poor man.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Tiger's been doing a great job of just split pushing top at least, so is managing to try to force a response elsewhere, but it's not doing much to give more space to Rises and to Soul. They are really durable with Monster having this full Guardian Greaves up, but 5-Rat,
Gets the Remnant away. Speed did show himself there for a moment, and that's more than enough for him to back off. Alpha not out of this game yet, but 11k net worth behind. To be fair to them, one good team fight could turn it right back the other way. They try and play it safe, play it very, very slowly. You look back at DNM on that Nagasar, and you kind of wonder how they're going to deal with him. Like, he's already got the heart up, and he's only getting tankier. They haven't really required his damage output throughout these team fights either. I mean, you basically all you need is the SF at this point. The Naga's just a bonus.
It's getting pretty tough. I think the Drow can kind of deal with that. And again, Ember with Maelstrom can kind of chip away with a Sleight of Fist. They'll try with another smoke here on Alpha. Again, the big issue for them is their forward vision just isn't there. So they've got this really forward ward in the jungle, but it doesn't tell them as much as elsewhere.
There's a silence out. There's going to be no follow-up to it yet, but Speed jumps in. He's got the Roar right onto the Ember, but a nice lift away. Now the RP being committed, but it was only onto the Skywrath Mage.
Oh, no.
Now the Song comes out. It locks a couple down, and this time around they time it perfectly with the Requiem. It's just too easy. Stolen Song from Wish, but it's only for style points at this point. It does allow Rises to get out just a little bit, but maybe not.
Boy.
The concussive shot, the overgrowth, they just lock them down. Oh, give them some mercy.
No mercy here. Not when Speed's got to prove a point here, Mikey. The 5-Rat 4-staff, and the coordination there was just beautiful. Alpha was forced to make moves and summon it. On a Skywrath Mage, and they couldn't even kill him with the RP. Like, that's just how rough this game is. You had the Yules as well up on Soul, and he just didn't use it to save. Like, he got silenced before the Roar, didn't want to Yule. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Maybe he felt like he couldn't get the remnants out in time. Maybe he couldn't dodge out. But it's rough. Now your high ground just melts with this kind of lineup. You do have some D push with a Maelstrom out, but it's one set of racks gone for free.
It certainly is. At least they do get themselves an Ancient Black Dragon. So there's a bit of gold to go back the way of Alpha, but that's about all the positives I can talk about right now for this Radiant team.
Bottom tower is
5
under
round 4 staff back to controlling the rest of the map. Roshan's up in 25 seconds, and that'll be the next objective here for the Dire. If you are Alpha, you've got to find a way to contest this, because if this Roshan goes the way of the Dire, it's basically game over. And to make matters worse, Gaben's Blessing, you've got the double damage rune now available on kits. Big smoke up though.
Dire are scanning.
Alpha might run into DNM, but no, never mind. It's going to be the Enchantress that does.
Oh, the silence.
Monster, I mean, he's going to try and back off while he can. The chase is still going. 5 rat 4 stuff just trying to find a way to lock them down. Ingo Speed only found the primary target. Lift away on the Drow, but they get the ensnare off, and now Kits with the Requiem just pops it right on top of the Drow. No chance of survival. And again, Roshan, it's available if they want it. Thing is, it doesn't seem like they even need it.
It really doesn't feel that way. None of the cores are close to dying in the middle of these fights. Even the supports are just so well defended. Skewer back though.
I mean, they're going to try, but that's a tanky Naga, and the Requiem gets juked out by DNM.
God.
He just jukes it right out. Oh, this is tough. This is tough for Alpha. They're going to Remnant away, but Wish cannot do the same. 4 down once again. 5 rat 4 staff, proving why they're the better team in this game, number one, I'll tell you. And they'll just keep going. Maybe onto the high ground now.
DNM is just such a wizard with the Naga. And this kid's always
GG.
been promising. Called it. They called it. I mean, you can't fault Alpha here. That game just got out of control really fast, considering the lineup they were playing against, just how much push you could bring out from 5 rat 4 staff. And I mean, Alpha was just stuck in a really tough spot, right? Like, you get these ideas, you bring the Enchantress in to kind of deal with a Beastmaster. It doesn't really do much in lane because you just go Axis. Then you have that classic combo with a Sky early on. You allowed a Shadow Fiend, true, with all that push from the Beastmaster, it just gets wild.
It's pretty tough for Alpha. I mean, do you blame it on draft? Do you blame it on the actual play style? Because it was... Well, you know what, Jonathan? Let's go to our panelists and see what they have to think about Game 1. I think they can answer that question.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, that was a resounding victory in the direction there of the side of 5 rat 4 staff, making a wonderful debut here to the DPC in North America. Where did it all start to go wrong? We knew they were going to be playing with high tempo. We knew they were going to be aggressive. That laning phase, though, it felt really, really, really rough for the side of Alpha there, Panda.
Yeah, they won one lane, the lane that didn't have that much impact. It was the Magnus lane. They ended up losing the 2 big cores that are supposed to be playing around this hero. And now you have an offlaner with a blink, but no damage to follow up, and a couple mishaps as well with that. It was a really rough game to start building off of. Like we agreed, the draft looked pretty okay for Alpha, but execution again just lacking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest problem they had in this game was like, it was just the mid lane for the most part. Like, it was so bad to the point where the Enchantress had to leave, like, and go help. And then when that happened, now Ryze's game went to shit. So, like, what do you even do at that point? Like, your support's leaving you to help a lane, and now all of a sudden your carry doesn't have... He was doing fine up until that point, but the 2 times where he did have to leave, they capitalized it, and they ended up killing on him, and then now this Drow just doesn't have a game.
Yeah, what can you do when you can do nothing?
And, you know, Drow, not necessarily the hero that you want to have in that back foot position where he's trying to just recover and catch up in the game. Not only that, but I love the itemization from the side of 5 rat 4 staff. The couple of times that we did see where it was like very apparent they were most likely going to win the game and they're busy pushing out these waves, we did every now and then see Alpha try to get some deep pushing going with the Ember Spirit in particular. 5 rat 4 staff is like, sweet, we're just going to buy Blink Dagger on pretty much every hero. We're going to catch you out no matter what you can do. It was really, really difficult for the side of Alpha. And 5 rat 4 staff, they get themselves this W here. MVP could be anybody here because look at this. There's 2 heroes on the team that didn't die at all. Kits and Speed only died once. And Summonin died 3 times, but whatever. It's the Skywrath mage that ends up dying, right? And all those deaths came after all the spells were cast anyway, so who really cares?
I mean, he also made a lot of like good rotations that set up the map as well. So like those deaths were just like for his cores, right?
Yeah, I'd say Stomanen was like the MVP in my books. Like the moment you saw the Magnus get his Blink Dagger, they're already seeing what the situation is going to be. They're playing behind the SF in the mid lane. You see the Magnus blink in, goes for the RP, doesn't get the skewer off. Staman is there with the silence, and he did this a couple times in the game. Like his movement, like how he reads the map, how he's communicating with his teammates. he sits in very nicely with this 5 roster line. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I really enjoyed watching him play.
Yeah, I think it worked especially well in the laning phase itself. But what could they have done differently here, boys? Because we know that Monster was able to finally win a lane, right? Didn't get completely sacked. But that did come at the cost of other things happening on the map. I think in particular, it really hurt from the mid lane and how much attention it ended up being the case that like kids are just dominating the game, can do so much, pushing so quickly. Could they have done anything different to try and shut that down, knowing that that was the counter pick? What could Alpha have done to try and negate the power of this SF?
I mean, you unfortunately cannot like deal with this situation by just bringing more heroes, right? Because they tried that, but now they have to deal with the beast. They created a new problem for themselves, and they weren't able to deal with that problem with the SF. So it's a lot of things are a problem here. And yeah, sure, the Magnus got farmed, which is great. But if you compare like a Beastmaster to a Magnus, like what they do after winning the laning stage, you know, Beast is gonna run around, take your towers, open up the map. He can't really do much on Magnus. He got his mech, but his 2 cores like couldn't find around it anyway. So like the hero choices, like we don't see Magnus that much. It's mainly because like he's just gonna farm, and they really needed to have this Ember having a good game, but they decided to first phase it. It's just a first phase Ember. You know, 5 Rat 4 staff decided we're gonna counter at mid. Your playmaker is done, and now we're gonna have our own tempo. What do you do at that point if you're Alpha? There's really not much you can do.
Yeah, this was the 9th map that has been played out. This was probably the 3rd or the 4th time the first phase picks are the ones being the big demons on your back.
Absolutely. Well, let us take a look at who the MVP was so we can properly praise the sight of victory coming into this one. No surprises there, given the degree of how speedy he was at pushing down these towers. I love this Blink Dagger purchase we spoke about a little bit earlier, but it did seem to me like they identified what the only comeback opportunity was. They're like, well, okay, even if we get RP'd, who cares? They're not going to have enough damage. If we allow Drow or we allow Ember to actually get some degree of influence in the game, then maybe we have an issue. Just never allow it. Never allow it to happen. The only times I feel like in this game we saw DNM, for example, even using the Naga song was specifically to catch Ember Spirit and nobody else.
Yeah, one thing as an offlane player I really enjoy seeing not just the Blink Dagger, the Aether Lens. Like these two combined, seeing the Aether, the extra blink range as well to get that roar from a really long distance and even blink further distances. That is just an offlaner's dream, you know. You have usually, if you're a bit late for the fight, that helps you closing gaps, but it also allows you to position in a pretty unique way. They will never see you coming because you have that extra distance you can cover with the extra cast range.
What do we make about the inclusion, or the debut rather, of a win for the side of a Treant Protector here, Fear?
Well, I think the Treant, he was there. He kind of cruised through this, but like this is a classic case of Beastmaster, #1 net worth. You're going to lose the game.
Yeah.
This is a first pick Beastmaster. This is super scary if you're Alpha now. These guys just first pick Beast. You tried to counter it with one of the hardest counters in the game. You failed.
Yeah.
Now you're like, okay, do we have to ban this? Or is this just going to be another quick, like, 20-minute game? Because if you can't deal with this hero, we saw it at TI, like 33 playing this Beast. If you're ever #1 net worth on this hero, the game feels impossible.
Yeah.
And if you can't shut it down with Ench, what can you shut it down with?
Yeah. Are the 5 rats the alphas?
Ah, very nice transition on that one.
5 alpha
Unfortunately,
rats?
the 5 Alpha Rats did manage to get themselves the W here in game #1. It's going to be a difficult encounter here for the side of Alpha because yet again they have their backs against the wall going into a game 2 situation. We'll find out whether or not they have what it takes to bounce back, or if 5 Rat 4 staffs will make their debut in a very strong, convincing fashion. We'll find out together in game #2, so don't go anywhere.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the North American DPC. We are continuing on the road to the Lima Major and building up towards the International itself. Game number 1 here is just concluded between the side here of Team Alpha and the debut of 5 Rat 4 Staffs. Looks good so far for the Rats, but it could get worse. It could get worse for them, you know. I've got my bully T-Panda here bullying me. I've got the Dean of Esports here. Gentlemen, what do we want to see differently? We know that we had some questions about the draft, right? The opening very early on with the Ember Spirit, of course, got easily countered very, very early in the draft coming in from 5 Rat 4 Staff. The Drow Ranger didn't feel like she had too much influence. And the last pick, Magnus, 24th pick, Magnus. If it was Collapse, might have been a different story, but the execution required to make this hero work this game did feel a little bit beyond what Alpha was able to pull out.
Yeah, I think something that we kind of discussed on the break there with Fear is a classic mistake even from pub games, where I think one of the detrimental things was the Edge actually leaving the Drow lane when he was going okay, but mid needs help. This is the choice you make. Which lane matters most to us? So you go and help out your mid, and you're still not salvaging that lane, and now Drow is dying. And now you're losing 2 lanes, and it just turns very rapidly into a losing situation. So
10
Let's hope they're
Don't
going to
wanna be in
have that adjustment coming into this next game, and they focus at the very least on ensuring that the side lanes or their win conditions are actually able to play the game of Dota 2. We'll be finding out with the second draft because we have it already at our fingertips at the moment. Beastmaster banned out. They've seen enough. They're like, all right, good job, buddy. No Beastmaster, no Broodmother. So it seems like the same kind of heroes. This feels like a similar mold to what we saw Kasane playing the other day, right? Beast, Broodmother, Lycan, and these sort of like Zooey type of heroes. And, you know, Lycan is still in the pool. Could we see that potentially as an option for 5 Rat?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think like it's a smart thing for Alpha to do to ban it, but at the same time, yeah, it's not
Lina
great
got
to
through.
be in a
That's a
position
first.
where you have to ban a hero like that when it's an overall first pick.
Mm.
But yeah, we're gonna get Alina this time.
yeah, first one.
The first Lina that actually is allowed to be picked because it's been banned with good reason every single
10
game.
seconds
For the most
remaining.
part, though, this hero does not enjoy a 100% win rate just yet. There are solutions to it, so
5 seconds
it'll be interesting to see what 5 Rat 4 staff do.
Question.
Yeah.
Can a broken hero fix a broken situation?
Usually no.
Man, yeah, you're right.
That's
I mean, it
normally
doesn't
just
always.
how you muddy the win rate of that hero.
Yeah.
Well, right now it's at 0% win rate, though, so it might end up staying there if things don't change in a hurry for the side of Alpha. Of course, 5 Rat 4 staff have a decent response here. They get this Tusk hero. This was banned second phase against them in game number 1. And, you know, even though there was already the SF, Alpha was still fearful of how much dynamism this hero can present in the map. And it is a flex pick. Several players on the team do play this, so it can be put mid, it can be put offlane, it can be put support. It doesn't necessarily reveal too much about their draft so
5
far.
seconds remaining.
No, I love this pick a lot against Lina. Lina likes to stay in the back, do a lot of damage, and Tusk does a lot of damage if you get on top of the hero. Lina's low armor as well. So it's also fine in the mid lane too. Like, nobody beats Lina mid, if it is a Lina mid. That hero's rose in popularity as a carry. But if it goes mid, you can just put Tusk mid versa, and sure, you're not going to win the lane, but if you make any rotations past the 6-minute mark, you can just kill the Lina quite easily with that snowball. If it's a support against the Lina carry, same thing. Lina has to be a little bit more careful than usual about positioning.
10 seconds.
Yeah, Tusk is kind of like a mid hero where you look at how much potential does this hero have moving into the side lanes and rotating and helping, looking for kills? Does the hero need to snowball? He already has a snowball in his skill set, but does he literally have to snowball like most of these mid heroes who are super reliant on action runes? We look at heroes like Pango, kind of needs to win those runes. Then we have the Slash Ember Invoker situation. Like, do they really need them or can they pass them out? He just needs 1 or 2 good items. And this Tusk is kind of set for the game, technically. Like, he's going to be providing for the team. Blink Dagger usually is the one to go for. But if you have any extra damage to line on top of it, if you're not the damage dealer, somebody else can be. We've seen the Desolators being built by somebody else if he doesn't need to go for it.
This is game number 6 of the Tusk, and so far enjoying an 80% win rate, so 4-1,
Solid.
which is pretty solid, given that we haven't had that many games just yet. Alpha, I like what they're doing here by grabbing this Mars. I mean, Mars is a hero that we haven't seen yet, I don't think. I think we saw the 1 game of it. But the one thing I do like about this Mars is it gives them team fight. And last game, outside of the Magnus, they pretty much had no team fight. So I would like to see them going more in that direction. But more importantly, it's space, allowing the Lina to sit even further back in the fight without having to be under too much threat.
And even more importantly, it's Monsters Classic. We're going to see a new look from him. He's really good. This is maybe, from when I played with him, this is his best hero by far, right? And like, now he's getting to be active. This Magnus trying to RP in, that's a lot more difficult than just throwing an arena spear here, right? So like, I think this gives them something new. Like, they played 2 Mag games and they played 1 DP game. They didn't really have like that tempo maker offlaner, which I think Monster is incredibly good at. So they're going for a new look here. They got the OP carry. They got your staple offlaner, right? That just buys Blink Dagger, makes stuff happen.
10 seconds remaining.
Pretty straightforward draft here, and I don't want to see something complicated from them. You know, they're already 0-3 here now.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
play something very simple, something comfort, and hopefully you can squeeze a win off of that.
Also, what I really like about the Mars pick, or even if it was a ban or a pick on the side for Alpha, is not actually letting it through for 5 Red 4 stuff, because what is the main strength of Lina? Her attack speed and her right clicks. So that arena takes that away for 5, 6, 7 seconds. You are not able to do any damage with this Lina, just with your spells, technically. But it really comes from those right clicks. So having that Mars on your team not only protects you from range projectiles, you don't have the chance for 5 Rat to kind of block pick this against the Lina, because that's also something you have to consider.
Going into the second phase now, Ember Spirit taken away by the side of 5 Red 4 Staff, so they're trying to deny them some tempo from the mid lane as well. And it would be a very scary combination, this Ember Mars. Whenever I have seen it, it does look pretty strong. Interestingly enough though, gentlemen, Mirana kind of ignored in the previous game. Rubik, of course, made it all the way through into the second phase, so not surprised to see 5 Red 4 Staff grab it. So they nab this Rubik away. They have access to some additional mobility themselves. Decent-ish spells to steal so far, nothing incredible, but just this hero in general just feels so good. And they have some amazing repositioning tools available in their squad now as well.
Not just that, but also great burst damage if they want to kill this Lina early. Like, you already have the Snowball Shard combo coming out, which is a nice amount of damage. Lina doesn't exactly have the highest HP pool. Then you have the Rubik Fate Bolt. So Rubik can easily move into mid to help out. You can even pull in the Treant Protector in as well. Like, that 1 point in Leech Seed allows you to fight back because you get regen and you do damage. But Rubik and Tusk alone, they can really make Lina's lane hard.
I love this Phoenix pick. We haven't seen as much of this hero as I would like, but in general, we're talking about the squishiness of this Lina hero. A little bit of time gets bought either through Sunray or you just position around her. With the Supernova, you already have a combination of Phoenix Mars as well. It's a classic that we see, especially in Southeast Asia. So, team fight. That's what I want from Alpha. Team fight, team fight, team fight. It felt like in game one, they just got into a point where they couldn't do anything. Now, no matter what, at every phase of the game, there's some options for you to try and make something happen on the map.
They were kind of reliant in game one on just one player. I think now that you have several, you have like on the side of a primary initiator, you have a secondary, maybe even a tertiary initiator, which allows you to take fights in so many different like approaches, different angles, different choke points. And it also matters with like the timing. You go like when you look for a pickoff or see an opening, it could be any of those heroes who starts the fight. The other one can follow up with the TP rotation moving in.
Yeah, I think their draft is like I saw a lot of holes in the last draft. This one just, so far, you got with the bare necessities here, right? You got your team fight, you got a support with a heal, you got a physical damage dealer. I think I was thinking 5 Rat 4 Staff could be looking at a Spectre against the Mars and the Lina. We did see it quite a bit, but I'm not sure if they want to pick it into the Phoenix here. It's very interesting, but like when you play against, I think it's still a good choice, and they might go for it as well. There's not a lot of heroes you can pick outside of maybe Lifestealer and Juggernaut, but Juggernaut's kind of a dead hero at this point. Yeah. It's like going to kill this egg might not be their approach. Well, I'm very interested. It looks like that will be their approach. So I say we'll pick the Ursa. It's a hero that does get on top of Lina. You have to keep in mind, Lina is a hero that has incredibly low armor. She's like a siege engine, right? Or a sniper, I guess. Basically another sniper. Just sitting back there doing the damage. If you get on top of her with an Ursa, she will die very quickly. This gives you an option to potentially kill the egg. You don't see it too often, but in the right scenario, it makes it so the Phoenix at least can't just aggressively use the egg.
Yeah. I'm interested about this Ogre Magi pick, though. It's the first one so far that we've had within the North American DPC. Not a hero that we see in general all that much. And I suppose you do have... I'm kind of confused about this because, you know, traditionally whenever you see this Ogre hero come up, it would be there for giving the Bloodlust, right? Additional attack speed. Lina doesn't necessarily have problems with attack speed, so what's the rationale, do you think?
The lane.
Oh, the lane, yeah, protection.
Lina plus Ogre, easy lane. You just stun on stun. That's a very difficult lane to go against. Lina by herself is an extremely strong laner. At Ogre, probably one of the other strongest laners is a POS 5. Put them together. I think on 5 Rat 4 Staff, you're not really looking to play that lane. I think they're going to probably go for some lane pool shenanigans and just like, you don't want to get caught by that combination because I think it's going to be very deadly.
Yeah, it's like a substitute Clockwork in a sense. Like Clockwork was already banned in the first phase by 5 Red 4 Staff, but I would like Clock Lina as a duo in the lane. But I guess Ogre's like a versatile substitute for it. But first, I was like, it feels like a weird pick because like with all the Bloodlust already buffing up the Lina, you don't really have anyone else who benefits a lot from that attack speed. But you have a slow, you have a stun, like you said, stun for stun. The lane is already really good, so. That's like the main addition here. It's not like thinking further about teamfight and stuff. It's literally just about the laning stage.
Yeah, you could also, if you play Ogre a little differently, you can just play around your nukes. Like maybe get a Veil, knock at the Bloodlust, max your 2 nukes. This hero does a lot of damage, actually. So you could just maybe play him a bit differently, not play around the attack speed. But Lina usually doesn't need more attack speed, but she's not quite capped yet either. You can just throw it on her and she'll even attack even faster. Why not?
Yay, Turret Lina, let's go. We'll get back to the old days here. All right, boys, how are we ending out this draft right now? I see Doom and Magnus being banned out, so 5 Red 4 Staff still do need a hero for speed to play in the off lane, unless he's going to be playing the Tusk, and they put something else middle. And for Alpha, we definitely need a hero that's going to occupy this mid lane role right now. I was thinking Tiny, but then 5 Red 4 Staff already removed that from the pool. They're like, nah, we're not going to give you the double catch of having Tiny and Mars in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the possibility to put in Lina mid if they really want to on Alpha. They are banning offlaners, which I don't think are particularly that strong against the Lina. So maybe they're banning to pick a carry here. I'd be a bit surprised with the Ogre to not put Lina carry, but yeah, if they do go that route, they have free choices for their mid laner, but the problem is they can't really counter pick anything as they don't see anything, right? Last pick is 5 rat 4 staffs, so let's see if they put this Lina on the carry position or mid. Generally speaking, blind pick Lina mid is very stable. It's very hard to counter if they want to go that route. Otherwise, they're just going to probably
10 seconds
pick a
remaining.
Space Maker because I don't see any other reason to pick something else at the moment.
Something like
seconds remaining.
Pango Pudge Kunkka is kind of Axel I'm looking at for kind of both of these teams. What
Radiant
Alpha
team
doesn't necessarily want is a second
Puck.
range hero, but Puck isn't just your right-clicker range hero. He's got a very good skill set with holding people on place, disruptive, snowbally hero. He's a little bit of a glass cannon type as well. So if they really want to come out strong at the laning stage, it's either a semi-snowballer that doesn't have to like straight up win your lane to have a good game. Puck's still very capable in the first 20 minutes and can almost carry the game solo. But then someone has to take it on from there, and that's usually where the Lina kicks in. So it's a solid pick.
Yeah, I mean, it can work, but I'm really afraid that Puck has to do a lot
A lot
this
of work.
game. Because, like, if you think of Puck and you think of Mars, they're basically similar heroes. You just
a lot
make
of
them
overlap.
stand there, so you can damage can come in. And Ogre can do it with the nukes, maybe. Phoenix can do it. Lina is your carry. She's going to be farming most of the time. So I think they might have damage problems in the mid game as Lina's farming, unless Puck can do the damage all by itself, right?
I'm hoping that the Puck will be able to do that because I definitely want a game number 3. But now, to round out the draft, this Legion Commander emerging for speed here. Seems like a decent enough LC game. You're talking about how powerful this lane combination can be, so always nice to have some degree of sustain for yourself. You don't have to bother the rest of the team and say, guys, come help, I'm dying. So LC... I also like the duel, I suppose, if you can ever reach the Lina. They don't have necessarily a save on the side of Alpha. Sure, they have access to the Sunray, but it's not like a hard save to completely stop the initiation. Do we like it, though, Panda, this last pick for speed? Will he be able to succeed on this hero?
I'm just looking at when's the last time he's played this hero, because I couldn't see it in his recently played heroes, and for good reason. What I can find is he's played this hero the last time in 2017 in a Face It League.
What?
He's got Shadowblade, Force Staff, Blink, Armlet, Blade Mail. So at least some of that adds up. Yeah, I mean, let's not get too tangled on that. LC seems like an alright hero. You've got the lockdown for the Lina. You have another primary initiator, something to fall back on. But it's going to be like who initiates first and who gets the best out of those engagements. Because you have a lot of primary and secondary initiators that we kind of touched upon already. Laning stage-wise, pretty solid one. But LC can be, it looks great in the lane, and then it just has nothing to work on.
Doesn't have actually influence in the game. Fia, one word, who's winning?
Who's winning? 5 rat 4 staff.
All right, the Dean of Esports himself has dropped the word, has let us know exactly who he thinks is going to be successful with their draft here. Let us find out if that's actually going to be the case, as we have MLP and John X Fire on the mic. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Prince Snare. It is indeed MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, game 1 was pretty rough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It was a very, very one-sided affair. Do you think this draft is going to allow Alpha to force us to a game number 3?
I mean, it's a lot more team fight, right? You've got a lot of combinations with the arena, but you're playing against Rubik with all that team fight, and that's just such a great foil coming out from 5 rat 4 staff. Not just that, the last pick LC I think is really genius. Just having that purge to break off that team fight, having to save for the Dream Coil, save for all of that stun, it's really disruptive. And we've seen LC used in that capacity more so than anything else before. So I think that's the mindset 5 rat 4 staff is coming in with.
And we heard T-Panda carrying on about Speed hasn't played LC since Face It League or something. It's Speed Dota, Jonathan. I mean, this guy makes guides for a living. He knows what he's doing.
He does. I mean, he's probably done Midas LC at some point, you know? So he knows what works and what doesn't, and he knows that Midas LC shouldn't work.
I believe we do have a short video with the devil himself, Speed, so let's go have a look and see what he had to say.
Yeah, so when it comes to the starting of the match, we're particularly good at feeding First Blood. We like to make sure we're at a really big disadvantage before the game starts.
What did he actually just say there? Something
He
about
said they
First-
feed First Blood, so they set themselves up with a disadvantage. They're really good at that, apparently. I don't know, maybe, they got first blood in the last game. They didn't give it away, so
That wasn't in the guides, though.
that's not in the guides. Maybe he should put that in, feed first blood for a tactical mindset advantage. Make your opponents think they're going to win, then crush them. Defeat is much more sweet when they think they're winning.
I'll tell you what, John, that's what we've been doing a lot of recently in our pub games. I don't know if it's for the right reasons, but we've been doing it. Very, very good. Thank you for that, Speed. We'll move into it, though. Game number 2, Alpha versus 5-Rat-4 stuff. Again, game 1, very rough affair. Game 2, fresh slate. I'd say the draft does look very strong from Alpha. I agree with your point. The Rubik does have a hell of a lot of good spells to steal in this game, and it's probably going to be a very good game for him. But I'd argue that the drafts do look a bit more well-rounded, a bit more even going into this game, too.
Yeah, it gives a lot more play for Alpha. Again, this movement into much more team fight orientation between their off and mid lane, I think it's a big factor for Alpha, as the panel pointed out. They didn't have much play outside of Magnus last time around. There's a lot more play here. You are seeing the double stunts up top, though.
And it's a very painful affair here. Tiger and Rise is really getting at it against Speed. He just fine for now. Of course, that level 1 mark is, rather weak for the LC, but so you do get a few levels up in that moment of courage. You can kind of just, remain in the lane, sustain yourself off those creeps. Of course, have a look at the other lanes as well. Mid lane, you're going to have Salt against Kits once again. We'll see that mid-Tusk coming out that was made so famous by 9 from Tundra. And of course, before 9, it was really just Hobson who was running that mid-Tusk. Very, very effective. And of course, we do have our odds as well from esportsbets.io. 1.48 to 2.56. Again, 5-Rat-4 staff, the favorites. They made game 1 look way, way easy. I hope it's a bit closer of an affair, because the odds are rather close.
Yeah, and the odds aren't too far apart. And historically, 5-Rat-4 staff, at least recently, have had a good run against Alpha, but I feel like this draft improves a lot. Again, this option for team fight, these saves they have on hand to enable Rises to do what he needs to do in the middle of these team fights, it's going to be massive. I think the one question in my mind is, how early will Alpha try to play around this team fight potential? How early will they prioritize trying to run in with Dream Coil Spear back or just Arena Egg once the levels are up? They need to kind of get that aggression out, because it's the same story if you allow DNM to farm here.
Absolutely. Speaking of DNM, having a pretty good game so far, getting very aggressive here against Wish and Monster down at that bot lane. So with the train, it's kind of hard to not feel confident, right? Like, there's very little chance they find a kill on the Ursa, especially with that leech seed available. And if you do try to make the jump in onto DNM, they could turn very easily. Like, the amount of damage they have between these two heroes it's pretty insane.
Now, there's a lot of output, and it's not the easiest time for Wish to kind of be effective. I mean, if they land a good spear, you can start to get things going. The tree line has been cut in a lot of good angles, so Albino Zebra, even without having that option from Nature's Guise, is still going to have a pretty decent time, not under any kill threat coming out from Monster. I think the real lane to worry about for Alpha is Rise's lane as well. Like, just having the farm that lane is going to be really key to that early timing for the right clicks to come online. Is kind of pivotal, because that's where a lot of your momentum will come in. Although, again, it's mainly on team fights for the mid-game, but you want your lane to kind of play while she's strong, when she has at least a couple of items ready.
A lot of aggression up at this top lane. Tiger really trying to give it over to this Rubik. Speed will kind of save the day with the press the attack. You see how much damage Rises takes as well from Speed? Like, I think Fear was commenting on the fact that it is basically a sniper, right? This Lena hero, very low armor, and look at this, Speed, massive, massive nuke. It just chases down the Ogre of Tiger. That overwhelming odds, you can't underestimate how much damage it deals, and it looks like Speed's going for the max level build of that of the overwhelming odds this game.
Yeah, it's just really good at handling that Lena. You can stand back, get some good harassment damage onto her, and still farm. So Speed's just getting the right things done here. It's still a decent lane for Rises, but it's not exactly free farm, and Speed is keeping up well. I think you expect a little bit more aggression with that double stun, as Fear pointed out, and they have tried a couple of times. Stominen has just been really good in disrupting that. He comes in, Fade Bolt, right-click damage of Rises just drops, and suddenly you can't just Fiery Soul someone down. So it really takes away a lot from this combination from Alpha, just having that Rubik of Stominen around with that Fade Bolt.
Certainly so. You do like saying that name, don't you, John?
It's a good name. I always loved his name. It's like, oh, that's such a sweet name. Yeah.
I struggle to say it. It's an interesting one, Stominen. Spelled very interestingly as well, I might add. Tiger is going to move forward. They'll try to aim down the Rubik. Rise is trying to get close for a Light Strike array, but can't quite get there. And Well, Tiger's got another Fire Blast very soon, but you are giving up a lot of time for this. And no stun. He's run out of mana.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh, Tiger?
Oh, now Tiger's in trouble. He hasn't got a Fade Bolt. He's all right.
He's gonna have it soon.
5 seconds. Dominant, how far do you want to go? He's
Oh,
dropped
boy.
the ward. He wants
Come on.
it. Oh, he's out of vision. He's out of vision. Dominant almost making a very, very nice play. I mean, it is still a great play, though, at the end of the day. Like, you drag Rises out of the lane like that. He would have missed quite a few creeps there, and that's just not great news.
That solo EXP for speed allows him to ramp up into that 5 and 6. And Rises is still here without mana.
Yeah, he is. He might be in big trouble because you've got the lift available here from Stominan. Speed, he'll say thank you very much. Rises, I mean, he's going to try to run. Light Striker Ray does land, but Speed's got so much movement speed, and now with the nuke, not quite enough. The raindrops are there, but it's not going to matter. Oh, boy. Well, this is turning into a disastrous lane already up at top lane. I mean, it's a strong duo of Ogolina, but they have not managed to make it work, and at this rate, with the level Speed's got, he's already level 5. That's very problematic.
Yeah, they're going to be able to play off the early duels, and you have some pretty nice targets to go for if you can isolate them. Heck, even jumping Ogre Magi at, say, level 4 or 5, still pretty manageable for Speed, as long as Dominant's around to help him. I think the other issues for Alpha is that, again, that early teamfight timing we were talking about, it feels like it's got to come online. Sol's had a pretty good lane up against Kits. You know, he's slightly ahead. He's been managing a lot better in this game. And I think that's where you have to look. When does Sol want to turn out? When does he kind of want to play with that first Dream Coil? Who are they going to try to pin down? I think a rotation down bot is still probably your best bet. Dream Coil break with Spear. And you can just sort of focus down on DNM or even Albino Zebra. Although, speaking of...
Yep. Jump in. DNM not going to be able to get too much damage off. It does force the Icarus dive out from Wish. Meanwhile, Kits rotating up towards the top lane now. Let's have the snowball to initiate. Speed a few creeps away from the jewel. He'd really like it right now. He's trying to farm it up in time, and now he's got it. He's hit level 6. He's gonna get the bonus damage. Perfect timing. Speed's the same level as Kits, basically. Kits just leveled up to level 7 off the back of that kill. But that just goes to show you how badly this top lane's gone. As now Stominan, he's found Rises who stuck around. 3 heroes team being top. I don't know about this. Oh, I don't know about this, Rises. He's gone. Sol's rotated. He's got Dream Coil, but there's no backup.
No, this is not the lane you want to be in for that coil. Yeah, the ideal is probably your combination with Monster, but someone had to respond. The awkward thing about that fight, Mike, is they had some slight vision there.
Oh.
They saw the Tusk come in. They have the Sentry Knobs, and they still played a little bit more for it. They're right by the tower. You feel safe, but not safe enough.
No, certainly not. Very rough start here for Alpha. Kits, he's going to move in onto Tiger. Power Rune is going to spawn up. It's a double damage as well. Happy days. He'll just back off with it. He won't pop it. No need to rush for an Ogre kill. Rather save that later on down the line. Maybe find that laner again. Maybe even the puck. I suppose the only saving grace right now for the side of Alpha is the fact that Monster's having a pretty nice lane down at bot lane. So Yamaza's having a very good time, and well, to be absolutely fair, so is the puck, at least in terms of farm. In terms of impact, though, neither hero's had too much so far. Top lane, however, Speed, he'll go for a bit of a run. Press the attack, purges off the Ignite. They'll still try to slow him down with the Icarus dive, but they can't lock him down. They could not get in range for the Fire Blast, and the Speed, he's just having his way up at this top lane.
And look at this smoke coming out from 5-Rat 4-Step immediately as well.
I mean, why not? Kits, he knows.
Rises.
Snowball,
No.
yeah, they found the big one. Rises, he cops the double damage Walrus Punch. Speed's still got the duel up. He'll commit it onto Tiger. I don't think they'll have the damage to secure the kill on with this duel, but it won't really matter too much. Though Sol, he does move in. He wants to try and trade something here, and he might just find the LC. Speed, he does drop a Kits, is still going. In comes Monster. With the arena down, they do trade nicely. 2 core kills. Exactly what Alpha needed. It does cost them a 5-hero rotation up at this top lane, but they needed to get something done.
You're pretty happy if you're Alpha. Like, these 2 heroes on the puck and the Mars really need to get that team fight going. And that does work out. Your Lina can just flash farm back into the game. They switch Rices down bot to farm. You're not quite safe though, Wish.
Oh, speed. No duel available yet. Is he gonna wait? He looked like he was about to. Solomon, and he's not having any of it.
Yeah, just worried about that Icarus dive. It's like, nah, just get the kill. I mean, he's been building up. He's been finding a lot for his skills in Rubik as well.
Here we go, Albino Zebra now getting caught out mid lane. So another nice pick off here for the side of Alpha, I believe. Will drop. Dominant is going to rotate along with Kits, but they won't have enough to really try and force the attack onto Sol. So 6-4 now, very slight net worth lead to the way of 5-rat 4 staff. Happy days again for the Radiant so far. Alpha, definitely not too far behind yet. Again, Sol's had a good game in terms of farm, so has Monster. It's all about impact now and see how they can make it work. They've got to buy so much time for Rise's Lina, who's fallen very far behind in net worth.
I mean, it's a lot safer to lane up against DNM. There's no direct threat from the Ursa until maybe you get a rotation out from your Tusk at this point with a snowball, but beyond that, you're pretty safe farming. Issue is, you also don't stop DNM from farming. His Battle of Fury is almost going to be done. His farming pace kicks up. His output in the middle of these clumped up fights just skyrockets off the back of that. And again, it's just another worry point for the side of Alpha. The moment they have their Dream Coil and their Arena ready, along with Egg, I feel like you just smoke and look for something. You force something out, but look at the vision from 5-rat 4 staff. Just a lot of good defensive wards watching the Riverside, and it just makes it tough for Alpha to get any sort of movement down to try to find these pickoffs.
Bot lane might be where all the action breaks out now. I mean, you've got 3 coming down here from Alpha. And maybe work on towards that tier 1 tower. They could try to make the move onto DNM, but it's got the in-range available, so it's not going to be too easy. Meanwhile, top lane, Monster may get caught out. Kits is there. They've got the lift up. He's way too far forward, and that's going to be an easy duel. No problems here for the side of 5-rat. They'll find something for their trouble. And that top tier 1 tower probably going to get focused down now. In comparison, down a bot lane, the tier 1 tower has not been touched, and DNM is still freely farming. They have not tried to make the jump in.
Yeah, they just can't. You don't have that same initiation coming out from Alpha unless Soul is around or until a monster has a blink. So you just don't have that gap close that 5-rat has with the snowball coming through, with the lift up from Stominen, and it just makes it really awkward. You run up to an Ursa, you can just kind of pounce away.
Here we go. They're going to see him. Can they deal with him, though? It's 2 supports here against the Ursa. Wish is obviously going to Icarus dive right back to where he was. And DNM just doesn't seem bothered. Right back to farming. Very close to the Battle Fury timing now.
Yeah, just runs away, wastes some time.
Bot tier 1 tower going down. Of course, there's our betting partners, esportsbet.io. I already brought up the odds earlier on, Jonathan. Of course, it was 5-rat that were the favorites going into this matchup. Very close odds between these two, but, you know.
Yeah, it's close, but I feel like Alpha just has to work a little bit harder to really close up those odds right now. It still feels like 5-rat 4 staff are working this map a lot better. They work their lanes really damn well. And I think that's just the one difference. 5-rat 4 staff knows their power spikes. They group up around it. They've been playing off speed. They've been playing off kits really well. Whereas for Alpha, I mean, you've seen 1 Arena, 1 Dream Coil, no Egg yet. And these are the big spells that set up your game here. That's your tempo setting. That's your win, not really win condition, but more like your snowball condition. To use these spells, to get these big team fights, and they're just not able to clump up around it. And maybe this blink out from Monster fixes that issue, but it feels like by then you're going to have a couple of answers out from 5-rat 4 staff.
That you will. Top of the net worth board right now, DNM, followed by Speed. Speed opting to go for the Blade Mail first. Has got enough gold just barely to get the blink. I think very, very close now, just a few hundred gold away. Alpha, they're going to try and pressure the mid-tier 1 tower. Albino Zebra will chip away at him. Soul's there with a double damage. Egg dropped very, very early on. They're going to focus down that egg immediately. Arena is down, but the speed is not landed with the Tusk still Widge. He does get the egg off, but where's the follow-up to it? It doesn't seem like they have it right now. Kids will keep moving in. Soul will back off, but they find nothing. I mean, it's a rushed egg. That's a very rushed egg. You pop all your spells, you pop the egg, and then what?
just didn't quite line up. I mean, I was just mentioning they needed to team fight. They did use all their spells, but probably not in the right heroes or just not in the right order. They just couldn't get the burst damage off, and it's starting to feel like maybe you need Rises around, but Rises?
Oh no! Not Rises. Is that speed coming in? No, it's going to be Albino Zebra. It won't matter. Rises is still in massive trouble. He tries to fight back, but he's gone.
He gave away the Laguna as well.
Well, you got to try, I suppose. It's a low cooldown. Stominant at least does end up dying.
Yeah, at the least, you take the Rubik out immediately. Would have been hilarious if the rest of the team came up, because that would have been a burst kill onto Soul.
Hits. Well, that's a big pick-off if they can find it. They will not. He will be able to run away, so they're fine with that. 1 for 1. Of course, you don't want to lose that Pos 1 leaner, but it does happen. Instead, Alpha, they're going to try and focus down that bottom tier 1 tower, and, well, to be fair, at this stage, they should be able to find it. Nobody's going to be there to defend. It's like 5 Rat will let it go down. Just a cheeky glyph before they do, naturally.
Gives time for the Roshan here for DNM with that Battle Fury up. And it's just going to go for free. That's one thing. When you know all your enemies are pushing bot, you've got the all clear for Roche, no vision to even defend that area. And DNM, 16-minute Aegis is kind of expect from an Ursa. He's just kind of set to go. Like, you have everything you need here on 5 Rat 4 staff. Alpha, again, they still have this really good team fight. It's just down to execution here, Mike.
Alpha, they're going to try. They've got the arena, they've got the egg combination. They've got to line it up perfectly. And yeah, they were spotted with that smoke. Broken already. This is very rushed. Monte's jumped in. He's missed the spear. Oh no. Alpha, they are surrounded. Monster, well, he's going to find Stominant, but that's not going to be good enough. Soul, he'll orb away. Kids, he's got a haste rune.
Speed.
And Speed gets in.
Oh man, his target priority in that fight, Mike. Going for the Phoenix in the back as the arena came out. I mean, he just knew what was going to happen. They had a vision, they jump in, and they remove the egg from the equation. You had Dream Coil, you had Arena, no egg, it just falls flat. You need that damage. You need that area denial from the egg. And Alpha, I appreciate now they're trying, and it just feels like at this point, it's just back to that moment where you've got answers on 5 Rat 4 staff.
I mean, look, you're looking at the replay right now. One of the comments I like to make here, John, and I'm not trying to be too critical, but Monster's got to land these spears in the arena, right? Like, the last 2 arenas we've seen, the spear's not landed on anyone. That's problematic.
Yeah, it's rough. To be fair, in the first arena, he speared, I believe it was DNM outside the arena. You know,
yeah,
that weird
you
bug,
get
but
my point, John.
It's not amazing.
Yeah.
It's rough. I don't fault Monster. I think it's just really 5 Rat 4 staff playing on point. Like, their reaction time is near instantaneous. They know which heroes to target. They know how to position themselves to make it really awkward to force these team fights, which is where Alpha should be shining. And they've just got control. I mean, you've got the blink up on DNM, so he can jump the backline and deal with Rises if need be. And for Alpha, I mean, you're still farming up here on Rises. He's working onto that BKB. The lean is going to feel a lot better once that is up. And they do have all their spells up, so they're going to try to smoke again.
They've got to try something. I mean, this game's getting out of control, Alpha. They've got to be able to land these combinations. See if they can get it this time around. You pointed it out last team fight, but Speed was very good with his duel onto the Phoenix. DNM is showing, but look at them. They're all in the tree line towards the north. They're not showing anybody. DNM's the only one on the map right now. It could be massive bait. DNM, he'll just jump in by himself. Who are they going to commit on? There's Speed. He'll make the jump in, but he's not got the Phoenix. Now the arena with the spear is out. Maybe they can take them down, and they do. Speed is gone, but so is Witch, and so is Tiger. There's your Overgrowth as well. They'll find a puck for their trouble. Spear. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, Stominant. That is perfect.
I mean, this guy has just been on point. Stominant's been a beast in game 1 with the Sky, insane with his Rubik here. And Alpha, you mentioned they need to try something. It's just tough when you're this far behind. I don't know what to say. Like, the initiation is looking all right, but the damage just isn't there to follow through. The egg was protected this time, but the Ursa was allowed to hit it. It's just not lining up the way it should be. And if it doesn't line up perfectly with this kind of lineup Alpha has, 5 Rat 4 staff will just punish. You've got the Desolator up on Kits. Everyone just melts now.
Absolutely. Bot lane makes more jumps. Well, they got Stomin this time. So at least they do find a Rubik for their trouble here, Alpha. But they're probably going to lose another support for their trouble as well. Tiger. He'll be the sacrificial lamb here. Jewel as well. Got to get that damage.
Now, get the damage out, and Kits does get the kill in the end, so he gets the gold as well. And his Desolator charge. It's a little bit more damage coming out there. Alpha, 15 to 8. It's really not too bad. Their high ground defense can be really good. They've got really good ways of playing around with this team fight potential. As long as Rises kind of hits this point where the lane is just really hard to reach, say maybe a Dragonlance, Hurricane Pike coming out, I think you're still comfy on Alpha. It's not an easy game, but it's not a dead game. You know, there's still an opportunity. It's just that with the way 5 Rat 4 staff is playing, it's not an easy opportunity to find, Mike.
No, it's not. I mean, you got to give credit to 5 Rat. They're doing a fantastic job here in Alpha. They're trying their absolute best to make something work, but all their plans just continue to be foiled here by 5 Rat, and well, we'll see what else they can get done here, Alpha. They're grouped up once again, maybe forcing another smoke here, and they will. And towards that western side of the map. They know where the side of 5 Rat are, or at least DNM is. They'll head over. You're looking for that perfect initiation here from Monster.
Oh no, the timing.
Albino, he does break the smoke. Very nice positioning from our Trine, and they just can't deal with him. In goes DNM once again. He's just so confident, but maybe this time he could have gone too fast with the press the attack. It's going to save the day. A nice arena locks them down. DNM though, he'll man up. He'll try to fight.
What?
He'll find one. He might find another, but no. He does drop. Rise is finally getting some revenge. Finally punishing the side of 5 Rat. They'll just keep going. Speed. Hold on a minute, Speed. Can he man up here? He's going to try. Meanwhile, towards the south, they found Kits. It's another great target here for the side of Alpha. In fact, make that 4. Speed is the only survivor. Alpha finally finding a team fight that goes their way.
It looked rough. The timing of that was just really awkward. Obs was dropped by Albino Zebra right as the smoke broke. Speed is still here. Duel?
Speed.
No?
He's got the jewel. He's waiting for him to get out of the fog. He'll see him eventually, but he won't go for it.
He must have thought that the rest of the team is still kind of around. Plays it safe, doesn't want to feed away duel wins. But Alpha, again, they do have that power to take these fights. As long as the initiation lines up, as long as they isolate the right heroes, they managed to find DNM without him having a BKB yet. Sure, he was saved by one press the attack. There's still a lot more stuns that can come out. There's still a lot of damage that comes through. And 5 Rat 4 staff kind of overplayed her hand. They didn't quite have Kits around to be that disruptive early on in that fight. And that's what Alpha needs to do. Just keep trying to get these angles out, catch out, isolate DNM, kite him around, as he is still susceptible to that until the BKB's up. And just leverage this really big damage coming out from Rises now.
5-man smoke. 5 Rat, they want to try and get revenge after that last engagement. Net worth down to 2k advantage their way. Massive strides being made by Alpha. Let's hope they can keep that distance that they just made. Alpha going to move on to the high ground. It seems like they've got a good idea that the smoke is happening right now. Especially considering that bot lane has been forced in so deep and nobody's there to defend. I say that Alpha, they are grouping up. Oh, Speed does reveal himself there for a moment. Alpha going to move on to the high ground very confidently, and it seems like 5 Rat are the ones that want to back off now. And they will. No fight to break out yet. So both sides are still kind of waiting around, seeing who engages first. But neither one finds the target they really want to make the jump on. That'll be it. Now a counter smoke, Alpha. 4-man smoke up behind Rises.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to try and pressure that mid-tier 1 tower. And force the defense out from 5 Rat, and well, there's the glyph out. Are they going to rotate and fight though? They know that everyone's smoked behind Rises right now, and it seems like they're thinking about just letting this tier 1 mid tower go down. In come the rotations. Stomin is around. Tier 1 tower is dropping very, very low, but they aren't going to defend. Rises takes it for free. Instead, They will push out the
Oh,
top
Speed.
C2 tower, and Speed. Oh, Speed! Gets caught underneath that observer ward and just drops all by himself. Suddenly Alpha, once again, finding more punishment.
Yeah, I mean, no one expects that forward of a ward while the tier 1 stands. Really great vision coming out from Alpha. And they managed to get some really big punishment. It felt like the smoke might have been a bit wasted, but getting that vision out, finding that big kill, does open up a lot of possibilities. Mind you, losing a tier 2 top isn't the best thing in the world either. So you've always got this one lane to kind of worry about being shoved in. But you are climbing back into the game. They did have to use all their big teamfight spells. So there is an opportunity here for 5rat, and knowing that the team fight's down, back to Roach for DNM.
Absolutely. It'll be the shards up as well this time around, so DNM probably takes that for himself. Hasn't got one quite available yet. There it is. Shards, Aegis all up on the Ursa. Still a 3k advantage sitting their way, and DNM is pretty much holding that whole advantage on his hero. So they can get done. He's got the blink, he's got the basher.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
We're
attack.
trying to force out that bot lane. Get some heroes to show on the map. Force a defense here. It's like top lane Wish may have been spotted out on that Phoenix, but doesn't seem like they're going to be able to find him in that tree line.
You do have multiple BKBs up now. At least Speed has his. And you've also got DNM with his. So you're a lot more protected in these team fights. I think just taking away the threat of Arena and Dream Coil allows you to focus in on the egg without worrying about fire spirits. You can do a lot more now on 5-rat 4 staff to counteract that team fight. So it's down to Alpha to, again, work these angles, try to catch them out before the BKBs can fly on. I think that pressure is really on Monster to nail that Arena Spear and just ensure that at least one of these heroes will be pinned down.
Rises, be careful, sir. It's not safe. 5-rat, they're moving in. DNM, he's going to try and force a bait. Oh, there it is. They make the jump in. No hesitation. Easy kill onto that Lina. And again, they pointed this out on the panel. I believe it was Spear in particular. In fact, hold that thought, because they even found Tiger. But they did say, if you can make the jump in on the Lina, if you close the gap, it's basically just like a sniper. She's not very tanky.
Dire's middle tower.
And in a way, arguably, she can be a bit worse. She doesn't have any mobility on hand outside of the move speed she gets from Fiery Soul. At least Sniper has a concussive grenade. You know, so there is that. Big kill to find on 5-rat. Again, just having all of these options to jump in, the Blink Snowball, the Blink Punch, the Blink Duel,
Radiant's
makes it
bottom
really
tower
easy
is under attack.
to deal with that Lina despite having that BKB. And, you know, DNM can just focus on his own thing. Going for the Satanic next. 2 tier 2 towers down for Alpha. Some really good forward wards here from 5-rat 4 staff. And for Alpha, I mean, Rises is already pretty damn big. Once the Shadow Blade is up, I guess you feel a little bit better. Maybe the Silver Edge helps out the cause as well. That could be the turning point. It does feel like you need protection from these single target spells. You need a way to just dispel it off. Maybe a Linken's here wouldn't be too bad.
Here we go. 4-man smoke, DNM. He's right around the corner. He does have Aegis. They're going to wrap around instead. DNM shows top lane now. Instead, towards the south. Who are they jumping on? They'll spot out DNM, and there we go. They'll make the jump in onto the Ursa, but he's got the enrage off in time. Keep in mind, he does have 2 lives available, so it's not going to be too easy of a fight. And now Speed, he makes the jump in. He found the Lina. Rises is gone immediately. Still, the egg does pop, but do you have the follow-up damage? It doesn't feel like it. DNM's getting right to work. Monster trapped in the ice shards. He'll rush right around, but it's not going to matter. He'll get bashed up by DNM. Another successful team fight to go their way. It's that Lina. You get jeweled up. She's a glass cannon.
She has to stand so close in these fights as well. It just doesn't feel like she's able to stand as far back as you'd want to. Like, she's right in the middle of that pack. She was right next to the egg when it went off. You really want to be further back, but without something like the Shadow Blade, without your Dragonlance Hurricane Pike, which isn't usually a highest priority on the Lina, it's tough. It's tough when you don't have any of those tools to get out, and really no one can save you. You don't really have 4 stabs on your team either right now to kind of get that done. And you're just such a jumpable target. Like, as you mentioned, the egg goes off, but does it really matter when it's a fresh BKB that pops on DNM And he still has spell immunity after that stun? Not really.
Oh, they're going to try and at least pick off a Rubik here, but DNM jumps in. Oh, boy. Yeah, you know, generally speaking, you don't want to trade your mid laner for a support like that. And, well, sadly, it does happen. And now, well, mid lane, guess who they've got, John? It's going to be Rises. Kids at least does drop, so they do trade something. But DNM, he is angry.
Boy.
He'll just jump right into tier 3 tower. He could not give a crap.
No.
He doesn't care.
A half a minute in that Aegis just wants to get that used. He's going to have his Satanic up really soon as well. Another form of Dispel on top of that Dispel from the Earthshock, from the Enrage. It's really annoying to kind of deal with DNM now once that Satanic's up. And for Alpha, maybe it just goes back to high ground defense, you know? Just play around your team fights on. It keeps pointing out how much damage that Sunray does. That Sunray is just so damn strong, percent-based damage. So much, like 1.4 KPs.
It's a lot of damage. Hasn't made the difference, but it's a lot of damage, that's for sure.
But yeah, it does feel like for Alpha, your best bet now is sort of high ground defense fights. You don't have control outside the map. Maybe you can get a good smoke angle out and punish 5-Rat 4-Staff once more. It's just a lot harder to do that. So we'll see what the play is. 5-Rat, Aegis is gone. Satanic's fully up on DNM. They've got the whole map under their control. They have a million sentries all over the place just to watch for obs. The one obs Alpha has outside their base is less than useful right now. Hanging around that medium camp down bot, not giving them as much info as they'd want. Shadowblade up on speed now as well. Way easy to jump the backline and wish.
Gonna get caught, speed.
Oh.
Hey, whoopsie. Come right back to me. And they get the win as well, just in the nick of time. 188 is the dual damage so far for speed, is what I meant to say. Keep in mind, he's got the Shadowblade as well, so it's quite easy for him to just maneuver and find the target he wants now throughout these engagements. It's just very challenging to try and avoid the duel when speed does want you to fight.
Oh yeah, that was his Shadowblade reveal in that movement as well. Smoke out now from 5-Rat 4-Staff. And look at DNM, just so far forward by himself. Yeah. Doesn't care.
No,
BKB.
Absolutely not. Overgrowth is there. DNM, he'll make the jump in, gets the bashes, the shards are on point, and Rises is gone. And he'll rise again, but he'll probably fall again as well. That's kind of the problem. The DNM, he'll keep going after these tier 3 towers. At least they do have the Bloodlust to make it a little bit harder for DNM to get to work. And it seems like that's going to be enough for 5-Rat. Again, no need to rush the game. They can wait for the next Roshan. They can go after that final tier 2 tower. There's even a double damage rune just sitting there waiting for them to pick up right now. And Alpha, they're the ones that need to try and find a solution to this game too.
Yeah, again, it does feel like high ground starting to be the call. And it's just so rough to watch Lina. You pop the BKB, there's so much spell pierce on 5-Rat 4-Staff, Overgrowth, and Duel, just doesn't care. So they don't have that many options. They're grouping up in the tier 2 though.
Here we go again. These are dropping fast. There's the jump in, there's the duel out. They've got Tiger, they've got the damage as well. Uppercut from Kids, that'll do the job. Final T2 tower is gone now, and the double damage rune is still sitting there for them to collect. So whenever they're ready, they might even get lucky with an early Roshan timer.
Yeah, it's going to be massive. Issue is, you don't really have the vision here from 5-Rat. It's Alpha that knows that it's up. So they know there's a DD, they can't really go for it. And 5-Rat should spot it with speed at least. It should make some easy duels, but now I'm going to pass it on. They have about 20 seconds to pick it up. Just enough time. Speed has 226 duel damage.
Yes, he does.
Very nice. From 188, very auspicious into just really high numbers. I know what you can do on Alpha. Maybe they already have that Linken's on Soul. At least that's one spell block on hand. I feel like you're going to need a Dispel to take off the Entangle.
Well, here we go. They're going to 5-man smoke. I suppose this is the only thing they can really do right now. And them on the high ground. Does not break the smoke. Alpha's still able to run through the mid lane and try to find an easier target to aim down. Maybe Kids. Oh, that's a great blink out from Kids! What reaction timing, and now the lift up as well. Oh, they foiled the plans once again of Alpha. They still dream coil, they'll still try to fight. This is not the fight to take. Rises, he tries to TP out with the BKB, but they pierce once again.
Yeah, it's not an easy game.
No.
There's a lot of ways to deal with that spell immunity. There's a lot of ways to even just pop the Lincolns as well, which we did see Soul at least leave behind on Rises. And that was just such a quick play. The reaction times on 5-Rat 4-Staff is just insane.
Oh boy, it's a tough one. The blink was just wait. That's emotional damage right there from Kits. I mean, he's just yeah, that was quick.
Oh yeah, they've reacted so well. Kits with a blink, Speed with jumping backline in that early game fight. They've just been really dancing around here. Swift blink up now on DNM. This Ursa's just at its peak now. Maybe just finish up with the full Abyssal Blade afterwards. High ground is, again, the last refuge for Alpha. At the least, their racks haven't fallen. But, I don't know, like, you've tried to smokes. They've had the right idea. They've been jumping in. But it's just falling flat. Maybe a Hex out on Soul, actually, just to get that instant control to follow through with the spear. Maybe that's the play. But Roche is open again. Third Roche of the game. Goes the way of 5-Rat 4-Staff. Pretty much, with a free Ag's Blessing as well.
I love how you said he should just buy a Hex. Like he's just gonna find 6k gold falling from the sky at this point.
Yeah, just find it somewhere.
Yeah.
I suppose. I mean, that's all you can really hope for. You can at least split push pretty well with your Puck and with your Lina with Travels up. So they can kind of try to stall, but you have the Ags given away. I think this is free Ags out for Kits. He's got the kickback. It's football time.
Oh, you love to see it. We'll see how this one goes.
Why does it pierce spell immunity as well? Like he has two
Because
spell
he's
immunity piercing single
What's not a
target.
spell, John? He's kicking you.
I suppose. It's just insane. Like 2 BKB piercing single target spells. If you think about it that way, it's actually really busted.
It reminds me of a time when I first was introduced to Dota. I asked a friend why Beastmaster could roar through BKB. And he said to me, dude, he's literally screaming at you. That was his explanation. He's screaming at you. What's the problem? BKB doesn't cover your ears. These aren't earplugs. Terrible.
It's not a spell. He's just yelling. Oh.
Speed. There's a jump in. Found the Phoenix. No egg for you. Arena is down. But they got DNM. He's way too tanky. I mean, he's got that secondary life anyway. Snowball will save for now. He won't even pop the secondary life. DNM's fine. Walked right out. Heals are there. He's basically reset. Cheese up. Why the hell not? Time to go back in.
Just do it again. If you kill that Phoenix, team fight for Alpha Fault Splat. Wish hanging on the right side being safe, but it looks like 5-Rat first up. Yeah, there we go.
Here we go. Snowball in. Bash right through the BKB and he is gone. Egg is committed. Guess what, John? They can focus the egg. Nothing like scrambled eggs in the morning here for 5-Rat 4-Staff. They do back off. They'll accept the buybacks being committed, or maybe not. Maybe they could keep going back in onto the Ogre if they really want to. They've still got 2 lives on DNM. Hell, they've got 3 lives if you count the Satanic.
Yeah, he's gone low.
Yep, jump in. There's your Mars gone. Bye-bye, monster.
Yeah, it's, well, at least Rises hasn't died back yet, so that's one blessing.
Certainly is. I mean, DNM, he's out of control. He's 30k net worth.
You can't stop him.
He's double the puck.
Oh.
Jump in. Tiger. He's gone. Now we have the answer. What wins, a bear or a tiger? Into the Lina. They'll find another. Rises is gone. That's it. They've had enough. GG is called. What can you do? It happens. A very rough game. A very rough series here for the side of Alpha. And they tried their absolute best, John, but 5-Rat 4-Staff just proving to be the better team going into this matchup today. It was still a great series here from Alpha. Obviously, a few points to take away, maybe just work on the coordination, a few struggles. 5-Rat, I mean, Speed talked about it. They've been practicing a lot. They've been playing a lot, and it really does show in this series.
It really does, and it's all the small things, not just draft. I don't think it was really an out-draft in a way. There was play for Alpha.
Right.
But it just... The skill level of 5-Rat, like the individual skill level. There was blinks, there was dodges, just too much to deal with in that spike.
It certainly was. With that, we are going to head back to our panel and see what they had to think about this game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, game number 2, yet again going in favor of 5 Rat 4 Staffs, making a very strong debut here at the North American DPC. After that game, boys, yeah, they must be feeling really good. Alpha not necessarily in that same position, and it turns out, Panda, that a broken hero cannot fix a broken system.
Indeedly so. Fear was correct. Should never doubt this man. He knows everything about it. And Alpha just feels like they couldn't mesh. They just can't seem to find their place.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting outplayed every step of the way against every single team. 5 Rat 4 Staff, though, I'm impressed by this team. Like, we're looking for that next team that can challenge, maybe some of these nouns or TSMs. But after this, there's a little bit of hope. Maybe it could happen. And unfortunately for Alpha, they're sitting about where we expected them to. We're hoping for a little more of a flair from them in this series as they're no longer playing into your TSMs at this point. Yeah. But it looked just as big of a beatdown as when they played against like the TSM.
Yeah, it was a very strong showing, 0-2. And I think what makes this even worse is that not only do they have one of the best heroes in the game right now in the form of this Lina, but you also have access to the Monster Mars, and that's supposed to be his best hero, his most played hero, very successful on it in the past, but couldn't necessarily make it work out here. But part of the issue, Panda, not only did they had a lot of like pseudo control, but the lack of damage and the lack of sustain on the squad, they just felt paper thin throughout the entire game.
Yeah, one of the downsides of a Puck drafted, basically. Like, the hero does a lot of damage, but he also gets blown up really quick. There was a couple of clips where you would see Puck chasing onto Stamana's Rubik onto the high ground, like, yeah, easy kill. Yeah, mid-hero's gonna kill a support, right? And then they show up and turn around, we've got more damage than you do, and they blow up the Puck instead. So it's just one of those situations where you're starting to think, well, we have too many gaps. Like, again, just too many gaps. Like, the draft, it felt... I think Game 1's draft was better than Game 2.
I mean, yeah, definitely. You look at this first pick, Lina, supposed to be the OP hero. 5-11 this game. Oof. Really had a rough one. And you can see 5 Rat 4 Staff came prepared with its strategy to deal with this Lina. The name of the game was just get on top of the Lina. Yeah. You play against this hero, very squishy, low armor. You have the Ursa blinks on with the Basher. We were talking about the Legion Commander, like how this works. Like, maybe you're not really playing to win the lane, because how do you beat a Lina in lane? You really can't. But if you duel the Lina and you have a Blade Mail, she does a lot of damage back, it's a good approach. And then also the Tusk too. So I think Rice has just had a very tough game. He went into this with his first pick Lina here. And I think 5 Rat 4 Staff came out with a great response here.
Yeah, Alpha did have a couple good team fights though. Like next to the Roche pit, there was a bit of 5 Rat 4 Staff being caught off guard momentarily. It was a failed smoke at the start, but still allowed them to get a pretty good fight. DNM's, like, he's fully committing. He's blinking into the back and trying to get some damage out. His teammates are still rolling in. And Alpha seizes the moment. And they actually got a pretty good team fight for themselves. They got like 3-4 kills out of it. And I would have wanted to see more of those, where they just kind of catch 5 Rat 4 Staff off guard. But I think that was one of the only moments we actually saw Alpha show what they're made of.
And that was one of the moments as well where 5 Rat 4 Staffs were actually out of position. They only had 3 heroes nearby for that fight, so it didn't really happen all that often. And one of the reasons it couldn't is they had excellent vision all across the map, and their jumping ability. Thea just mentioned it just now about how many different ways they have of getting on top of this Lina, especially the hero that she was matched up against in the laning phase. This Legion Commander from Speed. I don't think it will be too much of a surprise who the MVP for this game is, because Risers just could not play Dota today. Half of those deaths on those 11 came from these duels. LC knows, I don't even have to win the duel. I don't actually need the damage. I just have to hold you here for 2 seconds. Ursa will be there, and you are going to die reliably every single time.
Yep, double MVP. He's done the right item choices in both games. He's played out his heart, basically. He's gotten himself a hero pick that might have shown to us that he hasn't played recently, but most likely, he probably has played the hero because the performance was really good.
Yeah, I mean, the hero itself is like, it's not too difficult, right? It's not a hero that you need a ton of games on. It's pretty straightforward. You just blink, click on the hero. There's your duel. There's some nuances that you do need to be a little good at in the laning stage, but this isn't a hero that requires a specialist. So, he did a really good job with it. I liked when he picked it up here. I think it was a pretty good response to this Lina. I was thinking, Axe, these Blade Mill taunt counters, pretty good versus Selena, because Selena does a lot of damage and does not have any armor at all. So you do die in like one call or one duel here.
I think one of the best ways to express exactly how this was going for Risers in terms of the jump is there were, I think, 3 or 4 times where LC would jump, Supernova would be right there from the Phoenix, and they just did not care. They could kill the Lina and still have time to destroy the Supernova afterwards. And if that's happening to you, you're in a bad place, then things are just looking rough. given the draft and how it looked, right, and given the initial start to the game, because the initial start to the game was not nearly as bad as the initial start to game number 1, are there decisions that they could have taken differently in this particular game that might have actually gotten them into a successful position?
From not draft or everything combined?
Not draft, not draft.
Oh, not just play?
Just play, just play.
Oh, man, it's a little tough. I mean, Puck just had to have a much better game, get the runes, make stuff happen on the map, give Lena the space so the net worth disparity didn't get as big. Unfortunately, Ursa was like way too farmed in this game, and you can't deal with that in Lena. At one point, this Lena was last in net worth of all the cores, right? So like that's not a spot you want to be in. So maybe play your lanes a little bit better. Maybe Puck makes a bit more space. It all comes down to like the early game. If they really wanted to get this rolling, it had to start there.
Yeah, and Panda, we also saw many failed rotations coming out of this Puck. I think from the first 3 ones, only one hero died. The first 3 times that Puck actually shifted away from this mid lane. That can't happen, right? The entire idea of picking this hero is to do what Fear just said, make space across the map, get that dynamism going. You were mentioning it in the draft panel that it can deal damage and it can help carry the early portion of the game, but we never really got to see that. What do you think happened, like within the team communication that didn't allow that to take place?
I guess it's a mix of like understanding where can I actually play aggressive on this hero and overextending or playing too safe. I guess that was also like a mix of self-judgment, you know, like are these the plays I should be making? Am I really helping my team with these plays? Should I push myself even further, go a bit more aggressive? I feel like we didn't really see like any actual stance coming out from him and kind of lacking on all of the departments, which is kind of unfortunate from a Puck player because you want to rely on this guy and help him out as much as possible because he helps us. We help him and he helps us basically. That's the scenario that you look for with this Puck hero.
Well, after such a devastating loss, and it's happened to them yet again here, and I think it's one thing if you're losing to a TSA, a Manaus, or Shopify Rebellion, mentally it's probably not going to set you back as far, but when you're losing to a team that you should be in the mix with in the middle of the pack, now you're really looking down the barrel of relegation. So from their perspective, what do they have to do now? What kind of conversations must take place here in the background? Who must pick up the responsibility and say, guys, things have to change?
Can be anyone, honestly. Anyone just has to bring it up, and hopefully, like, they just get to a position where they're just talking to each other, and it's just go have fun. You know, everyone just have fun with the game. Don't take it too seriously, and that's it.
Well, that is the bad news out of the way, right, for the side of Alpha, because they have a lot of work to do to recover before their next series. Of course, the good news, if you are a fan right now of the Firebright 4 Staffs, is they've gotten their first victory. What a debut. And now we've got one of their players on to have a little bit of a chat with us. Storminen, the new player, imported all the way from Eastern Europe. Mr. Storminen, congratulations on your victory. And I'm just curious about this, right? Because this season here in the North American DPC, we've seen a lot of European players coming over into joining the region. How did that end up happening for you? What was the conversation like when you got recruited initially?
All right. First of all, do you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Loud and clear.
Hello everyone. How did this happen? Honestly, it was 3 hours before the signing window, or I don't know how you call it, and DNM messaged me in Steam, do you want to join us? And I said, guys, sorry, but I honestly have no idea who you are. Then I checked them, I saw them all rank 50, I saw them all being 20 years old, and I said, go. This is how it happened. Honestly, I just wanted to play with young people, because I feel like I have stuff to share with them. And in the moment that, the thing is that they're not, obviously they haven't been in good teams, so I felt like this might be the guys that will listen to me, and it turns out that they are, honestly.
I mean, that's actually a good point, right? Because you've been active in the scene for a very, very long time, since basically like 2013, and a lot of the players that you're playing with now haven't necessarily had that long degree of experience. Can you talk to us about like some of the ideas you feel you brought to the team that they might not have been able to have access to otherwise?
Honestly, I think like all of them knew, they knew how to play individually, I would say. What they were missing was more like not that small, but I think like very big steps in like a team composition, like mid waves, how we shove like team, how we play like team, how we sit on the map like team, how we feed like team, how we lose the game like team, all of this. But no, honestly, I think like this is a very important thing. I prefer to lose the game 10 out of 10 times if I lose like team rather than actually dying randomly on the map.
And can you also talk to us about the coach that you guys have? I know Pandas has also recently just joined the team around the same time as you got involved. And previously to doing that, he was managing teams like EG, teams like Undying. Has he been able to bring anything to the table as well from these more story? Because he's spent time with like Balba, he's spending time with like your Bryles, your Moonmeanders. Has he been able to bring some of that influence into the scheme as well?
That was super cool. All of them, like not only the coach, they're bringing a lot of infos. Honestly, even though I have probably the most experience from all of them, I'm just trying to be a little bit away from the drafting and too much talking, because honestly this was way too much stress back then for me. And since I'm coming back to post-4, I'm just trying to focus more on myself. But all of them, they're bringing so much information and good stuff. So it's not only him. Everyone is being really cool.
Yeah, so congratulations on the win. So my question is going to be,
Thank you.
So coming from Europe here and playing in NA, what are like the key differences you see in like play style?
Well, in terms of pubs, for example, this was probably the worst region that I ever played. in the moment that I started playing pubs, I had like 15 games probably straight, like dropping items, and in you nobody is like giving up that easy.
Welcome.
I would say. Yes, nobody is giving up that easy. This was like the main thing that I saw, and honestly, I don't think that there is a big difference in terms of like a gameplay. I feel like everyone right now is very used to like how he's supposed to play, especially after Tundra and TI, like this Lycans, Brute Mothers and stuff. I think it's like very similar in NA and EU.
All right, Stomanen, bro, long time no see. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing perfect.
It's great to see you,
Thank
man. You won your first Division 1 game as a stand-in for Alliance, but you didn't actually win a series. How does it feel to win a Div 1 series?
Perfect. Better than ever. I love it.
It is something different for sure. I mean, coming out from a different region and now rotating into here, you have a pretty colorful history with players. You've had some of them who have solidified their place in the top level of play. You mentioned like Nico Baby, Celery, Mind Control. Do you feel like you're now ready to start building your legacy in Division 1?
Yeah, that's why I'm here, guys.
Awesome attitude.
By the way, are you with your team right now in North America, or are you still playing from the European side of the world?
No, I'm playing from Bulgaria.
You're playing from Bulgaria, so that ping.
Yeah, honestly, this is like the biggest challenge for me. Because the thing is that when you're young, you don't really value your time that much, and you're down to sit all night, play games, wake up again in the next night and play again. But when you get a little bit old, and I just value this time a lot, and I'm really used to waking up early and be productive in my day. And now with this schedule, it's definitely a challenge. I love it.
I mean, challenges are meant to be overcome sometimes, right? And
yeah,
one of the challenges that I think you can agree, Ben, it's difficult all the time to refocus your role, right? Because you bounce around between playing POS 5, playing POS 4. What was the internal conversation like for yourself when you decided you wanted to go back to the 4 position after spending so much time playing 5?
I was missing farming, honestly. I was missing hitting creeps, and especially in Alliance in my last team, like Nico is just such a greedy carry, and there was like 0 farm at post 5, and I was missing that a lot. And honestly, like the last week, probably I found myself back to post 4. Before that, I was trying, but there was something missing, honestly, in my post 4 gameplay. And then we played a scrim, and DNM or Kerry suggested that we should play scrim like just for fun, without talking too much, focus on yourselves. And then I was playing Rubik in this scrim, and I was farming all of the game. I was kind of trolling, but at the same time I was hitting creeps non-stop. And then I was like, what the fuck? I forgot to farm because of my post 5 patterns. And now I know what I was missing, and I love it that way.
Yeah, it kind of sounds familiar. Sorry to cut you out. I mean, it sounds kind of familiar to you like 4 years ago when we were casting a series and you were super passionate about Faceless Void. Are we going to see maybe Faceless Void being a hero you're going to bring up at some point?
I was passionate about Faceless Void. Is that serious?
Yes, you were. I remember.
I have no idea. Maybe. I'm not that passionate for Faceless Void anymore.
Oh, and here I was hoping for the pause for Faceless Void. That's gonna be a lot of fun.
I was passionate about Faceless Void before.
Yeah, I mean, I
Really?
remember the game that we had, you were basically just talking like there's this Faceless Void in the game and how he's like his farming patterns and the way he plays it made you want to play Faceless Void. I remember you saying that word to word.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
think it was Slark, honestly. Because I used to love Slark. Maybe it was Slark.
No,
Slark.
it was Faceless Void. I remember. Don't play Slark support though.
Sure.
Hopefully.
Panda's like, never forget. Before we let you go, though, I have one final question for you. Obviously, now that you've joined this particular team, the region is in a little bit of flux, a little bit of transition, right? It's not as strong, according to pretty much everybody that's involved right now, as it might have been otherwise. Where do you think this allows you to be in the terms of being 5 Rat 4 staff? How well will you place at the end of the season? Which teams do you think you can beat? Like, where will you place?
I think we can go definitely high. If we keep the momentum and if we play tight, like we were missing like this stability like the first couple of weeks. But right now I feel like, for example, the first game, they had like this timing with Ember, which is really strong. And if we react to this timing and we run to Ember and we start feeding on this mid lane, they can easily snowball out of that. But we managed to dodge that. We played tight. We played 2-1-2. We were splitting good enough. We dodged them, then we hit our timings and we hit back. And this is something that if we stabilize that and if we can keep improving on that, I think we can definitely fight for even for the major, I would say.
Ooh, that's exciting. The more teams involved in that mix, the better. So, Stemanen, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on your victory. And
Thank
you
you,
said
guys.
your time is precious, so we'll let you get back to your life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And that's the 4-position player. Stemanen came in from Europe. Sounds like he has a very good head on his shoulders. It sounds like he's really enjoying his time right now in 5 Red 4 Stars.
Yeah, I mean, he's a personality who always like radiates positivity. He's like a very nice guy, very fun to be with and play games with. And, you know, I feel like that's some kind of, it kind of grasps onto your teammates as well. Like they can feel the positivity as well in a way that they also enjoy their time. Like I feel like he's a great addition to the team.
One of the things that he mentioned was about how he feels like his team is really, really skilled. And Fear, there's multiple 10K North players on his squad, right? But also, there's actually quite a lot of 10K players in general in the region right now. Is that like a new benchmark for the minimum viable product before you can really be considered a top-tier player now?
I mean, if you're kind of like relatively unknown and you're just looking to be the talent and not like be the leadership, he kind of, what was interesting for me from him is like he was seeking younger players because he's trying to take up a leadership role in the team. And I thought that was very interesting because I wasn't sure if he was a leader type, but hearing him talk, he definitely is. He seems like he's very strategic about the game with the way he speaks. He wanted to get people to listen to him. He's going to be like more of like the captain figure of the team. So a little bit different in NA because we normally have like your Sammy boys bring in Europeans to captain them, but like looks like 5 Rat 4 staff have brought in a European to captain them.
Yeah.
Well, so far, it seems to be working quite well for the side of 5 Red 4 staff. So we'll be seeing over the course of the next few weeks whether or not that trajectory continues in this positive direction or if today was just a good start, but things get bumpier down the line. Of course, with that, the first series is concluded in a 2-0 fashion in favor of 5 Red 4 staffs. We still have one more for the day, and it's a series you certainly do not want to miss out on. Fia just mentioned Sammy Boy. He's going to be on the side of Wildcard Gaming. And of course, Dendi, the first TI winner, will be finally back to playing on an NA server as Bait will make their debut here in the North American DPC. That does mean, though, because of this series was a little bit faster, that we have a bit of a break on our hands right now. So go get some water, recuperate, go get some fresh air. Remember what Stemanen said, your time is very important. So spend it getting healthy and join us very shortly for some more Dota action here in the DPC. See you soon.
to my heart. Scanning.
welcome back one and all to the North American DPC as we continue some of this Division 1 action. Having already concluded a series earlier in the day, we now move forward to witness Bait taking on the side of Wildcard Gaming. The debut for Dendi and the boys in North America, and of course, Wildcard Gaming hoping to try and bounce back from a very painful day number 1 for them. My name is Snare, and yet again I'm going to be joined by T-Panda and the Dean of Dota, Fear. Gentlemen, I am excited about this, right? It's the return of Dendi. And we still haven't gotten what we really wanted, a competitive series, something a little bit close, something that maybe potentially can push to a game number 3. But I'm not sure this is the day that happens because there's a lot of unknowns here. This Bait roster, completely brand new. Wildcard Gaming, it's in the name, Fear, Wildcard Gaming. So which version of Wildcard, which version of Sammy and the boys do you think we're going to be getting today?
Hopefully a better version than the one we saw versus TSM.
Oh, can only get better.
Well, so you think. But we'll see after the series. But they had a rough series versus TSM, but TSM shown that they're looking strong. The last encounter that Wildcard had, they played against the Lycan twice. It was a rough affair for them. They got stomped both games. Sammy Boy, I think, had 19 deaths across 2 games.
Yeah.
Really having a rough one there. And they didn't really find their footing in their drafting and how they wanted to pick. And I think they're a very smart team. I know Sammy's really smart too. I think they went back to the board and really just like, all right, we got to change something up. Let's do it. And I know this is a team that can recover from a loss like that because I know Sammy probably puts himself right there with those players, you know? And he feels like we can do it. We just need to make a couple adjustments here and there. And I think arguably they're facing, you know, probably an easier opponent, but that'll be yet to be determined until we actually see Bait play.
Yeah, exactly. Like when you look at Sammy Boy and the boys when they were at 4 Zoomers, they were a pretty dominant force a couple of years ago. And I guess they got a taste of glory. And then it disappeared somewhere. So this could be one of those redemption arcs for this current new wildcard roster to kind of rise back up like a phoenix from the ashes and head towards that 3rd spot. Only 2 teams go to the major though, so got to start racking up wins.
Only 2 teams go to the major. Invite slots are hard to come by. And of course, earlier today, when we watched 5 Rat 4 Stars get their victory, they mentioned themselves that Stormman told us that he believes that his team has what it takes. You kind of have to have that degree of confidence in yourself that we have to be playing that way. There's no use coming into the division and thinking survival is enough. You have to be playing for the maximum level, going to the major, building up the road to TI. But their opponent, Bait. Dendi's introduction into the North American region. Not just Dendi's introduction into NA. Pretty much all the players have not played Div 1 Dota before at this point, right? It's pretty much only Moose on the team, the lone Peruvian player. He's also the only one that's been to a major at this point, but this is where the story has to begin here, Panda. Let's talk about this Bait roster a little bit. Dendi, of course, still here after all these years, reunited with Funnick like we were talking about earlier, but what do you make of this relative strength of this roster overall?
Well, when you kind of look at the underlined names that have disappeared from the roster, Violent, Laguna, Pion, they didn't have like this big impact of you know, a successful roster. Let's put it that way. Bait has had some pretty rough years in the past. And Gutsy, I think this guy had a bit of promise to it. But now when you're looking at the players that they've replaced them with, Stoneback, already experienced in the NA, you've got Funnick, the TI3 reunion back with Dendi, and with Lodine, who has already shown himself in, was it the TI10 East European qualifiers, when he and his mid player, who actually disconnected from the first round of the TI qualifiers, he microed him and his mid player throughout the game and carried it 4 versus 5. Technically just carried out the game by himself. So that's already a pretty wild performance in a sense. So he's capable of doing so. And then Moose, who Fear is very relative with. This is a pretty interesting 4 Ukrainians and 1 Peruvian roster for sure. But there's something I want to grasp on if we look at more info about Bait. Their past history leading up to this point with their road to Division 1. Some of the other players and coaches they've dropped along the line. Metrum, if you know him, he's with Entity now. See Watson, he also went with Hellraisers, now also into Entity. Now you've got Limitless and then TSA, who's no longer with us, at least in the competitive scene. They were some pretty star-level players that they've dropped out on the line. Like, they've been in the team, and then they've popped off. And Watson, exactly, like one of my top 3 carries in the entire East European region. Like, such a fantastic player. Bait went on a 21 losing series streak.
Ouch.
And that was 2 months without winning a single series. 4 map wins, 42 losses. And that was the old ID. That was before this one came out. They had a 29% win rate. When they made this roster with the big losing streak, they actually had a higher win rate of 43.75%, which is pretty stellar and pretty interesting. So maybe now, with all these players added into this new Bait roster, let's see if the legacy begins now.
I mean, it has to begin right now, right? Even players like Chrysalis, Fishman, people who are making big names for themselves in Europe have also come through this Bait roster. So they're kind of like one of these feeder teams, or at least they've seemed that way for a long time. But it looks like Dendy's tired of that situation, wants to actually get back to winning ways and be in a situation where it actually gets some dubs on the line, maybe goes to a major. Unfortunately, Fear, the perception is there, especially with all the influx of players from all around the world in NA this season. The perception is there that this is the easier region to come to. You farm some DPC points for free. You know, don't have to worry too much about getting stomped 0-7 in another region. I'm not entirely sure that that's actually going to be the case here. I think they're going to have to try really hard if they still want to be able to make a strong push.
I mean, that didn't work out for Arkosh, did it? But the one thing that is for sure, that they're not going to have a 21 losing streak here.
Yeah.
I really don't see that happening. If that does happen, I will be speechless.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen because I'd like to see Dendy win. One of the reasons that I got into Dota 2 in the first place.
Look at the man.
But let's see. There
Look
he
at
is.
the views.
It's
He's
Dondo.
enjoying.
Wow,
He's back.
He's in
He's
California right now?
He's chilling, man.
Yeah, he's
You know,
chilling.
hanging out. So we have the
Love
first
it.
draft on our hands here. Not going to be too many surprises, right? The one advantage that Bait does have, of course, playing Lost in terms of their debut, is that they get to see everything in terms of how the meta is developing. Therefore, they understand first pick Rubik, pretty good idea.
Agreed. You can't go wrong with
Can't
first
go wrong
pick
with it,
Rubik.
yeah.
So far, every lane I've seen Rubik go to, he's won.
Yeah.
Like this, no matter what, like this hero just seems so strong in the laning stage that you can just pair him with any melee initiator you want because he's going to sit back there, he's going to steal spells. He wants to do all this work from the back line, which means he wants to lane with someone who gets in there first so he can get those spell steals off. And I think his biggest strength, though, is he enables pretty much every single melee hero to just have a good laning stage.
Yeah. And of course, given that the team has Funnick in the roster, we have to start looking at heroes like the Darkseer, like the Batrider, Nature's Prophet, Beastmaster as well, could really come out and certainly would benefit heavily from having this Rubik in the lane. Wildcard opening up with the tree. We did earlier on today clock the first tree win in NA so far. Wondering whether or not Wildcard will be able to put that forward. What's also interesting about this particular matchup of Bait versus Wildcard is that Stonebank, who's right now playing for Bait, he got knocked out of the TI qualifiers when he was on Team DogChamp by Wildcard. So I'm sure he wants some revenge. He's like, all right, Sammy, you had your time in the sun. It's my turn now. And there's the Beastmaster that we were talking about earlier. Of course, massive amounts of push, a strong lane. We've also seen what can happen when the laning phase gets out of control. This hero can just completely take over the entire map.
Yeah, and that's a Funnick classic as well. The games that I've cast throughout the last 1.5 years when I've seen Funnick play, Beastmaster has been his go-to hero from time to time. Pretty easy to operate in the end when you hit your timings, when you get there, if you get there. But, you know, I feel like if they go with this Beastmaster, I've been looking, Bait has played a hefty ton amount of Primal Beast, and one guy who's been playing it a lot is actually Dendy. I'm wondering, like, do they have the synergy together to actually pick a Primal Beast with this Beastmaster? What do you think?
Yeah, why not? I mean, I think Primal Beast fits really well with like these farming offlaners. It works really well versus a tree. You can just chase them down with a trample through the trees. It could be really good. I think this Beast as well versus Treant is both sides of the matchup kind of like it. Because like the Treant is, you know, I'm going to keep the tower alive for a long amount of time against the Beastmaster, but the Beastmaster players are also like, well, at least I can see the tree and the trees with the hawk, or you can kill the trees with the axes. It goes both ways here. But as far as Dendy's hero pool, he's got a big hero pool. He likes to bust out the Quap too whenever he can. We all know that.
Yep.
Maybe he'll bring out some Magnus.
All too well.
His classics.
Mag, let's go.
We'll see. We'll see what he brings out here. But Primal Beast, I don't see why not. It's Thompson made it really popular at TI. It looked really good. One of those early rotating mids.
One thing I find also interesting about how Bait is conducting themselves is that they don't officially have a coach, to my knowledge. Might be able to ask them at some point about this. So I think Dendy is taking on a lot of responsibility of drafting and captaining. So we'll see how that goes. One thing here as well, looking at this Beastmaster pick, it wasn't the first overall pick in this game. It came in response to the Snapfire Treant Protector. Are you happy with that pattern of picking this hero? If you are going to pick it in the first phase, at least have it be the last into the bans.
I liked where they picked it. Yeah, I think like he's on the side where he likes it versus tree. So like it depends on like how it goes. I generally would agree. I think that the Beast is good versus a tree because the living armor doesn't really come on that fast. And if you do hit that timing on the Beastmaster and you make rotations to the Beast lane, sometimes the tree is just impossible to kill because he's sitting in the trees. But you got a Hawk to deal with that. So the living armor won't come an issue until later in the game. So it's going to be more about stalling for wildcard, and I think the combination right now for wildcard is pretty good. You got the overgrowth with the Mortimer Kisses, very strong team fight. So I do feel a little worried about this Beast though. If it doesn't snowball, and it seems like it always does and just goes crazy, but if it doesn't, they have good late game responses to it.
So Panda, check this out, fam. This is now the 10th Ember Spirit that has emerged within the North American region, but the Heroes only enjoyed 3 wins at this point. It's been pretty disastrous. In the prior series, we saw a very clear example of what can happen when that hero is dealt with within the draft. So far, the responses from Bait, it lost to a Beastmaster earlier today. I think there wasn't a Rubik in that game, but now we have a Silence and we have a way to continually hunt him down. Spike Carapace against Ember Spirits. Fun! Enjoyable! So talk to me about this hero.
Yeah, fun indeed. Nyx Assassin, one of those anti-carry type heroes as well, like able to dish out some of the damage back with the Carapace. Pretty annoying to deal with, especially in the matchup with Snapfire and Treant. They don't really do much against the Nyx because Nyx breaks Mortimer's Kisses. Take the first hit, already using an ulti for that. Dream Protector, well, I mean, he can dish out some hits onto the Nyx Assassin early on, but when we get further into the game, I feel like the Treant also kind of wears off with this Nyx Assassin. He's pretty annoying with mid-rotations. I'm actually wondering, are they playing a 4 Nyx and a 5 Rubik? They could still swap it around as well. I've seen that Lowdown hasn't really been playing the Nyx Assassin, but he's been playing the Rubik.
36 games on it professionally, 64% win rate for Lowdown, so it would be very simple for him to just go in for that one. Of course, also having a game like this, one of the difficult things is that it's the first Nyx Assassin game that we're going to be seeing overall, so Wildcard might not necessarily have the full read of what this hero does on the map anymore. Terror Blade comes out, big hitter. They were lacking physical damage earlier on, and we saw in the previous series with the Drow and Ember Spirit that if the Ember is not having a really great game, then they can really struggle. And the team can struggle to just output necessary amounts of damage to win fights. And damage and Terror Blade synonymous pretty much. So damage is not going to be an issue anymore for you.
Yeah, this looks really hard for Bait at this point because Drow's already banned. I guarantee you they're going to ban PL. And there you go. You got the best carry in the game now. Like with those two being removed. I mean, maybe Sniper, but they got 2 bans here. And I think they're going to ban those 2. And if they don't, I don't know what they're gonna play to deal with this TB. Because like Beast is already not good versus it. Nyx is terrible against it. And this Death Prophet is also not good. One solution to winning a game where you're outpicked is just win all 3 lanes and snowball the game. So that's what Bait might have to do if they get in a situation where TB's like this god carry they can't touch.
Yeah, and I think one thing that they could achieve it is actually put the Rubik 4 and then leave the Nyx as a 5. Not a huge fan of it, but Fate Bolt and Axis. Axis doesn't do that much damage to the TB unless you're able to stack up the stacks. Stack up the stacks. But the Fate Bolt is probably one of the best abilities, along with like Burrow Strike from SK, that can blow up a TB in the lane. If TB survives the laning stage, Wildcard in for a pretty good game here.
Yeah.
He's got the Treant Protector too, so like, can they burst through the heals of the Treant? Like, I think it's gonna be pretty hard, no matter how they lane this. Like, they have a chance with Rubik, but if Nyx goes with the Beast, it's gonna be a hopeless lane, I think, for them.
Yeah, and also like TB just doesn't really care that much about the Death Prophet. The Nyx doesn't really do much to him in the end. Also, your Q basically just allows you to give extra vision for fights, see where the Nyx is, maybe even cancel a potential Blink Dagger. You have some pretty sizable range on that ability. But the damage output is one thing that Wildcard is already favoring a lot here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I actually banned the Naga there, so they have the chance. I guess they might not be afraid of Peel because the hero is honestly kind of weak right now. And they do have an Ember.
And they have Ember and Snapfire already, right?
So maybe they'll leave that. I think the Sniper, though, little more meta, I think could be a big problem. Maybe that's a better ban, but I'm sure they're talking about it right now. And Bait, we'll see if they pick what's left or if they just go with something that's more their style.
Yeah. Stonebank's most played heroes are kind of out of the pool. There's still the Ursa, it's not the best Ursa game. It's like a pretty versatile hero here, but maybe something like Is the PA still in pool? PA is still in the pool. That would
Yeah.
give them some extra physical damage, even though it's not great against the TB. But you could blow everybody else out of the field, basically, and just leave TB for last.
I mean, snipers
Yep,
available.
stuns.
They go
Oh, wow.
Weaver.
Well,
Okay.
that's another one of his pocket picks. 29 games that he's played professionally with it, a 59% win rate. Personally, I used to love playing Weaver, and let me just say I stopped playing it for a reason. This hero doesn't necessarily feel all that good right now. On the bright side, though, if I'm looking at Wildcard's draft, they're out-and-out catch for a hero like the Weaver. Not really that substantial, right? They have this root, of course, from the Ember Spirit. There's like some minute stuns from the two supports, but it's not like you're playing one of these games where Weaver's going to instantly get caught and die every single time. But I'm still very, very, very mixed on this hero, and I don't think it's actually been played just yet. It has been played once in all DPC regions, and it lost.
How do they lane on bait? Is there Weaver Nyx? Weaver Rubik?
It's probably
Nyx
Weaver
Beast?
Nyx. DP's going mid. Dendy's picking
Yeah,
this up
Dondo's
for
picking
sure.
this.
Yeah.
It's a counter to the Ember mid. One of his comfort picks against that. So they're going to pick Mars. That's going to be their lockdown. This is pretty straightforward for Wildcard. I think I really like Wildcard's draft here. I think Bait's draft is very low on damage, hard to team fight with, and really needs to snowball lanes.
Panda, what you got for me? How does Bait actually end up winning with this particular draft that they've concocted for themselves?
I guess a lot is actually up to Phonic here. I think if Beastmaster can get himself a good lane, he could totally go for the Overlord build here. You're able to push down objectives fast. Weaver can connect with you. You've got the DP. You have some pretty good ultis to work around with, but you're still very cooldown dependent. So you got to be able to fight outside of those as well. If Exorcism cooldown, you got to have at least a Primal Beast capable of joining in fights. So I see a world where Bait has actually the capability of drawing this game out very far, but do you want to against the Terrorblade? So
Yeah, that's the issue.
I think this is a 60-40 for Wildcard.
This is yet again one of these situations. We keep seeing it. This is the third day in a row that this is the situation that a team requires amazing execution to pull off their draft, right? Not necessarily a straightforward situation coming in from Bait, so they'll have to pull out all the stops if they want to be able to get the W here on their debut in the North American DPC, a Div 1 debut as well. But to find out if they'll be able to make this work, we need to throw it over to our casters. So I'll leave you in the warm hands and the cool embrace of the mirthful Mike and the jovial John. Take it away, please.
Thank you very much. That's some very nice vocabulary from Snare. My goodness, thank you very much. It is MLP Dota and DronX5. Jonathan, you heard the panel. They seem to prefer the wildcard draft going into game number 1. But screw them, what do you think?
I think the Mars closer kind of tied it in for wildcard. You know, we saw that Weaver, like, yeah, it's actually a pretty good Weaver game, not much to hold it. Then Mars comes out, and suddenly it's not as mobile.
Right.
So I think wildcard managed to tie their draft in really well. And they have this really good team fight combo, Overgrowth, Kisses, Arena coming through. And arguably, the Ember is also a bit hard to pin down. You do have the DP Silence and Aurora. So those are the big ones, but you can kind of itemize against that for
Oh,
Babbage.
here we go. Level 1 team fight. Seems to be the thing with NA. They just love fighting at that level 1 mark. Let's see what happens. Sunlight's on the front lines already. Gets caught out. Oh, that's a big impale. 3 heroes getting caught out there by Lodine. Ark, he's in big trouble. He does get away, just barely. They don't have the damage. It's a very nice start here for Bait, but not quite enough to secure first blood. Very close call for the Radiant. It's like a wild card. They're just going to go right the hell back and get a reset. Try to secure those bounties up at top lane. And no, never mind. They're drawing out the lines already. Go down bot, secure the other 2. They don't want the fight.
Yeah, it's risky. What a great start already for Lodine. Getting a nice 3-man impale. Feels good, but yeah, you don't really lose too much from wildcard. You have a chance to reset TP. Not the biggest loss in the world. You're still lined up for 2 bounties. So it should still end up feeling pretty damn good here.
Absolutely. Going to be a very interesting game as well. Like, it seems like a bit of a closer game between these 2 teams. And I think we've all been saying, like, behind the scenes, everyone's been saying we don't actually know who's going to pull off this series victory. It's not that obvious between these 2.
No, it's really open. I think both sides have the potential to kind of outplay each other, right? And this new Bait lineup, this is pretty much their big test. We've seen a little bit of wildcard, but Bait, it's a little bit more of an unknown factor with these specific players with the changes on hand. So I'm keen to see just how much of a difference some of these players make here, especially in my eyes, Moose, because you and I saw Moose, I think, in the Singapore Major perform exceptionally well, and I think that caliber of play is going to be great if he does pull it out. Nice bug.
Yeah, absolutely. That's always a fantastic start. Just a quick bug out.
Forgive me, please. I'm just joking.
We'll have a quick
It is line,
reconnection,
Rosby.
fix that bug up ASAP. Because Sammy Boy is the one that's having the issue here. He needs to see the Rubik to hit the Rubik. Be pretty sad playing Tree and Protector and not actually being able to hit the enemy pos 4, so he'll get that sorted out straight away. We do have a video coming up as well with the one and only Dendi. I believe we're going to be speaking to him about how the team energy is going into the DPC. So let's see what he had to say about it.
Unbelievable performance.
We are supercharged, we are energized, we are ready to destroy. Like everybody is fired up, we're gonna show our best. Let's go.
Is it Dendi or what?
You know what I respect about Dendi, John? He's always got a smile on his face. No matter what's happening, no matter how well the team's doing, he's always got a smile, and I can appreciate that.
Yeah, he's always cheerful. He's always PMA this team, and that mindset's always important. Yeah, a while ago, going back to what you said, it's important for the Treant to hit the pos board. He can't really do that when his tree line's cut, Mike.
No.
So it's not going to be a great feeling for Sammy Boy, but it's to be expected. You're up against a Beastmaster, you can just chop right through.
Oh, Moose going for a creep pull up top lane. This is going to be a very painful pull, though. He might actually die if he's not careful. Sammy's going to chase him down. Moose only gets away with 2 creeps. Funnick's going to try and intercept, but the creep wave has met by the tier 1 tower. Risky plays here, trying to just adjust the creep equilibrium, but against the Tree and Protector, it's not that easy. He's a very, very fast hero, and here we go. Nature's Grasp out. They are going to heavily punish the side of Bait for this. Even Arc joining in, and I suppose they do get away with a little bit of creep equilibrium going their way, but at the same time, not really.
Yeah, it's not the biggest deal in the world. It's still really tragic to see that entire force line for Sammy Boy cut off, but he's still doing a great job of at least applying some pressure back. I feel like this lane doesn't get any easier as the levels go up. It's going to be down to how much Arc can get out from his Metamorphosis, and whether or not Sammy Boy can really like find the angles without any sort of trees to play with. This is just not a good feeling for a Dream.
No, certainly not. How are the other lanes going? Like, how's that mid lane? Dendi's got that very nice sticker, the Giga Chat Dendi sticker. You love to see it against, of course, Babatich. It seems like this should favor Dendi in terms of the hero matchup, and so far in terms of CS, Dendi's having a great old time.
Yeah, he's just controlling the lane really well. Babatich, it's a bit hard to kind of dance around with Flame Guard. It kind of burns down from the output of the DP. You do have a range advantage for Dendi. Rune control can be really important for both sides as well. I don't see any major rotations coming out from the supports. Maybe Bait has a little bit more to play with Rubik and Nyx, but you're not really under too much pressure. And for the most part, as long as Dendi hits 6 a little bit faster, you can play off the back of that.
Yes. So, what about that pot lane? Let's have a cheeky look at that, shall we? Fleet, Sunlight, of course, going to be up against Lodine and Stonebank. Now, they had something to say about the Weaver as well this panel, right? Like, they were out of pos once to choose here, or at least good position once to choose here on the side of Bait. I personally thought the Weaver was a pretty nice pick. Obviously not the most favored position 1 right now, but considering what options they had left, it seemed like the only one to really go for. And of course, Stonebank, it is one of his favorite heroes to pick up in this pos 1 role.
Yeah, and again, before Morris came out, it did feel like a really good one, although...
First blood being drawn. Able to secure it. You'd love to see it as a position 1 player. The TB securing first blood, and love to see that bonus goal.
Yeah, really good feeling for Arc. Again, this lane just comes down to Metamorphosis used. They drag the creep wave all the way back, and forcing that movement forward just gives the tree line back to Sam. He doesn't need to worry about not having trees. They haven't cut that area yet. So gets a little bit more impact. It does allow Arc to kind of feel good in that lane. It's still a bit of a slower lane for him in comparison to Stonebank, though.
Certainly is Stonebank. Impel out. They're going to try and get a bit of harassment here onto Sunlight, who's not having the greatest time on this Mars. Again, the Weaver, not the most popular position 1, but at the very least in the laning stage, very, very potent. Annoying with that Germinated attack and the Sakuchi spam, and Lodine's been very good in landing these impels as well. Making it very, very scary for Sunlight, just getting caught off guard. So they go again, another impale. Raindrops do pop. He's going to be just fine. But this harassment's not going to slow down anytime soon.
Nah, it's just going to be consistent. And Stonebank's having such a great time. It's tying in really well with how well Dendi's lane is going. I think we've seen before Weavers are willing to rotate out, even with just the Falcon Blade, and playing off the back of a DP with Exo at a good timing. If that lines up with your Falcon Blade timing, it just leads to such a great push onto the mid. So that is something to worry about. Again, the Mars can kind of handle Weaver, but not in the laning phase. You're going to want the arena, and with how great of a start Stonebank has, it does feel like Sunlight's going to be a little bit delayed in that front.
Yeah, certainly so. Still 0-1, very slight net worth lead the way of wildcard. Nothing to write home about quite yet. Ark's caught up quite nicely in terms of CS now, 23-11, matching the Weaver CS. Meanwhile, mid lane, the Ember falling very, very low. Babidich struggling a lot here against the DP of Dendi, and again, the hero matchup does favor Dendi. He's done a great job of really harassing out the Ember and not making him feel comfortable whatsoever. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Flea forced to try and TP up, and he's barely going to make it. One more right click would have done the job, but they just could not get it off in time. Nice TP from our Snapfire. Now a spear out from Sunlight, just a bit of a cheeky one. Nothing to talk about too much though. Mid lane, Babidich got to be a little bit careful because Moose has rotated over. You're going to have Lodine there as well. They really want to make sure this Ember does not have a game. Lodine going to get spotted. We'll go for an impel and does land it. Exorcism pop immediately and Dendi he'll rush right in. Nice chains though, Babidich. Gonna hold them back, but it is not gonna be enough. The Crypt Swarm does connect on the tail end of things and Dendi able to secure his first kill of the game.
Yeah, really great timing out from Bait. Dendi pops the Exo, has a siege creep ready, so they should be able to get a little bit of damage on that tier 1 as well.
They're gonna try, but Samson has rotated. Just gonna try and make sure they don't get too much damage off into this mid tier 1 tower. With Flea around as well, it's not gonna be too easy. Still, I think for Dendi, as long as he gets the kill on the Ember, he's out leveling him by 1 level right now, and that's just great news for Bait. You don't really need to go for that tier 1 this earlier.
Yeah, you just want the pressure. You want to drag these supports out from wildcard, free up the side lanes a little bit more for you to get some value. Again, just building up on what you have on Stonebank. You are seeing Arc start to pull ahead. That's every time he has Metamorphosis. And for Funnick, landing the Axis alone is a little bit rougher without Ruben.
It looks like this time Flea does get caught out bottom lane. No TP available, so he is going to drop. Stonebank, he'll be very thankful for that kill. Bit of bonus gold for himself now, and always welcome when you're playing a hero like Weaver. He'll happily take that. In fact, Sunlight, not going to feel too safe either down at this bot lane as Lodine. And another Impale. Sunlight going to be okay to survive through it, but certainly can't feel comfortable down at this bot lane.
Yeah, and this is where it feels a little bit awkward. Like, Sunlight is keeping up in CS, but it does feel like Funnick's lane is going a lot smoother. Look at Funnick. He has massive stacks to clear out to build into that Dominator first. Then that's going to be pretty quick timing for Funnick. He's going to be able to just pressure, again, tie in with the Exo if they need to, but more importantly, just have some presence even without the DP for the push. Funnick's going to be able to get a lot done by himself just with an early Dom.
Absolutely. You always talk about the tempo you can set with this Beastmaster, and it's early Helm with the Dominator timing. Make it very easy for Bait to just keep the pressure up. Mid lane Flea. Keep back up to the high ground. He'll be okay. Meanwhile, a lift up onto Samson, but the regen rune was down bot anyway, and he is able to pick it up for himself. Very happy with that as Babidich. Harass away a little bit of Dendi, but nothing too much. Sunlight now taking a fair bit of damage himself on the Mars. It seems like everywhere you look, Bait is just dominating the lanes. It's a very unhealthy side here for Wildcard as mid lane Lodine now in a bit of danger. They'll try to chip away at him, but he is able to survive as Babidich is the one being chased down by Dendi. But he'll be okay to run out as well. That mid tier 1 tower though, not looking so safe as Dendi will pop the Exorcism once again. The living armor, it is going to make it a little bit more challenging. But Bait, they'll be happy to get at least a little bit of damage off here if they can. Still chains out. I'm going to try and stop Dendi from pushing like this. In fact, that's a lot of heroes rotating in. And Dendi's gone.
What did you learn?
That's massive commitment from Wildcard. Great timing though.
Lodine also going to drop a double kill for Babidich. Now, I thought at first that's a lot of rotations coming in for one hero, but they find a couple, they'll protect the tier 1 tower, and that'll be Exorcism down for another minute and a half.
Yeah, it's a big rotation. Like, you stop Exo right as it's used onto your tier 1, it stays alive longer, you have a Treant who can heal it up a little bit more, stalling out this push timing from Bait. It's everything you could have possibly asked for. No threat coming out from Dendi, at least in terms of push for a while. And you kind of get Arc in on the activities. Just farming the jungle now.
Flea.
Fine Flea.
If we catch out the Snapfire, he'll try to survive just a little bit, but won't be able to make it out. 3-3 now. Find their worth lead the way of Bait. Again, it seems to be all about that mid-tier 1 tower here for Bait. And you do want to open up the map by taking down that mid-tier 1 tower. It's a standard DP kind of play to make. The problem is they are not making it easy whatsoever on wildcard. As long as you can protect that mid-tier 1, you just hold it with the living armor, keep regening it up. And Bait, they'll never open up the map.
This is still a lot of time, though. Specifically for Funnick, he's the one that's been left alone the most on the Beastmaster, does have the Dominator up. So again, has that early presence going on for him. Maybe even a really quick timing onto the Overlord. And should be able to start shoving in top. And the one issue for Sammy Boy here is that you're not able to really heal 2 towers at once. So you will have to surrender probably the top in this case. I don't think they mind too much in Wildcard. They've shifted Arc away already. He's just farming safely. So you really just want to hold on to the mid more than anything else. And Sammy has been given quite a fair bit of room to just farm for himself as Citrian does. Still, that push from Funnick can go pretty fast with a siege creep in his aura.
It kind of is and kind of isn't. Funnick doesn't feel too safe. Very cautious with himself. Still trying. Eventually this tier 1 top tower will drop.
Top tower is under attack.
No real trade to come out so far for Wildcard. They aren't able to push down the bottom tier 1 yet.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
That'll be the first tier 1 tower of the game going down. They can invade that die jungle and try to find Arc here. Who's just going to move in, but be able to get close to the TB. I suppose with the Helm the Dominator up now on Funnick, with the Roar available, it might be about time to move all your heroes into that mid-tier 1. Just try to really take it out. Don't let Wildcard continue to defend that mid-tier 1 tower if you can avoid it. See if that's exactly what they want to do.
Go for a smoke play. I think the one worry about collapsing too hard is this team fight from Wildcard. Arena, Overgrowth, Kisses out. It is pretty tough, especially if you don't manage to get that Spike Carapace usage from Lodine at the right time to cancel the snap.
On we go. They are rotating into that mid lane. Funnick around the corner. Arc is here. Yeah, great target to pick off, and Lodine's going to find him. Problem is Lodine's by himself right now. The rest of his team not making their way over. He's very deep to try and make a kill attempt happen. The Arc does get stunned up. They'll try to chip away from the high ground, but again, they don't quite have enough in the Sunder. It's going to be there. Spear off the mark from Sunlight. Looks like Lodine's kind of just sacrificed his own life for nothing.
Maybe a bit of a blessing that Sunlight Spear misses on that Spike Carapace, allowing him to chase a little bit more, keep the vision up, and you just don't have enough to burst Arc. Even with a Rubik round, it's just not enough magical burst. He still has the raindrop. Probably saved his life. Now Wildcard, knowing that one big support's down, one big support that breaks smoke, they still have Arena. They're still good to go with this one.
They hit. Mid-tier 1 seems to be where the action's at. Wildcard will move in. Babbage has his smoke broken. He will be the one to do it. Mid-tier 1 tower. It's dropping real fast. When you've got a TB with Metamorphosis, it does not take long, and this is terrible news for Beta. Now the Overgrowth! Oh, they caught a couple. Funnick, he's going to back off in time. He'll be just fine for now. In fact, it's Samson that goes down first. There goes your Nyx Assassin, Lodine. Moves, getting chased down here by Babbage, does also drop, but Babbage, he's out of mana. He'll Remnant back in? No. He'll Remnant back out. They'll be very happy with that, though. They'll get the mid-tier 1, couple kills for their trouble. And they'll back right out of there. Very clean from Wildcard.
Yeah, that's what you don't want to see for Bait. Their mid-tier 1's down. The enemy mid-tier 1 still standing. It's a Treant Protector on the enemy team. It's just constantly getting healed up. You are getting a lot of good space out for Stonebank. He does have his Maelstrom on top of that Falcon Blade and is working straight for the BKB. So he's going to have a lot more ways of just not caring about Sunlight in particular, because I think that's the big threat. The Mars Arena is really what pins this Weaver down. Stonebank is using the space really well. And if this BKB does come in unhindered, that could cause a lot of trouble for Wildcard. They're going to have to solely rely on Sammy Boy on that Treant Protector with the Overgrowth. And the Weaver's not the easiest here to catch in at the AoE. He can just easily Shikuchi away by the time you're trying to cast.
unfair here for Bait. Stonebank saving grace. Bot lane, maybe a bit of action to break out. Lodine's being watched right now. Ark will move in. Like, never mind, Lodine's the one watching them. Giving all this information away to his team as wildcard. Haven't quite noticed the Nix's Assassin is around. Who's going to move in as well? They'd love to find this TV, but instead they're going to move on into Samson. So they opt to try and go for the easier kill onto the Train Protector, but he is still tanky enough. In fact, there's a cookie out. Lodine the one in trouble once again. Samson happy to keep moving forward. Overgrowth is there, and they secure another.
It's a lot of resources, 2 big ults, but you find a kill, you protect your pawns 1. You are still lagging behind here on wildcard though.
They do at least find the train in the end. Samson does go down. Stonebank able to secure the kill himself from that Weaver. 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day. There's Bait once again. So Babbage in the mid lane. It's going to be alright. Dendi does not have the lockdown for him. It's really hard to know who's actually winning this game, right? Because like net worth wise, it seems like Bait's doing a better job with the 3k advantage. But with the way the game's being played out, it does feel like at some point Wildcard's just going to take over.
I feel like net worth never lies. So the fact that you're 5-7 but still 3k up, you're working the map a lot better here on Bait. You're being really efficient with Funnick. Helms the Overlord now fully up into his own BKB. And just these BKBs make it tough for Wildcard. It puts a lot of pressure on Samson, onto Sammy Boy and that Treant. It forces him to really try to get up there when those BKBs are used for the Overgrowth. And without something like a Blink, and he is queuing up the Lotus first, it is tough to get that position. So I feel like for Bait, yeah, you drop these fights, that's fine. Once you get the BKBs on at least 2 of your cores, you're going to feel really good. Heck, 3 of your cores. Dendi's also lining up for 1, and the timings of all of those BKBs are fairly close together. The farm distribution of Bait, really nice. All cores evenly farmed.
Oh, big smoke up, but Lodine's going to break it. I mean, they'll dust him up, they'll chase down the Nyx Assassin. It's not quite the kill you want. In fact, they're struggling to find it. Lodine's still running. Eventually they will secure. Again, it's not really the kill they wanted. They would have much preferred the core in Funnick. He is able to back off though with the nice positioning provided by his Nyx Assassin.
It's just tough when you have all of that going on. And again, the farm distribution of Bait's just so good. The triple BKB timing can be really terrible for Wildcard when it does come through, and they have to really be concerned. Your farm on Arc is just not going fast enough.
Of course, you did see our partners there, esportsbets.io. The odds for this matchup, John, Bait 2.26 to the 1.60 of Wildcard. So Wildcard have come into this matchup as the favorites. So far, so good for Bait though.
Again, they're playing this map really well. Although
Funnick does get caught out. Snapby kisses to come in onto that Beastmaster. He's a tanky boy though. He's not quite dying yet. In fact, it's going to be Sunlight to drop first. Dendi, he'll go for a chase onto Babbage. They even find Flea on the Snapfire. And now, finally, they can go after this mid-tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, towards the north, Samson's still being chased down by this Helm, the Overlord creep. And they will catch him. Moose able to secure the kill with the stolen spear. And Bait kind of proving the odds wrong right now.
Into Roche they go as well off the back of these objectives. With the Overlord creep, it's just really easy to get durable enough to get this done. 8-8, 5k lead for Bait. And for Wildcard, there's still some good scaling. It's all going to be on Arc. You still can grow in Babbage though, but it's a little bit tough as it's having a bit of a rough run.
A nice little snipe there from Sunlight, catching out Moose, getting rid of that spear that he had stolen. Very annoying with the Rubik, just no animation throwing that spear. That 8-9 now, 4k advantage. Obviously Roshan going the way of Bait. Happy days for them. They've got the Aegis up on Stonebank. Some more time to farm towards that Gleipnir. The game does get much more painful for Wildcard once that item is up. So much more catch and lockdown. Meanwhile, Ark is still farming. Almost the Eye of Skadi timing on that TB. Has caught up very, very effectively as well in terms of the Weaver. Just 300 gold behind right now. Very, very close.
Dire's courier has been killed.
They'll get started on that bottom tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower.
There'll be no defense to come from Bait. Instead, they'll try to pressure the top tier 2 tower with Funny.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And for now, they're getting away with it. There's no defense incoming from Wildcard either.
That's a lot of damage coming out from just Funnick. Living Armor not really slowing it down by too much. Babitich will come in to clear out the wave at least, but...
That's a big target. Nice impale as well, landing on 2, but he does have the Sunder. He will commit immediately now. Sunlight does move in, but a quick BKB out from our Weaver. Stonebank, he'll keep chasing for more, trying to go after Flea on the Snapfire. Meanwhile, Lodi is going to go down. Moo's also dropping. So Bait losing both supports for absolutely nothing.
And that was also the fresh BKB of Stonebank. Not a great feeling for Bait. I figured, you know, maybe they would try to leverage the fresh BKB on Dendi as well, just a little bit too far when that fight broke out. So you really want to collapse at the same time there, as it just feels like you don't quite have enough on Stonebank alone to kind of get that done, although.
Sunlight.
Never refuse.
Yeah, okay, he has the defensive arc there. In fact, Stonebank now the one in danger. That's a big pick-off. He does have the Aegis up, but he's going to lose it. Can they lock him down? They'll try and time the cookie, and they get a perfect Flea. Getting the stun off. Stonebank still completely surrounded, trying to find a way out. Is barely going to make it with the Sakuchi. Kisses are still going though. Lodi, and he might drop for their trouble, and it seems like he will. They got the Aegis down. They got the Nyx Assassin down. It's like top lane still trying to be forced in here, but Sammy is around to try and defend, and well, the T2 does drop. And now maybe Sammy will follow as they do roar him up, and with the creeps, they'll be able to take him down, no problem.
Yeah, you're winning the bigger picture here on Bait. You're dropping some supports, you're taking objectives a lot better, you're still getting your farm game up. And for Wildcard, they're hitting some great item beats on Arc, Scotty fully up, BKB for Babitich next. It is going to help in a big way, but just this early to mid-game pressure from Bait, just the fact that your map is shrinking by so much, you have to deal with the vision from the Hawks, it's not a safe game for Arc. Like, even just a rotation out from Lodi, like, yeah, it doesn't kill Arc, but it pressures him. It pushes him away from the jungle, it forces heroes on top of him, and it just gives the other heroes of Bait so much more room to work this map. It's just really efficient gameplay from them.
It certainly is. So the 4K advantage is a stand. There's going to be a 4-man smoke now from Bait trying to force a fight. They feel very strong at the moment. Into the triangle they go. They might run right into Arc. Arc, though, very nice. Backing off at the exact right time, and there's going to be a counter smoke to come out from Wildcard. A big team fight to break out. Move into that mid lane. Dendi, the only one really showing in that mid lane, but does now back off to the other side into the dire triangle. Dendi, again showing himself, but nobody there to catch the Death Prophet. It seems like neither smoke really going to work out.
Does feel maybe a little bit better for Bait. They've got the triangle. They're kind of taking it out. Quantic again just building non-stop onto the Blink next on the Beastmaster. And well, Stonebank's just really safe. Just working onto that Leitner we've seen earlier. And it just feels like if Wildcard isn't able to take initiative, Bait wins every single time because the map is theirs. They're the ones really working this map. They're finding every creep, finding every camp, while Wildcard just kind of runs around, not achieving too much just yet. And it just becomes a lot of pressure onto Arc to just deliver everything from this one hero now.
Well, there's the push. I mean, that bottom tier 2 is not going to last long at all. Kind of like you just mentioned. I mean, they're controlling the map much better. Wildcard, they're the ones that need to kind of react to this. Not really seeing the opportunities quite yet. There's a line to be drawn out, a perfect arrow right back towards a dire triangle, but that is occupied right now by Bait, and they're still pushing. They're onto the bottom tier 3 tower. Just funny, just kind of ratting the tier 3, forcing the defense back from Sunlight. And Wildcard, they've got to make a move. They can't keep allowing Bait to do this. Maybe they can find Dendi in that mid lane, but he does have his teammates right behind him. It's not going to be that simple. Lodi. He'll move in. There is a sentry around, and they will spot him out. Lowdyne still fine, though. The Impel landing onto the Ember. Sunlight, though, a great jump in. He even found the Rubik, so moves should drop. That'll be both supports down for the side of Bait, but in comes the cavalry. They found Arc on the Terrorblade, but no, he's got the Sunder. He'll find Sunlight, switch HP, and now he can take the fight. Dendy's gone. A triple kill for Arc. Stonebank the only survivor for now, but the chase is still ongoing. Can they find the Weaver? It doesn't seem like it, but it won't matter. It's a 4-man wipe for Wildcard. Very nice arena set up from our Mars, and well, for Bait, losing their next assassin like that to get started, it just wasn't optimal.
That's a huge gold swing for Wildcard. That's the fight they needed. Right? Like that's the one engagement that finally brings them back into the game. Arc just showing how strong his Terrorblade can be now, as long as it's got the space and as long as it has a Sunder target that it can survive through. The side of Bait, I think this goes back to what Fear said about this Weaver pickup. Right, there's a lack of damage. You are going in and out, but you have no big magic dealer to kind of deal with Arc bursting down. Your physical hits aren't quite big enough as well to whittle down the Terrorblade with 31+2 armor. It's just too much. And if you can't burst Arc, that's so much time where Wildcard comes in and just starts to play with that combination. The Kisses come out, the Arena's there, Overgrowth's there to stop you while your BKBs are up. It becomes pretty tough for Bait in a prolonged fight. They need to find a way to isolate one, burst down, and just go for the objectives again.
Could be a bit of a meeting here in this dire jungle. Both teams getting very close to each other. Lowdyne, he'll jump in. He's found the Snapfire. Great Gleipnir out, catching 2 of them. The Snap is gone. Babbage going to trade with Lowdyne. No, not quite. The Nyx is out of there, just barely. Lowdyne will survive just a little bit longer. Stonebank, though. Oh, he's been caught out by the spear, but he does get the time lapse. What? Oh, Samson, no.
Oh.
Why wait?
That is the worst feeling in the world. You're so close to a kill. You feel like you're timing your Overgrowth right. It isn't. Lowdyne is even hanging around. No detection to spot him out for a freebie. And for Bait, you're pretty happy. You didn't lose Stonebank. You find a pick-off. You keep yourselves in the game, but it can get a bit tenuous. Wildcard, if they got that Overgrowth, massive kill could have come out and just make matters worse for the side of Bait. Still, you know, they're still building up here on Bait. Yules to come out for Dendy, MKB for Stonebank, giving him one way to at least pierce through that armor on Arc. I think the issue is going to be onto the high ground. Like, even if Bait finds this last tier 2 mid, high ground is one of the strong points of Wildcard's lineup. They just have such good team fighting in really tight spots that it feels like, it almost feels like, it feels like Bait missed a bit of a timing where they could have found a little bit more.
Spear out, Sunlight setting up onto Lowdyne. He's somehow still surviving, however. Instead they'll chase down moves on the Rubik, but he's trying to TP out. Babbage is going to be able to secure the kill on the Ember. So Lowdyne gets away. Instead they'll give moves away. Wildcard, well, they're looking for a Roshan, but it's still 33 seconds away. Not the optimal timing. Stonebank, he'll show himself, but he's still feeling confident. That's a nice cookie. Do they have a follow-up stun? Not quite. Arena down, but Stonebank, he's got the BKB already popped. Just gonna go for a run. Very defensive BKB usage, and that actually opens up Roshan for Wildcard now.
Yeah, that's a big opportunity. Metamorphosis not gonna last long enough to really look for that Roche safely, so that might force them away on Wildcard's end. And Bait are looking for a counterplay smoke here. Maybe Snoopy.
Can try. Lightning is out. Sunlight's the one to get caught on that Mars. Oh, that's a great impale. It caught 2 once again. I don't think they realized they caught Sammy in the tree line. Nice cookie setup. Sunlight's still tanking. It's not going to be enough, but that Weaver's dropping so low, and with the kisses, they'll take him out. Overgrowth doesn't connect, apparently.
Yeah,
that was weird.
It looked like it did. I swear I saw roots.
I saw them too.
Huh. A bit strange, but you know what? It's fine. Wildcard still finds 2 big kills. Nothing too bad for Samson to miss out on there. Maybe it was this. Overgrowth came out in the same tick as the BKB activated, and it dispelled Overgrowth immediately.
Yeah, but why didn't Funny get trapped? He didn't pop his BKB.
Okay, maybe. I don't know.
Under the Ember. Oh, that's a great pickoff. Babbage gets caught out immediately. Under the Snapfire, Flea's also been caught out. They'll go for the Roshan now. In fact, Bait, they're not done yet. They'll find Samson as well. Make it a third. Suddenly, Roshan going the way of Bait.
Yeah, that's a big one. Exo still running buyback forced out. Samson wants to go back in. They've got Arena to counterfight, and they will have Metamorphosis up shortly. So there is a bit of a fight for wildcard. Smoke out.
Wildcard they're going to try. They wanted this Roshan so bad. It's falling very, very low now. Snowbank, he'll move in. How do you fight without Metamorphosis? It's just such a forced fight it feels from Wildcard. Jump in, Sunlight, he's going to try. Roshan, so low, he does take it. Sunlight, he'll save the day. Ark's got meta up now. They're onto the Weaver, Stomach's gone. Oh, what a play from Sunlight.
Oh, man, what a god. Goes in, gets the spear on the wall, steals the Aegis. What a Chad coming in there, Mike.
That's a Giga Chad right there, John.
That was just maddening. Sunlight, he's been doing all these big plays as well to bounce back wildcard after, not really, I mean, they were behind in gold. 9 kills, and he's just really been setting up for the team.
You could say he's a ray of sunlight.
Haha, I see what you did there, Mike, because that's
terrible.
his name.
That's terrible.
Radiant's middle tower.
Tier 3
Top
tower.
tier shelf.
Tier 3 tower, we're on to.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They'll give up on it though. Metamorphosis does wear out. Down to the bot tier 2 instead they go.
For Bait, I mean, they still have a lot of power left, right? Like the MKB still has to come out here from Stonebank, but now it's starting to feel like that lack of teamfight starting to bite them. You know, it feels like Moose is going to have to try to steal additional control. That spear has been really big when he does manage to grab it, and just try to lock someone in on top of just his roar.
Smile on the face of Sunlight right there. He's a very, very happy boy. I'll tell you what.
I mean, yeah, you got to feel good about that, Mike.
Absolutely. I mean, we can't pull that off, John, but we'd never know.
No one
feeling.
expects us to pull that off anyway, Mike. No one has.
I think they might, John. Maybe once in a while.
Sorry to disappoint you.
You're playing the game for a long time, John. You'd think we do it once.
That's fair, that's fair.
We haven't, though.
No.
Bit of a shame.
It's easier in Clockwork. You love Clockwork, right? You love to show off about your Clockwork.
I do. I have stolen a couple ages back in my day, John.
There you go. So you've done something of the like.
Yeah.
At the least.
What have you done, John?
I've played Venge, and I've watched a lane lose with my Drow getting hooked twice. Not pointing names out.
Hey,
it's a fun. It was a fun game. I actually had fun.
Don't get me started on your laning.
Hey, I placed the wards. You saw where he was.
Moves top lane. He may get
Like
caught
this.
out. Ark, he's going to run right in. Yeah, that's about how you went, John. Oh, goodness me.
Oh, man. Arc is so big. Butterfly up. Hits like a truck. MKB can't come fast enough for Stonebank. Towers aren't going to hold for long. Look at this push.
Yeah, very, very quick. They've got the Aegis up on Sunlight. I mean, you've got the Aegis up on Sunlight. It's not the biggest deal, but I suppose he is the initiator, right? So he can kind of play a little bit more risky with the jump in, and we'll find out very soon how that's going to go, because the Tier 3 tower is just gone. And that is a very fast Rax. In fact, the jump in from Sunlight, he does not connect with the spear, but it won't matter. They'll go for more now.
That's disgusting.
It's disgusting, but it is terrible. It's kind of what he does.
It's ultra disgusting.
Yeah.
And you can't stop it. This is Bait, and 2 racks down at least. They still have their tier 2 down bot, so maybe not the end of the world, but it makes the game a lot harder.
Oh, big impale, Lodine into the 4-man Drape Roar out as well. They have got, the 4-staff. Ark has somehow survived. They'll turn right back around on the Dendy. Oh, Dendy's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He'll pop his BKB, but it means nothing. Sleipnir out again. They'll try to lock down the Mars, but Sunlight, he's got the Aegis anyway. He doesn't care. They'll take 2 Raxes. Off they go. That'll be enough for us, thank you.
Oh, man.
Nothing to hold them down.
That is just so rough. Arc was on the verge. Manages to get the Silver Edge and Force Staff out from Flea. And all these small margins of survival just build up. Dota's a game of small margins, Mike.
Oh, it was a perfect setup too with the impel into the 4-man Gleipnir, but just, yeah, the 4 staffs away, allowing the Sundive, just perfect play. Nothing Bait could do about it, and it's just unfortunate, really.
And I feel like today we've seen our last series as well kind of hinge on those nail-bitingly close plays, just these really snap decisions coming out. And with Bait, again, down 2 racks with a lineup like this, it's tough to come back. Their high ground hold, it's pretty much on Lodine as we saw with that Blink play. I think ideally towards, if the game drags on, something like an Octarine Ags is your ideal here, or at least the Ags to hold high ground, but that's a bit of a pipe dream for the Knicks right now. Without that,
oh, here we go.
It's tough.
Yeah, this is going to be tough too, John. Wildcard, they're moving in. Funnick, he's a great target to set up on. Whoa. Sunlight jumps in, forcing the BKB out. Funnick's going to try and fight back. There's not really too much he can do. In fact, they do catch up moves instead. Now the BKB wears out, and that means the death of Funnick. Though he does have buyback. That is going to allow them to move into that bottom tier 2 tower. Hell, even a double damage for Arc.
Again.
He'll see it. We call that Gaben's blessing, John.
Oh, yeah. Very blessed and very cursed for Bait, unfortunately. They're not even lining for the tier 2. They want to end this.
Absolutely. Why the hell not? You've got double damage. In we go. Gleipnir out. Sunlight, he's the target, but he'll just drop his arena. He doesn't care. Fight me, he says. They will not, though. They'll run. Those are the BKBs down. Beta in huge trouble. Wildcard. I mean, it was a rough start for him, but they've pulled off what seems to be a victory. One last team fight. Lodine, he'll jump in. Arc is just focusing down the Ancient. Now onto the heroes. Beta's still trying, but they are melting. Melting so darn quick as there goes Dendy. Surely to drop the Arc. Oh no, wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. I've spoken a little bit too soon. It's not over.
Oh, they hold on. They hold on. Outstanding hold from Bait. Maybe a little bit too keen there on Arc. You know, he doesn't have anything to purge off a silence. So couldn't get the Sunder off this time. And they hang on. Ancient didn't cling on. Maybe would have been better to go for that tier 2, you know, onto the last racks, but Wildcard still are in control of the game, but that's a good opportunity for Bait. MKB fully up in Stonebank. Daedalus coming out next. He is going to start to really melt the Terrorblade if he's allowed to focus in on him, as long as he holds his BKB for when Sunlight comes in. Like, that's going to be the key aspect. Can Sunlight catch him out before that BKB pops? Or otherwise, can Samson actually catch him out with the Overgrowth? Because, let's be frank, the times when they've depended on Sammy Boy for the Overgrowth this game has been kind of rough. That cast point has been killing him.
Yeah. Having a look at that replay as well, I just kind of want to see how Arc died throughout all this, because everything was looking real strong. What caught him out here? Oh, it was the spear from Moose. It was a perfect spear right back into the Ancient. And they just melt him. Oh, and Sammy does not look happy, let me tell you, John. He did not look happy about that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you're so close to ending the game. You give this opportunity, Smoke.
Yeah, but they do. Sunlight, he's the target. Roar out. Where's he going? Oh, they're just throwing him all around. Sunlight's still surviving, though. He'll go down eventually. In the meantime, Babbage, he's after Moose on the Rubik. Stonebank's already popped his BKB, so he needs to run. Looks like Moose will be sacrificed. And an immediate buyback up from Lodine. They want to try and fight, but this fight is over.
Nothing stopping that one. A little bit of a back and forth. That was super funny. It's always funny when you have all these movement spells stack on cookies, spear, force staffs. It's like, huh? Where are you actually going? And at the very least, they managed to get the arena out before dying, although forcing the BKB out early it was pretty damn big. And for Bait, they don't lose anything as big. Finding Sunlight is still huge. Trading away moves for it, not the biggest deal in the world. And it does, again, allow that ramp up. Daedalus fully up in Stone Bank.
Bottom tower has
Satanic next, a little bit more Dispel on hand, a little bit more protection, and lots of life steal, an extra life almost on a hero that does have 2 lives with the time lapse, as it does feel like. Wildcard, they cleared out tier 2. They could wait this next Roche Might. 1 minute 40 away. Funnick does have vision over it. They should be able to contest Wildcard when they do make that move in.
Roshan, that's what it's all about. Stonebank, he's going to find Sammy. Arc is around the corner. In goes the Remnant. Stonebank forced to just time-lapse out of there.
Radiant's courier.
Still at a minute and 20 seconds for that Roshan. And another double damage. Would you look at that? Can you believe that? Arc will say thank you very much for that. That'll help us out a little bit to help us finish this game. And of course, naturally, you want to force a team fight. So in they go. Chains are there. Dendy, he's going to be able to get out. In fact, oh, that's a roar. Uh-oh, they've locked down the Ember, but Sunlight. Sunlight comes right in and trades Dendy's life. Lodine to boot as well. Sammy, he might drop it, maybe not. Stonebank, he's the one to go down.
No buyback.
No buyback available. This game should be over. They dive, they Ancient. That's it. GG is called. GG is called.
Oh,
what a game it was. I mean, Bait, they put up a great fight. It was a much closer game than I first anticipated, John, but Wildcard, they end up pulling off the victory. And special shout out here to Sunlight, I reckon, John. Fantastic performance on that Mars.
He played really well on the Mars. I want to say, though, Bait actually played out early to mid-game really well.
Yeah.
Right? The farming efficiency was so good. The farm distribution between the 3 cores was near perfect.
Right.
They just couldn't pierce that high ground. And it just boiled down to the fact that the team fight coming out from Wildcard was a lot stronger. The damage was lacking, as Fear said, with a Weaver pick. It just wasn't enough to carry through until the items were there.
Well, there you go. We're going to give a chance for Fear to tell us how right he was, as we are going to head right back to that panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, indeed, we are back after this game.
And I was right.
How smug do you feel right now?
I mean, well, just another day, honestly. Haven't been wrong yet, I think. So
Yeah.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. And also, one thing that hasn't happened as of yet, at least up until this game here, Panda, we didn't have a competitive game. We finally got it at long last.
Yeah, it was silly, it was funny, but it had its moments, you know. Pretty even game. Just ended pretty anticlimactically there. I was like watching Stonebank going close to that fight, getting rooted, and he's popping his BKB while Ark's just throwing big hits. I was like, guy, what are you doing? Get out of there, get out of there. You're going to die out there. And just... it just ended like that.
Yep.
Like, why? How? I mean, this was supposed to be a very even game. It was very back and forth.
It was very back and forth. And, you know, John was actually mentioning it there that in the mid-game, Bait actually did play rather well. And there were large portions of this game that things looked amazing. Here, honestly, this clip is going to haunt my dreams for a long time.
This is a room temperature IQ play, basically. They've got the Aegis. Everything's going well. What happens next? Detection's missing. That's one. We've only got cores around here. Well, we've got the Snapfire. Chains never used from the Ember. They never caught him. I guess he was thinking, all right, he's going to pop ulti and then run away so we don't have to lock down. But he didn't even have ulti. And 2, why wouldn't you use a basic ability to force out the ulti in the first place? So, yeah.
It was one of those situations where things don't go necessarily according to plan. But this right here, this was an incredible play. Sunlight, after they just lost this Roshan fight here, it looked like Bait was about to get this Aegis, about to make Stonebank a lot stronger. From there, they were going to move on to take more objectives and then corral Wildcard inside their base. But that jump from Sunlight, I don't think it's an overestimation to say that that literally saved the game for Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, there was so many back and forths. I think just before that, you know, they did well, then Bait did a good job re-engaging, then they went into the Roche, and then they countered that with another play. It was a really crazy sequence of events there. But yeah, Sunlight, he really performed outside of the laning stage. Like, he had a really, really rough laning stage. I looked at his net worth. I also looked at the Ember Spirit's net worth, and I was just like, yikes. This is not going well for them. The one thing that was going well for them was Arc. And Arc, honestly, he put on a show here. I think Sunlight, you could argue he could be the MVP here because he had some really clutch moments. But for me, Arc from start to finish was just on point. Like his rotations, he had a really nice rotation to the mid lane where you don't see a lot of carry players do stuff like this. It's just like a quick rotation. He knows that Dendy wants to pressure the mid with his Death Prophet. He has meta ready. He walks mid, kills Dendi for the first exorcism. And when he's snowballing the game, like Dendi's snowballing the game, he owned mid really hard, as he should have, because he counterpicked the Ember. And he just shut him down right there. I think Arc, for me, he just played incredibly well. Just solid performance. But I think he still would have lost if Sunlight didn't step up with the clutch spears.
Yeah. And I was also very happy to see Arc play one of his comfort heroes. Like, he's great on Arc Warden, like, comes straight out of his name. But, you know, TB is one of his greater heroes as well.
To celebrate, one of the things that really impressed me about how he played was in this draft, they were trying to position this Lodin Nyx Assassin to continually hunt him. And Lodin spent a lot of time in the early mid game just trying to find the CB. And the only times we could find him, he's either not in a position to actually be ganked, has an ally nearby him to intercept the gank, or just reads the movement very, very well and just like, I'm out. Peace, you're not going to find me. However, gentlemen, unfortunately, you know, look who the actual MVP is. You're going to be very, very surprised about the actual MVP of this matchup. Babitic on this Ember Spirit. Now, there were some Pepega moments coming in from him, right? Let's just say he played a very high octane game. And he was always trying to push the envelope. And sometimes when you're trying to push the envelope, things will go awry every now and then. But they were able to pull it together at the very end. What do you think about his performance in this game, Panda?
In general, I feel like Babitic came out with a pretty mediocre performance up till the start, but still a very valuable member of the team in the end. That's what your Ember Spirit needs to be doing. A lot of kill participation. He's been a part of 30 kills on his team. Always a good sign. He's got the right build here. Aghanims allows him to do so many things later on into the game. And having that activity, combining it with Realm or Arc basically on that TB being very active too, you've got a lot of stuff to actually answer back Bait, who were doing correct things throughout this entire game. And when they found that little moment that now we are strong enough, I think Ember was a huge part of that success.
You were mentioning, Fear, that he got dumpstered in the laning phase by Dendi, and Dendi was having a phenomenal time. For the large portion of that game, this Ember Spirit was lowest of all the cores in net worth, closer to a support net worth than a core one, right? What do you think he did so well to allow him to have this kind of recovery and still have impact in the game, despite a terrible, terrible start?
I don't know if he made the call, but like calling his carry over to salvage his lane for him in the early game, that was a great play. Like that was the beginning of his comeback, because if they would have lost that tower and then he would potentially could have died there to a rotation, that would have been even worse for his game. So the fact that they stopped him there really salvaged his game. Now he's able to pick up some runes, was able to make some combinations. At the end, all they needed was a couple levels. They needed Sunlight to get his Blink Dagger, they needed the Mortar and Kisses to come online, and even if he doesn't win his lane as an Ember Spirit, he still has an impact in the game. Whereas, you know, Dendi on his Death Prophet, sure, you can win your lane and everything, but you're just a Death Prophet at the end of the day. There's not a lot of plays you can make on the map. Your team has to do well, they have to play around you. I do unfortunately think that Bait did not use their advantage. And you're going to see Arc like making his rotation here. Dendi with his exorcism running here. Arc, the carry, he's here. They don't really expect it, and boom, Dendi's out, just like that. And then that slows the momentum so much. We talked about how momentum is really important for Bait with their lineup, having the Beastmaster plus DP lineup. Having a carry player, noticing that, realizing that, it's just for me on a different level from most of the other carry players I've seen from this region.
And I mean, at that point in time, that was the first usage of the Ghost. We were anticipating that being able to take down the tier 1 tower. From there, you can really open up the map. Because of that one play that Arc did, they only take the tier 1 tower 10 minutes later. And at that point, sure, they're able to take the tier 1 and go into the Roshan pit, but so much space has been created for Arc. He's farming, getting bigger and bigger and bigger throughout the entire time. So really good moves coming in from Arc as the carry player. I do want to talk about something that Bait could have done differently. So we all know that Sunlight did do the really amazing play, right, to come and salvage the game. Do you all think that there's anything else afterwards that Bait could potentially have done to try and recover things?
I think utilizing this Nyx Assassin in team fights, like Lodin's positioning from time to time, maybe he wasn't there in point, wasn't able to counter the snap ulti, I don't think, maybe once this game. But where does this Nyx Assassin really fit into the picture? That was one question. Secondly was the Weaver from Stonebank. Maybe a couple bad reads. The hero doesn't exactly have like the super late game scaling as the TB does, so you don't have anything to fall onto. You're on a timer. I think those were the two. Do you have was I correct on either one?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Well, all right. Weaver's just bad in my opinion. I don't
fair enough.
anything
That's
that
simple.
he could have done.
Yeah.
I think the easiest way to win this game would just not be to pick Weaver. Going into Game 2, though, we're going to be hoping that Bait is going to continue to make this an exciting and close series, hopefully even pushing us to our first Game 3. It's been a day of first, so let's hope that that momentum does continue. For now, though, we are going to be taking a very small break. When we return, Game number 2 of Bait versus the side of Wildcard Gaming here on the North American DPC. Join us soon, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, here to the North American DPC as we continue to witness the top 8 teams within the region competing for the 2 slots that get them to the major and potentially earn some points towards qualifying for TI. We've just seen game number 1 between the side of Bait and Wildcard Gaming, and Wildcard Gaming have taken their first win so far here in the DPC. Let's see if they can turn that into a series win, or if Bait will make this a challenging day and take us to our first ever game number 3 here in Division 1. My name is Sneh, and I'm joined yet again by the Dean of Esports and the high school bully. Gentlemen, bully us a bit here, bully Bait a bit here, please, because they need a bit of a kick in the pants, right, to try and get them into gear. What do you think that they need to change up here as we have the second draft available? Do you want to see them pursuing the same draft patterns, or do you want to see maybe a harder carry on the Weaver, maybe a hero that has a bit more dynamism in the mid lane for Dendi? What changes do you think Bait should be making draft-wise going into Game 2?
I think one of the strengths for Bait, knowing all these players on their roster, they have a pretty big hero pool. The thing is, are all of them like fitting into the meta? I mean, this is after all 7 Eastern European players, 1 South American, and 2 North Americans in this specific series. So basically, Wildcard's East Europeans know what Bait's players are going to be picking. Most likely, they know them throughout. They've been playing against each other for years now, and I think the approach was all right. I wouldn't change too much unless they find like similar heroes, like they see the Treant, they see the Snapfire apparently as well, which they want to go for. Kind of a block steal pick. They're also good with the Snap, which is pretty solid here. But I don't know. Maybe Wildcard's going to come up with something, because Arc just broke 4 records basically in the North American division. Like, you got to find a way to shut down this TB, or at least have an answer to it, like late game. Couple mistakes here and there cost them not killing the TB. He got some Sunders off. He's walking away, but I mean, you're getting this many records broken with GPMs, gold earned, building damage dealt. There's something you got to answer Arc to.
Well, they answered with a ban, just remove it heads up. But Fear, I want to talk about this respect being shown towards Babatic in the mid lane. They remove his Ember Spirit as their prime priority on the side of Bait Esports. Do you agree with this direction?
I mean, it's fine. The hero is pretty meta right now, but most of the time when we see this hero in action, if it doesn't have a good lane, it hasn't looked very good. And last game, for the longest time, it didn't look very good either. But maybe that's like why people are gravitating towards it, because you can pick it early, you can get countered, you can still make something happen on the map. So I think they might be afraid of that, and maybe this time around, Dendi's like, you know, I want to put you in a position where I crush you, and you're not on a hero that can do anything about it after it, right? Wants to fully crush him into the ground here. But we'll see if that happens, as Bait like just completely stole the opening that Wildcard just used. And now Wildcard's going to try something different and with the Leshrac. And yeah, to answer your question about the TB, it is banned this game, but I think the reason why he broke so many records, it was just too good of a TB game. Like, very rarely do you see TB anymore. It's because most of the time, it's very natural in the meta to pick a lot of AoE. But Bait got kind of stuck, you know, when they picked the Beastmaster, they got stuck on that, and the DP, they just kind of ran out of AoE options with the Nyx Assassin too. True. So like, it turned into just a really free game for him. They have a much more well-rounded lineup now, and I think it won't be as easy this time for Arc to get one of those like 1v9 carries, because we rarely see it work in Dota right now. The conditions have to be perfect, and it's just going to be a new draft here.
Let's see. Bait went for this Tiny. That's probably going to be the hero for Dendi in the mid lane. Wildcard should be playing this Leshrac. It seems to be the case here, Panda, that Wildcard Gaming are going to be prioritizing Babatic in the first phase pretty much every time. They've done so in every game we've seen from them up until this point. So they're continuing that trend with this Leshrac. Although, because it will have the Lesh, it does diminish the odds that this might be a mid-Tusk. And Tusk has looked phenomenal in the mid lane. When played elsewhere, it's looked okay. It's looked fine. Hasn't looked incredible. Has done what it needs to do, but hasn't looked nearly as strong as it does when it's played mid.
Sunlight does play the Leshrac. Didn't he play it once already? Do I remember wrong?
You could be right. I don't remember exactly. He could have played it. I do not know. We've also seen Tiny versus Tusk matchup. I think that's what you're getting to, right? That could be something. I mean, their draft is a bit open. The only thing we do know, most likely for sure, is that Undying is probably going 5 and Tree is going 5.
Yeah, he played the offlane Lesh against TSM.
Against TSM, game 2, right?
That was the game 2 in the first series. Yeah, that's when he played it. So this could still be an offlane Lesh. They've got 3 players in their team who actually play it. So it felt like this Lesh is oh wow, that's difficult. Harder than fifth. Flexing this hero into several roles, and then the Tusk still has like this capability as well to go mid, still could be support.
Could be
And I
offlane
think
as
that's
well.
what they're all kind of considering here is this next hero pick that Wildcard's going for is going to lock in a lot of things. So it makes it easier for maybe Bait to respond, unless they still want to keep things open and maybe pick something like a carry now and still leave this Lesh and Tusk open completely. And you could still put Undying as a core as well. That could also work.
One of the things
I
I'm
haven't seen
seeing
it too
here
much,
from them, though, last game, I think all of us really agreed that Arc was the standout performer on the side of Wildcard Gaming, although our producers were going to fight after this production is done. The fact that they've gone for this Undying here, Fear, does seem to indicate to me that they recognize this too on the side of Wildcard. They're like, what do we need to do to ensure that Arc has the best possible game, especially in the laning phase? Start him off well, and then the rest he'll do. He knows exactly what to do thereafter. So pick up some heroes like Undying, ensure that that laning phase is always going to be in tip-top condition for him.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an interesting pick, though, because they do have the Snapfire, which is generally good at killing the Tombstone with a little Shredder, and they picked it into it, so it looks like they're not really worried about the Tombstone play, and we haven't seen a ton of Undying recently, so the fact that they're that confident picking it into like a quote-unquote counter pick means they have something in store for us. Then they pick the Silencer right after, which is also traditionally used as POS 5, so they might have 2 POS 5s here, one of them probably going 4, unless they plan on being crazy and sending one of these heroes in the core position. We haven't seen the core Undying in I feel like a long time since they nerfed it, but it's always a possibility.
Well,
There's a lot of magical damage at least, so you could go for something like the Mage Slayer, Pause 3 Undying, which we do see from time to time. You have Echo Saber and Mage Slayer, and you're just very tanky, and you also reduce the damage output from, like, say, heroes like SF and Snapfire. So I think that's what they're considering now is what do we actually want on our core role. I was looking Tusk Lesh could be the core duo, but now when you mentioned it, you know, like Undying and Silencer both feel like Pause 5. So
that seems like a really bad support duo. You know?
yeah.
Just
I
no
don't
stuns.
I'm not a fan of it.
The Silencer pick to me is very strange, and I think they have something in store for us that is like going to be confusing even for Bait at this point.
Well, that's probably the hope, right? That they want to try and make sure that Bait do not have a proper read on what's happening here. Silencer can just generally be an iffy hero, but we'll see how it comes out. It is the first time the Silencer has been picked in North America so far, so yet again another day of firsts. The response being SF, I mean, when you see a draft like this with the degree of magic damage you're talking about, your Panda, you definitely want a BKB type carry. So Shadow Fiend certainly fits the bill for that one. It also gives them some additional burst damage, right? You get these toss-back combos, you blow a hero up immediately before there's any kind of response available from Wildcard, so that even if the Tusk tries to come in and save you, it's always too late. You just die way too quickly.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Dendy is most likely going to be playing the SF. I guess Stonebank could also play it in the safe lane, but it's feeling like Dendy is going to be playing this and leaving the carry for last. You see the Life Stealers and the Drows being banned out.
Yeah, I kind of see this lineup here, and I thought at first this Lesh was kind of a risky pick. It's going to die if it runs in. But with the Undying and Silencer, the Silencer can cancel Requiem, it can cancel the Mortimer Kisses. It might be a little hard for them to kill this Leshrac now. But they do need more heroes that can get on top of the enemy. Because, you know, if Silencer does go support, if Undying does go support, it's possible. They might do it. They need more heroes that can get in there with the Tusk and the Leshrac to make things happen.
I like that they're actually banning the Lifestealer on the side of the wild card, because Sven's no longer a huge threat. You've got the Tusk already picked up. That's kind of like a counterplay already with the armor. Oh, he does go usually the other way around, but still, I mean, Ursa, yeah, now you're definitely not going Sven. Spectre? Spectre Shadow Fiend?
No, I don't think they want to Spectre this game. Oh, what do they need? They need either a carry or a mid. So it does look like, I mean, this is kind of strange. Like, where are they putting this Tusk and where are they putting this Lesh? I guess one's probably offlaner, the other one is.
It feels like it's going to be Ursa Silencer, and we've got a core Undying with Tusk, and then we have it's either Tusk 3 or Undying 3, and Lesh goes mids. That's how I'm seeing it.
I guess it'll be something around that, unless they end up doing like some Leshrac Undying lane, Tusk mid. But I agree. I think the Silencer is probably position 5 here. What do they need against the Ursa? I like playing Troll versus Ursa a lot, but actually it's a pretty good Troll game. There's not a lot they could do about it.
Slark is in the pool, but I don't know if Slark's going to be the option.
Yeah, I think if they do want to pick Troll here, I think that's one of Ursa's worst matchups, carry to carry. Like, Ursa wants to man fight you. Nobody can man fight Troll. He just kind of wins that exchange, perma-roots you. Feels really bad. It could be strong in the laning stage as well for them. I don't think that's a bad choice if they want to go that route.
He does play Troll as his third most played hero of all time, 39 games with a 62% win rate. Only beaten out by his PL and his Ursa. So he's certainly accomplished at it, and there you go. The Troll Warlord exactly as you wanted it. Talk to us about it. Why is it such a bad matchup for the Ursa? The miss chance is pretty bad, obviously, but let's get into the intricacies. What do you think makes this such a good counter pick?
Well, the thing about this that makes it's not intricate at all. It's basically both these heroes just want to run at each other and kill each other and stand there and someone dies first. And between the two, Troll dies less fast.
Okay.
So it's just a man fight, and Troll always wins the man fight because his duration of his ult is longer than the duration of Enrage.
Despite this counter pick here, Panda, how does Wildcard actually utilize this Ursa to still win out the game?
Well, I'm actually happy I predicted their drafts pretty much. There you go for the Undying offlane with the mid Leshrac. I mean, I like the Undying edition here. This feels like the game that could definitely work. Like, we have if he goes for the Echo Saber Mage Slayer build, I'm happy.
Okay. Well, we all want to see a more entertaining game. We want to see a full best-of-3 series. So Bates, with this last pick, Troll Warlord, have set themselves up for success here. Let us see, though, if it's going to be good enough at the end of the day to get the W and force a game number 3, or if Wildcard Gaming will be staring down the barrel of their first series win here in Division 1 of the NA DPC. To find out, we're going to throw it to our wonderful casters, the magnificent Mike, then the judicious John. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much there, John. I don't even know what words he's using anymore. These are way too complicated for me. It is indeed MLP Dota and John Expire. We haven't had a 2-1 series yet. The panel seems to believe the Bates draft is arguably better than what the side of Wildcard have going into this. Do you agree with the panel here, Jonathan?
I can see the core-to-core matchup point. Like, the Troll versus Ursa definitely favors Troll. I think Bait has fixed a couple of issues. They have a lot more AoE. They have a lot more teamfight coming in. So it could work out. I think Wildcard does have counterplay with its silencer.
Right.
So there is a way of kind of breaking that up and making it awkward for Bait until BKBs are up. The issue is Wildcard will have to play faster. They did play pretty fast last game, although that did mean they weren't as efficient on the map. But if they kind of maintain that momentum we saw from game 1, I think they could make it pretty tough for Bait.
Let's find out. Again, we have not gone all 3-game series yet throughout NA Division 1. This might be the first one.
Yeah.
Very, very exciting.
Yeah, and it just shows you how close these teams are. Like, this revitalized Bait line of just... It's pretty damn promising, but Wildcard has also shaped up. Are going for a bit of a smoke on smoke, at least.
We'd love to see a smoke on smoke before that minute mark, but this time around, neither side are going to run into each other. Both sides are going completely opposite ways. So many first bloods occurring in these NA games as well, right? Like, I feel like every game we see, these teams are just running at each other 5v5, and I said there was going to be no first blood this time, but look at this. Wildcard, they've wrapped around the whole map. They want the fight. Very deep observable to get started. They're prepping. They really want a great start. Can't quite blame them. They've got the high ground advantage now as well, and they must know Bait's around here somewhere. They want to fight underneath that vision, though. They're going to wait very patiently. Moose is going to be spotted. Is that the target they want? Who goes in first? It's going to be Babidic. In fact, Shards is there. They've got Dendi. That's a great target, but the Split Earth does not connect.
Oh,
what?
No. They lose all bounty runes as well.
Oh, boy. How did that miss? You know, I don't want to be that guy, John. Well, we do have a short video with Dendi, John. A great segue here. We're going to ask Dendi how he feels going into the NA DPC, so let's have a hear from Dendi.
Yeah, it's important to show people in NA and around the world how great the game is. So show them how great the competitive part of the game is, because, you know, I'm 33 years old and I'm still playing Dota, and I'm super hungry and I'm excited because competitive Dota for me is like, you know, the thing that I love the most in the game, and I really want to share this feel of love with the community. And this hopefully will make more people come to play the game. And yeah, I think everybody in NA need to do some step ups, like do more marketing, you know, like to bring more new players and stuff like this, do steps forward this direction. So we're gonna have bigger player base, and it's gonna be much more competitive in the future.
Well, there you go. You heard from Dendi. Of course, we did have First Blood going on while Dendi was speaking, but nevertheless, I do agree with him, John. It's very important to market the game, you know, get some new players in. But it's always a pleasure to have older players like himself in the game.
Yeah, and of course, he knows his status. Just having him around does. It it does bring people in, and getting that interest in is important. So it's something great for Dendi, right? And he still loves the game, of course. Sharing that passion is always good. Still, going back to what you were saying with that rotation, I don't know how you missed one. That was such a missed opportunity that just snowballed into the feeding first blood.
Top lane, nice cookie out onto Arc. He's getting very deep for this. He might just drop it. No. 19 HP survives on. Samson now going to try and get something for their trouble. Funnick, he'll go for a run and he'll be just fine. They don't have any spells to throw out. So Funnick barely going to survive, though. He does stick around. Very aggressive positioning from Funnick. They seem to want to try and see if they can catch out Arc here. Samson's going to run right back in. Though Samson, I don't know if he has the damage on his own. Sammy, this is very risky, sir. He's trying. Sammy, no.
Why? Oh, what's happening? Wildcard Gaming.
They're doing that NA thing again, John.
What's this NA thing,
They're
Mike?
doing. Well, you just saw it, Jonathan.
Yeah, that commitment all in is just not great. Even the bot lane is not fun for them. He's so low.
Yeah, low down. He's going to run. He will drop. Wildcard, they'll get something.
Yeah, it's a consolation prize. It's a little bit of revenge for Flea after dropping that first blood. This lane is pretty interesting from Wildcard as well. Undying versus Troll. It can be pretty good for the Undying in the first few levels. Troll can't really stop you for the most part, and it's hard for him to commit. And it really hurts Lowdyne. It takes away a lot of damage from that Treant, takes away a lot of his presence. The Sunlight should have a pretty decent time, although Stonebank isn't really being pressured. You find that kill in the support, sure. But the Troll, it's farming anyway. It doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, and you kind of heard it from our panel as well. Like, with the Troll versus Ursa matchup later on, generally speaking, it does favor the Troll because these two just want to hit each other, and Troll tends to survive because he does have Battle Trance. So, off to a good start. Stonebank, he'll be happy with that. Wildcard need to obviously ensure that their own carry has a great start, but it's not so much the case for Arc, considering he was so low for such a long time waiting out that regen. Not so much anymore, but does have some catching up to do on this Ursa. How's the mid lane? Babidich against Dendi. So far favoring Dendi. Love seeing Dendi on that SF, by the way, Jonathan. Of course, you and I are very old school players. We remember the days where Dendi used to play this non-stop in the mid lane back in the Na'Vi days, back in my day.
Yeah, the classic times, that classic lineup. You know, reunite with Funnick, it does bring some memories back there as well, Mike. Still, the mid lane it's actually probably the most important lane now for Wildcard, considering how their side lanes are going. And even this lane for Babidich, it's not amazing. Dendi just managed to control that lane really well. Shadow Races just feel so good. Every time the Lesh tries to come in to clear out the wave, easily punishable. And if Dendi gets this kind of strong start, then it gets a bit rough for having these three heroes that are just behind, especially Sunlight. It feels like if you're an Undying core and you're just behind, you don't contribute. You turn into a support on that core position, and suddenly you're just stuck with two cores and what almost feels like three supports. The impact just becomes really hard to get once you do lag behind that laning phase.
Yeah. Progression in this mid lane, Dendi just getting so much HP out of Babidich. Forcing a TP rotation that does get cancelled off as well. A bit of action here in the mid lane. Babidich are very far behind in terms of CS right now. Only 15-3 compared to the 23-7 of Dendi. Just can't really contest. Like, the SF with these raises is just so painful, and that you land two of them and that slow can be quite obnoxious to try and play against. Just trying his best to remain in the lane, but oh yeah, he got taken out real good there. Place to stick it down. That's a Giga Chat sticker right there. You love to see it. Meanwhile, top lane, a bit of a chase onto Arc. Not going to pan out to too much. Samson, he's going to try to fight back, but the toss out is there. Snowball back his way. Moo's still going. Nice little avalanche. Samson still tanking through it. Shards out, way off the mark. Funnick might just drop, though does get a nice cookie away back towards the south, so Wildcard find nothing.
Yeah, Bade just dancing around them every lane. Maybe the bot lane's going a little bit better, Stonebank.
You say that, Stonebank. So close to dying the zombie. Not going to be quite enough. Ooh, Sunlight. Okay. He's got decay, it'll be enough. Woo.
Very needed kill coming out. Oh no.
Yeah, that's a problem. Moose is rotated. Avalanche will cancel. He's still got plenty of strength with all these decay stacks, but it's probably not going to prove to be enough. He's got another. We'll pop it, but he's not tanky enough. Moves and Lowdime will get the job done.
That feels really bad for Sunlight. Doesn't have a TP back. Gonna have to walk in. Lots of space for Stonebank to kind of catch up. At least one quick wave or two to catch up with. And again, just going back to that point, Bait are playing this laning phase really well in comparison to Game 1. Whereas in Game 1, they were dropping a lot more kills but working the map efficiently. This time, they're fighting a lot better in lanes. And we've got to see Wildcard, if they want to kind of get this momentum going their way mid-game, they've got to be efficient on the map, as we saw Bait do in Game 1. And they can certainly do that. My one concern is still really Sunlight, because once this Undying falls behind, I mean, you can farm, you can use Tombstone in your shards to just kind of clear out camps, but we haven't seen that since the Pause 1 Undyings back in the last tour.
See what he does. Kind of goes back to the panel saying as well, like, you don't really have many stuns in this draft for Wildcard. Like, it's kind of hard to set up kills, so you are playing a bit more of a passive game up until you are ready to just fight with your farm. Shards out, Funnick. He's going to get caught top lane, but he's always got the cookie. Snowball from Sammy, very patient with that, and he does take the kill. Meanwhile, towards the east side, though, Babbage does get caught out. So you find yourself a snap fire, but you lose your Leshrac like that, and it's just not great news. You do require Babbage to have a very good game on this Lesh to set a tempo for your team, and that's just not happening.
That's not. And then he's also clearing out a couple of small stacks in the jungle. He's been feeling really good. There's no pressure on his tier 1 mid. They're just really stalling these timings from Wildcard. The Leshrac is that early tempo coming out from them. Sunlight is still trying to kind of force around Stonebank. Again, every time he gets double decay, does feel good. Babbage is here.
Lowdine targeted. Still pretty tanky. See if he can land the stun. No, he's off the mark. That's not an easy one to land, to be fair to Babbage. That's a hard one. Put the hand up. No high five for you, Babbage. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here.
It's a lot of space, man. It's so much space. Like, mid's just free, then he just gets to farm that jungle just fine. In fact, he's looking for an angle from behind here.
Yeah, Arc though.
Oh boy.
Top lane, Arc in a bit of danger. Babbage, meanwhile, bottom lane does get caught out. Tips to Dendi. Top lane still going, Arc. Still trying to fight, trying to avoid the kisses, but can't do anything.
This laning, this is rough. Bait are playing so well. Dendi camping the high ground there. Really sweet. Old school plays. You know who used to do that? Wasn't it like Mushi who used to do that? Or Ohio, right? Was it Ohio or Mushi? One of them with the SF.
Sunlight. Top lane, he's going to come in. All by himself pretty much, trying to move in, but the cookie did land. Snowball will be there from Sammy. They'll try to move in onto Funnick, but it's very hard. You don't have much lockdown. They at least find the Snapfire in the end. So the rotation does kind of pay off. Sunlight, he'll take over the top lane. Looks like the old carry will move over. Arc into the mid lane instead. It's just very hard to try and force these fights. If you see it over and over again, you don't have much lockdown here for Wildcard.
It's so hard to catch him out. It's all down to Sammy.
Lowdine's been caught. Sammy doing a great job with these shards. Lowdine almost getting that Roshan deny, but not quite. Another nice pick up here for Sammy.
It works out. You're starting to build up a bit, but I don't think this really hurts Bait. You're just killing off the supports right now. You're giving free space to Stonebank to work onto his Maelstrom. You're still a ways off from your Ursa Battle Fury this game. It's a real long way off. And just look at Bait's vision. So much good vision behind that tier 1, between the tier 2, watching the ramp sides. They've got a lot to play with. And Wildcard, they're just figured out. The vision's just pretty damn good.
Dendi, he's trapped up. That's a great shot once again from Sammy, locking down Dendi, and this will be a much bigger pick-off. The SF having such a great game thus far, but they do take him out. Arc the one to take the kill. Props to good old Sammy boy. These shards have been on target.
Yeah, he's really been setting up for the team. Yeah, these kill opportunities, just making use of their one support stun so efficiently, it's a big deal. You know, it's buying them their own space as well on top of that, and it's getting some room out. You have to stall for quite a while for Arc, and you're still recovering on Babbage as well. This Bloodstone's not going to be that fast. Bait still has a lot of tempo to play with. They can stall out the push with Lowdine's Treant Protector as well. So it's going to be hard to find map space. You're going to need to go for those pickoff plays. Every single one counts. There are some key timings in bait, though, coming out later on, but trying to make moves down bot, it's a tricky train to catch out. The big thing for bait here, Moose is actually quickly approaching a blink. That is scary. Just having that initiation coming out from your 4 at maybe the 15-minute mark, it's a massive tool that Wildcard doesn't have the same kind of tool to play with.
Yeah, absolutely. The early blink on the tiny is always a very nice kind of thing to have. Bottom lane still being forced in here by Sunlight. Modine trying to slow this down as best as possible, but Sunlight is not backing off and still has the siege creep going. Siege creep hopefully will get the job done here onto this tier 1 tower. Lift to be forced out as well. Lodine still trying his absolute best to heal this tower up. It seems like he may have succeeded in the defense for now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And he will. It does survive just a little bit longer. Meanwhile, mid lane, Moose currently staring at Babidich. They'll fight over some power runes. It's going to be a double damage. Dendi is going to back off. He's not going to try and contest seeing Arc around the corner. The Moose has not moved. Still trying to look to set up here in this mid lane if he can. Doesn't seem like he's going to have quite the opportunity.
Yeah, they're still really playing around this vision they have quite nicely, although it will expire soon. It doesn't look like they have that big opportunity. They could try to pressure that mid-tier 1, and Dendi does have the damage to kind of back that up now with the maxed out Necromastery. So they're going to force that defense out. They do have Global Silence now on Flea. It's at least one more tool in the team fight, but again, it's down to really Sammy and Babidich to find the stuns. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to chase them down.
It's being drawn out bottom lane once again. At least for Wildcard, they want to try and make a move. Open up the map a little bit here for their end of things. You've got to give some kind of farming area for Arc on this Ursa. So that bottom tier 1 does have to drop eventually. Lodine still around defending it though, still just slowly healing it up. That living armor. It's very annoying against this Treant Protector. Seems like they finally get away with the tier 1 though. Want that Diabolic Edict to come in. I'll open up the map, the bottom side of the map here for Arc to get that farm going on the Ursa. Battle Fury timing not going to be the absolute worst, but not the best either. Obviously, he had a pretty tough lane for himself. Compared to, say, the Troll, who's almost at that Maelstrom timing now. Looks like Stowbank will be much happier with the way the game has gone.
I think the one thing for Wildcard as well, going back to what the panel said, the core Undying build of, say, Mage Slayer, Echo Saber, it's really not coming out. It's just all durability now for Sunlight. Early mech up. What's concerning is you have the exact same items on Funnick. So your core Undying is just matching the spots for Snapfire. Not the best feeling in the world. And Funnick's just been having an outstanding time right now.
Yeah. He has a lot of farm on old Funnick. Mid lane. Smoke is there. Flea. Really the only person around right now, but they might just go for the easy kill onto the silencer. Moose wouldn't mind the gold. He'd love it for that blink dagger, and up he goes. That'll be Flea gone. Funnick to take the kill on the snap. That mid-tier 1 tower going to be under siege, and Dendi's going to make very short work of it. No problems here.
And he still takes that last hit as well. So close to that blink. Just about 300 gold away. Even more initiation coming through. Again, that timing just pretty damn quick for the pause 4. Wildcard, 4k behind. It still need a little bit more space out for Arc. Once that Battle Fury's up, maybe take a team fight into Roche. That's going to be the objective. Look at this wrap from Bait.
Yeah, looks very, very strong. Sunlight. He's got the Tombstone, but may not have an opportunity to throw it down. Just so much damage being dealt already by Moose. There you go. There's your Flesh Golem. There's your Tombstone. And in fact, they are going to turn it. This is not looking great at all for the side of Bait. As now Stonebank. He gets caught in the shards by Sammy. Battle Trance has been popped preemptively, just trying to fight this one out. In fact, that's a lot of damage. Babidich. Oh, Babidich. They go too far, and they will get punished. A triple kill out for Stonebank.
That's a bit rough. These missed split Earths are just giving opportunities. Stonebank right on the edge. manages to get the Battle Trance on. And Wildcard, it's really lagging behind now. It's 16 minutes in, 6k behind, tier 1 bot to fall. The pushing pace of Bait is there with a troll. Maelstrom fully up on Stonebank. It's like a pretty big truck. And for the side of Wildcard, there's just not too much they can do. Arc.
Yeah, getting chased down in the Ursa, but does pop the enrage, so we'll be able to get out just fine. 7k advantage now for Bait. It's a massive lead at the 16.5-minute mark. Rotations to come, Wildcard. Show up, Sunlight, he'll start moving in with the decays. Shards, not going to be on target this time around, and it just goes back to the lockdown issue. You just don't have a stun. If the shards don't land, you've got nothing.
It's a tricky one for Wildcard. They've been trying to get that angle going. They've been trying to follow up with that split earth. It's just not reliable enough, it feels. Maybe when Sammy has his blink up, you can start to rely on just going blink snowball and kind of going from there. Again, you've already gotten Moose's own blink in. It just feels like with a Tiny, you have a lot more impact. You're much more durable up front with Grow. You have some good relocation spells with a toss back. The value is all there. For Wildcard, it's still good. You can be defensive with a snowball, I guess, with Sammy in the blink.
And a reminder as well. Hold that thought. Low dying. Snowball is there. Sammy sees him on the high ground, and Arc might be able to get himself some kind of kill. Though Lowdine trying to be a real pain with the overgrowth, but not going to be enough in the end. Bait was trying to move in, so I suppose the overgrowth was there to set up, but was unable to close the gap in time. Moose does have that blink available now, so they are going to smoke up and try to make something happen.
Radiant are scanning.
Nothing going to come out of this. Nobody's showing at that top lane.
Maybe we might be able to sneak up to Arc. It could be a big one.
Oh, never mind. Get caught. Avalanche toss is there. Cookie to follow up. No in-range available, and that's a massive pick-off for Bait. Arc's not going to be too happy about that one.
He's had a rough game. He's still trying to build up. And at least the Battle Fury's done. Work on to the BKB Blink. He knows he's got to be a little bit more active this game. If he does get room in the jungle somehow, if they manage to get the D wards to clear out, could build up.
Let's be caught out. Sammy got him with the shards, but where's your follow-up damage? Well, Sunlight's going to try to move in, but this looks very risky. Stonebank's around the corner. Sunlight just trying to go for the kill on his own, but without the tombstone there, it's not going to be that easy. Shards again, but Stonebank does not get caught or blocked. Still, somehow Wildcard able to get out unscathed, but so will the side of Bait. Nobody dropping.
They're much happier about that. Tombstone down, pretty long cooldown. Flesh Golem as well, without the shard, pretty damn long.
Moose, jump in, protect that Observer ward. Sammy toss right into the loving arms of Funnick, but again, no damage really there to finish off the job. Roshan also being started in the meantime. Bait, realizing how strong they are right now, will just go right for the Roshan pit. It seems like Wildcard might be aware it's happening, but they've really got no way into the pit. Sammy's going to try and give the vision, but it's just too late.
They have the right idea. Again, the team fight here for Wildcard is just super, super tough. And Bait just know it. They're playing to their strengths really well. Their scaling's going to kick in with the Shadow Fiend and the Troll even towards the late game if it somehow drags on there. Bit of a stare down.
Mid lane, make the jump in. They've caught out moves on that Tiny. That's a decent start. Dendy trying to get to work onto Babbage, but he has the Bloodstone up, so he's fine. Considering the state of the game, Wildcard, they'll happily take that.
Yeah, not the biggest kill in the world, but every kill counts when you're 7k behind at 20 minutes in. Wildcard, they're doing a pretty decent job of stalling for Arc. He's been away from the action for a while as they're forcing the fights elsewhere. You are still a bit concerned for the timings here on Bait. BKB up for Dendy, he's ready to go. Stonebank as well. Fresh charges on those two BKBs. They can actually look to do something with the Sages now. Yes, they are clumping mid.
Trying for something. There's going to be a 4-man smoke, Bait. He'll move in. Oh, he's a massive target to get started on. Enranger's there. Very, very nice Requiem, but the Enranger's already going. Ark going to try and TP out in time, but no, he gets rooted up. It's wishful thinking to try and make that happen, but he had to try something. Sammy does find moves. Do they really want this fight to go like this? It's a bit forced. They'll lose Sammy. Sunlight now to get chased down. Buyback from Sammy. They're really trying to force this fight. Kisses are out. Sunlight somehow still surviving with the Hood of Defiance. Stonebank now to move in with the Battle Trance. Sammy, he might just die back immediately. Babbage still going. Sammy's still alive. Trying to go after Funnick. Eventually should drop. In the meantime, though, they have found Stonebank. All right. So it's a very forced and messy engagement, but they do find the +1 troll.
Yeah, just diving a little bit far onto that backline behind the tier 2 is punished for it. They sacrificed 2 supports to get that done. Overall, pretty nice for a wild card. I'd say it did cost a dive back on Sammy. But you managed to slow down the troll just a bit, give Arc some space, work towards that BKB. I think your major concern is still going to be Dendi. They still have this SF that's a massive issue. Damage is just going to keep scaling up. And your map control for wildcard, it doesn't look particularly great. Look at this vision again from Bait behind that tier 1, tier 2 spot. And it's just never been rewarded. They just keep putting new wards in that area. And the information has always been solid. Wildcard has to know something's up. But if Bait keeps getting this kind of info, they can just keep playing like this.
Yeah. Quick reminder as well from our betting partner, esportsbets.io. Odds were 2.26 for Bait, wildcard 1.60, and well, I mean, it's a very even game. I think this game really reflects why the odds are so even between these two teams. Bait certainly looking to try and force us to a game number 3. Off to a good start. AK advantage 23 minutes into this game. Top lane, Sunlight. He chased down. He'll go for a TP. Yeah, but no, the Avalanche just barely going to make it. And he got an ensnare first hit anyway. Stonebank, very, very lucky with that ensnare. I suppose moves would have been there anyway with the Avalanche had it not landed.
Yeah, you're a happy man right now on Stonebank. He's had a lot of room to farm and just build up. And his positioning's been a lot better in these fights. He's right in the middle. He knows what he has to do on that troll. Wants to keep fighting. For wildcard now, it's still all about just getting these BKBs and just trying to stall. I'm not sure what you do with your Undying at this point, except if he's an Aura bot, but he does still have some impact. If you can get the Tombstone in a pretty nice hidden cliff spot, you can have a lot of impact, but Bait has been very disciplined to fight away from those areas, so we haven't seen that Undying shine. They're just free to flush. Again, with a Troll Warlord, doesn't take too much to mount these objectives here, Mike.
Lowtine is currently watching Sammy. Sammy doesn't take the bounty, and that means Lowtine will take it. They can't believe it. They're like, well, hold on a minute, where'd this bounty rune go?
Yeah, need some vision. And it really just strains the economy of something like a Tusk. Kind of want some more items up. You want to be able to survive to try to use your snowball, but you don't really, you need to get the rewards out. Although, Lowtine.
If you find the treant, they'll force out the overgrowth. Shards will lock him down, but the problem is the whole team's here. Double kill, it looks like, to come out for Funnick. Very nice setup there from Moose. Only saving grace is the Aegis expires here for Dendi. But I don't think Bait really mind.
No. And they still have a lot to play with outside of Overgrowth. They've got all their spells ready. And they can just look to push. This lineup still pushes quick tanks to SF.
Oh, gets caught out. Avalanche toss is there, but it's right back into Sunlight. Enrage popped very early on. Ensnare is there from Stoneback, but it won't lock him down long enough. Ark's going to be all right. BKB was forced out, though, so perhaps if you are Bait, you could keep going for this fight, knowing that it is down and you've still got your own up. Wildcard trying to move in to try and perhaps set up a defense for this tier 2 mid tower. He's there, Sunlight, it does connect. Moves, meanwhile, a very nice Avalanche toss combination back in onto Sammy. Stonebank, he's found Babbage. Bloodstone has been popped. There's your Battle Trance as well. Stonebank, is he going a little bit too far? It doesn't seem like it. They've got, oh, maybe he has! He does get the Leshrac, but he's given his own life for that. Still the toss back. They have found Dark on the Ursa. Enrage is there. He'll survive a little bit longer, taking through all the damage, but they are just completely surrounding Ark, finally going down. Bait, they'll take it. Into the mid-tier 2 tower they go. And it's a one-team fight for them. Again, very messy, but still a win.
Yeah, you're happy with that Fear Bait. You get some severe punishment out from Wildcard. You've sacrificed Stone back, but you know what? You're keeping Arc down. You're keeping that win condition from building up on Wildcard's end. You take a tier 2. They might find more here.
Scan out though. They know that they're on the high ground somewhere here, Wildcard. Maybe Sunlight doesn't. He's still trying to go for that siege creep, and he might get punished for this. Sunlight. I mean, they had the info. They literally scanned them out on the high ground. I'm not sure what he was expecting there.
Yeah, it's looking a bit rough for Wildcard. I'm not sure what's up. Like, from that early wrap around the map, it's been a little bit awkward for them. Bait, they've been capitalizing on it. You know, they've been playing really clean. They've been getting this build up. Dendy has been popping off since the laning phase. Wildcard 16k behind at 27 minutes in. That's a hard gap to close, especially considering Roche access for them is pretty much blocked with the outpost gun and with all the vision.
They're going to find Lowdine. They'll get themselves a support train kill. The biggest kill in the world, but it's definitely a start for Wildcard. Bait's still well and truly in control of this game, number 2. Babbage still moving forward. They're going to find moves on the Tiny. That's a bit of a big kill, but they kick him away. Nevertheless, Moose is still going to drop. That's another. In fact, that wasn't even a kick. That was a punch. Not sure how he ended up flying across the screen, but well, there you have it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it happens sometimes. At least with these kills, Wildcard get to force in the mid just a little bit more. Bait probably not interested to defend that at 28 minutes. More than happy to just let that go. So you just play this farm game out anyway. The full Satanic for Stonebank not too far off, so a lot harder to kill when stats up. And aside for Wildcard, I mean, you've got the BKB on Arc with the Blink and Battle Fury, so Ursa isn't constrained to just being chased up. He does have some room to wiggle here. I think what we need to see now from Wildcard is how they find these opportunities to win. How do they take winning fights? It feels like it's very conditional. They've got to be able to initiate nicely with the Global Silence. At the same time, they need to bait out a couple of those BKBs, because if you don't manage to really fully silence the troll, back to that lack of control, Mike, he just pops a Battle Trance and he will win.
Absolutely. Just keep that farm going. Mind you, Wildcard, they have slowly started chipping away at that net worth gap that was there. Now down to 13k, so it's a slow process, but they're getting there. It's going to keep buying more time, though, for Ark on this Ursa. He's still well and truly behind. There's a 5-man smoke. Never mind buying time. They want to go for a fight. Roshan is up in 3 seconds, and that's going to be a very important Roshan for this game. Roshan number 2, of course. Free shards available as well. Counter smoke is out from Bait. Both teams want the fight. Big wrap around here from Wildcard through their own jungle. They scout out the Roshan pit with the shards and find nothing. Bait gonna hold their own triangle. It seems like Ark is gonna try and force Roshan here. Maybe try and sneak it without Bait knowing. Bait, they'll move in. They've got to know something's happening. And Ark, he gets tossed up immediately. Did he get the enrage off? He did for now. He's going to go for the fight. Meanwhile, Dendy with a nice Requiem right onto the Leshrac, and Ark's gone as well. Forcing Roshan like that does not work out in their favor as they lose a third. That's going to be a free Roshan to go the way of Bait.
Yeah, it's just tough. Like, the moment you've got Dendy and Stonebank on top of you, you just can't win as this Ursa. You just get Battle Trance up. It goes back to what Fear said. Stonebank will just win on that troll. Roshan to go their way with a free shard as well. Pretty damn happy here on Bait as they maintain this game.
Sammy.
What?
Don't give up, guys. Don't give up.
You got the regen rune?
I mean, yes, he
I
did.
guess. Yeah. I don't think it's worth a life, but you know what? He got something for that. Mike.
Yeah, he got something, all right.
Was it worth it? Probably not. He got something.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did, John. It seems, I mean, the way the wildcard are playing right now, it seems very uncoordinated. Like,
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. You're kind of in that situation where you look back and you're like, what did we draft exactly? What are we trying to do with this?
I mean, that's exactly what the panel was saying as well, right? Like, you know, the silencer is pretty interesting. The Undying Core is different. And the parts don't just match this puzzle to solve. Well, again, Bait, they played this really well. Ag's coming out in Funnick soon. So he's got the Gobble up to spit out a really angry Stonebank roll. Just run them down. Last tier 2 of the map. Slowly being sieged away by Stonebank as well. Wildcard, they have high ground, somewhat. I would say they have high ground if Babatich had his shard. He doesn't quite have that. If he did, then well, they could hold high ground for quite a fair bit. At least he has the BKB, but I don't know. Doesn't feel great.
See how it pans out. Beta going to force the high ground. Much stronger team right now. 20k net worth advantage. One tier 3 tower down. Very hard defense to expect here from Wildcard. The Daedalus now available on Dendi as well, so even more damage to be taken out. They are prepping for a defense. The Rax is basically already gone. Shards are there. Moose, he'll make sure he blocks them off with the Avalanche, and that's going to be about it. So take the Rax. There's going to be a 5-man smoke, Wildcard. They'll try to make something happen. Keep in mind, they are still fighting into the Aegis. And probably their own high ground. Like, this triangle is occupied right now. They are really wrapping around the long way. Moose, I believe, was on the vision there for a moment. So they know the Tiny's around somewhere, and they'll get started on him. In fact, Stonebank was caught out by Arc. They'll go back toward the Tiny, but they don't want to deal with the Troll Warlord. The Battle Trance was popped. Still Wildcard, just trying to run, but a massive overgrowth is there from our Tree and Protector. Hold them down, and Arc, well, he's running, but he is not going to make it out. Sammy, he's kind of been left behind as well. Nothing he can do. In fact, make that a third. Buybacks are incoming, but this game could just be very over very, very soon. If they want to keep going, they certainly can. I don't see how you stop them.
Yeah, it's tough. Again, the high ground just doesn't feel great for Wildcard right now. You have so much clear coming out from Bait. Stonebank probably just going to use that Aegis to reset, although he's actually not dropping low enough for that yet. He's maintained to stay alive. Still has a minute and a half anyway on that Aegis. Mega Creep is going to be coming up here, Mike. And for Wildcard, I really don't see a win condition to turn this around.
Toss back Babatich, he does get caught out immediately. The left track's already gone. Very, very tough affair here for Wildcard, but great news for Bait. It looks like they should be able to successfully drag this out to a game number 3. Toss in, rather spit out. Stonebank. Sammy, he'll get caught by an avalanche toss. He's gone. Sunlight trying to run, but the ensnares are out. Stonebank's got him. He'll still be able to force stuff away. Dendi dropping rather low himself on the SF. Back in onto Arc. Ursa just lock him down, and Quark, he's going to try and fight, but realizes he really can't. And eventually Dendi will have his way with him. That's it. GG is called. And that means, John, we'll have our first Game 3 of NA Div 1.
Yeah, it's finally happened. 3 games coming out here for Wildcard versus Bait. And Bait play really well. You know, Dendi comes back in, he dominates that mid. It felt awkward for Wildcard though. Like, after game 1, this kind of performance.
What was the draft trying to do? That's what I... Maybe our panel will be able to explain it. I mean, you see how they kind of played it out. It kind of forced them to be very uncoordinated. It just seemed like the plan didn't really work out. Let's go back to our panel. Let's see if they can explain what this game 2 was all about.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, indeed, game number 2 concludes in favor of Bait, which means we get our first game 3, the first full stretch here in Div 1 of North America. Very exciting times, especially seeing Dendi back in his element. It's been a long time since we've seen Dendi look that hot. not just winning the lane, demolishing Babitic, making it look like it's not even close. There's a reason why SF is his third most played hero and third most successful hero of all time, there, Panda.
It's been a long time since I've seen a map 3.
You forgot what this feels like.
Yeah, it's a weird feeling. But hey, I mean, if someone's to do it, it's Dandy and the boys. Good execution. I think they had a really good understanding of what they wanted to achieve this game. And I think wild card, Babitic's in trouble again. Not having the best game of his life. Not in this one, at least.
Yeah, I mean, both these games here really struggling versus Dendi, but it is to be expected in both matchups. I'm not sure about the SF Flesh matchup. It's definitely not as one-sided as the DP Ember matchup, but Dendi's got his number. That's all we know. And coming to this game 3, you really, if you're on the side of wildcard, you need him to step up this game. You can't have 3 games of Dendi Boss just beating you down if you want to expect to win this series here. But I want to go back to the draft in general. Like, wildcard's draft, we were confused, right? We're talking about it's like Silencer, Undying. It's a weird support duo. They ended up putting Undying in the offlane. He had a good lane, but like you still have a Silencer, Undying, Lesh. Like your only stun is coming from your POS 5 Tusk. I feel like that's not acceptable. I feel like that's not a draft you can pick and be happy with, even if your lanes did go well. It looks a very difficult, little janky draft, and I think they need to, shelf this one and try something new.
Yeah, it was clearly an idea that they'd workshopped or something, because they had options not to go for this, right? They opened up with the Tusk and the Leshrac. The direction of the draft afterwards was a little bit strange. Didn't necessarily work out for them at the very end of the day there. And also Arc, I have to say that it's one thing if Wildcard have a difficult draft to play and execute. It's one thing if they have really bad lanes. It's quite another when Arc simply cannot get into the game. We saw in game number 1 that one of the reasons why Babitic was eventually able to play Dota was the assistance of Arc, but in this game, the start was just way too complicated. That lane that they put together, Bait, Panda, that the Funnick on the Snapfire, moves on the Tiny, that was a destructive lane, and Arc just didn't have tools to be able to deal with it just throughout the entire game.
Yeah, usually when your support rotates out of your lane to help out others, it was actually Arc rotating out of his lane to help out his mid player. And we saw Arc walking with Babitic basically just hand in hand wherever the Lesh was going, he was following behind. And you still want to farm with this hero, you still want to look for some kills, keep up your tempo. You're still pretty dependent on this Ursa to actually carry the game for you at some stage of the game.
Yeah.
Never got there. The laning duo that you already talked about with Funnick on the Snapfire and Moose on the Tiny. Moose played some really good Tiny plays here. There's a good reason why he got picked up into this roster, and that was a lot of fun to watch. I was really impressed by Moose this game.
These new 4 positions, or just the 4 position in general, is super impactful in the meta as it stands right now. And how do you feel about the performance of him relative to the other 4 positions that we've seen so far here, Fia?
Moose, he's always been solid. He's been grinding POS 4 for a long time now. I played with him back on J-Storm like 3-4 years ago. He was grinding even way before then. He's been on the grind for POS 4 his entire career, and he's really starting to shine. Like, he's always been really good at it, but like I expect this performance from him. I think he's on par from what we should expect from him.
Definitely on par, but not the standout performer that we have here in our game number 2, because obviously that is going to be Dendi himself. Dondo is back. 11-1-6 from the mid lane. Actually, let's be honest, right? He was actually the carry of this game. Yeah, sure, Stonebank was there, and Stonebank was definitely assisting, pulling his own weight, right? But the focal point of this entire draft was Dendi. Every move that they made went around the Shadow Fiend's timings and rotations. He able to get the very early Aegis. There were some hilarious moments where he has the Aegis and the Troll doesn't, and Troll ends up dead as a result, but nonetheless, Dendi showing that he's still capable of being the reason why his teams are capable of winning. Must be a good feeling for him, especially after, like you were discussing earlier, Panda, a long period of time that he spent losing inside Europe. And now he's in NA looking back to his old self.
Yeah, it does. And maybe it helps a bit that he's played against his East European counterparts on his opponent's team prior to this series, because they've also moved in here to NA. But I think the draft flexibility that they have on the side of Bait, that they have such a big hero pool and a big hero diversity, shows into these kind of moments where we see like they're capable of pulling off pretty much any type of draft. Of course, there were a couple stolen block picks from their opponent's side and just utilized it a little bit better. They put the snap into the POS 3 role, for example, which is some really cool ingenuity that even Funnick can pull off. So I'm really excited. We finally actually get a game 3.
At long last.
At long last. It was bound to happen, but finally we have it.
Before we get into that game, Yofia, one question lost the thing. in the event that the next draft is a lot more stable from Wildcard Gaming, let's say it's as strong, as cohesive as it was in game number 1, skill-wise, do you think that it would still be able to come back, beat Bait? Or are we looking at like, are these teams, where do they rank between each other in the event that the drafts are actually even?
I mean, it looks like whoever gets Snapfire Tree and Opener might win game number 3 here. But
I agree.
I think the big thing, though, is like, can Dindy still show these kids how to play mid lane in game number 3?
That is the question,
Great
and
segue.
we are going to find out exactly if that's going to be the case in game number 3. But afterwards, we'll actually have a winner from this series. I almost don't want it to end, so I almost don't want this third game to start, but I'm also excited to see that Dota actually take place. Join us in a couple of minutes to resume game number 3 and finish off this day with a resounding action. Game 3 of Bait versus Wildcard Gaming coming soon. Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and all our comrades at home. We are here for game number 3. It's going to be Bait taking on the side of Wildcard Gaming. This is the finale that we've been waiting for, the first game 3 that we've had the entire DPC run thus far, and I cannot wait to see how it ends. Bait obviously wanting to have a strong win in their debut matchup here in Wildcard Gaming, trying to bounce back. We'll see if they're going to be capable of doing so, as we're already into the draft pretty much immediately. They can't wait to play. We can't wait to watch them. Fear, what do you want to see? Bait has the tree. If they follow this with a Snapfire, does that mean this game is already over?
According to the stats, yes. Yes, it does.
Yeah, GG. Yes, go home.
I mean, that's a little bit cocky right there. Dendy won with
Going
it.
home? Oh, Dendy. Yeah.
No, not that. I thought they would pick the snap there for sure, you know, against the Pugna. Pugna doesn't really like to play against that long-range damage on top of him. Shadow Fiend, though. Like, what can you say? I guess Dendy's feeling himself. He wants to play it again. He did really well last game. This time, he doesn't really see his matchup. In fact, he sees a hero that can roam on him in the Tiny, and that could be a problem. So, is this a little bit too much overconfidence?
I mean, sometimes this is a classic mid laner. Of all the mid laners in the world, Dendy was one of the ones that pioneered the whole, I don't care what my matchup is, just pick me my best hero. Let me stunt on these kids. The Shadow Fiend itself has been remarkably effective thus far. It's the second game that we've seen it, the last game. Now it's going to be the third pickup. So far, 100% win rate, Panda. Now, Wildcard, though, do have some time to respond and think about what do we have to do to try and deal with the Shadow Fiend. Fear already mentioned that we have a hero that can roam onto him in the Tiny. I doubt that the Tiny will be played mid, given how Wildcard have generally been utilizing this hero. Who do you want to see being matched up into the Shadow Fiend for Babatage?
They also have the option they could always put Pugna against it too. I mean, you have Nether Ward, which does take a bit out of the rage damage. You have to Crepify against the right click from the SF. Not necessarily in the laning matchup, but at least in terms of how does this Pugna sit into the picture. He's got his weaknesses, but he's also got his strengths against this SF hero. Since you got a couple options open, I think if Wildcard really want to put emphasis on rotations from their supports, they could also get themselves a snowballing mid hero. It could be the Tiny. It could be a ranged hero. We could look at heroes like Storm Spirit, for example. Could be an option that they could
maybe
go
a
for.
Tusk?
Like a Tusk, for example. He's still in the pool. Like all of these picks could work. But are they putting mid as their most important role here? Or do they want to get Arc a good game? Like, is this where Arc is going to be moving away from his lane again, help out Babatage? Or do they just want to get Arc another late game hero and secure it from there? We've already seen a successful TB. I wouldn't say no to an Arc Ward in this game if they just get the heroes to win the lanes.
Awkward, and I
That's
really
for later, though.
I hope that's not the case. Let's see. They get rid of this Nyx Assassin. They snap up the Snapfire. It had to be taken, right? Because if you don't take the Snapfire right now, guaranteed Bait's going to take it. Yeah. So they decided to do this. Maybe the rationale for Bait was that we can get Snapfire tree, but if we don't pick up the Shadow Fiend, they will ban us out in the second phase. So let's prioritize getting that.
Wow.
And DK Hoodwink.
Wow.
That has
Yeah,
to be the first DK in the region, definitely. But I'm wondering how many picks has enjoyed.
I think that's the
throughout
first DK I've seen in like 3 months, not gonna lie.
It's the 10th one so far in the DPC, 44% win rate, so it's been losing by and large. What do you think about this, Fear? Why don't we see this hero more often being played? And when it is played, why don't we see it succeed that much?
Well, right now I'm just a student to these two teams drafting right now, trying to learn as much as I can because this is unconventional from both sides, to say the least. I think the DK, why you don't see him very much is pretty simple. Like, it looks like they're going for like that budget zoo type of strategy. As you can see, the Brood is banned, the Beast is banned, the Lycan's banned. Well, DK can kind of turn into a zoo type of hero, I guess, turn into a dragon. But it's really not that good versus Pugna, who has a lot of magical burst damage. It is a strong stun. It lanes well with the Hoodwink, that's the hero, sorry. Yep. And like they can make things happen on the map. It's very similar to like when you see like a Legion plus Sky combo. They're just gonna run around together with a really Blink Dagger, try to make things happen. The biggest problem this hero has though is the laning stage, because it does have a lot of counters. This is a hero that might be an issue for them, as Naga Siren does not really care too much about the stun when you have delusions there. They're gonna have to use the Breathe Fire, the Bushwhack. There is a way to deal with it, but generally speaking, there's just a lot stronger offlaners that can put on much more pressure earlier on. And that's why we don't see DK very much. But on the side of Wildcard that I'm a little confused about is, I thought they were going to like flex this Tiny. We saw Sammy Boy play this Pugna. I mean, he went 0-10 when he did it against.
Yeah.
To be fair, that was
TSM.
TSM.
Unfortunate.
That was TSM.
Yeah.
To be fair.
I mean, you can see he instantly bans the Lycan Beast after. He's like,
Yeah.
I don't want to
I've
feed to
seen
that
this movie.
anymore. So I thought they were going to leave that open and have Tiny not go mid versus SF, right? And have Tiny be able to roam mid. But it looks like this Tiny kind of needs to go to the mid lane unless they're going to take a page out of Bates' book and do the Tiny snap lane, which they could do. But I don't see a point in waiting on your pick when Dendy's just flexing his SF right in front of you. You might as well just respond to it.
Yep, respond to it in kind. This Naga Sign, one thing I do like about this Naga Sign pick in particular, I was worried because the profile of heroes that Arc tends to play is very much focused on just pure physical damage output, and having the Breathe Fire might complicate matters, but at the very least now you can just rush some Orchid or whatever on this Naga Siren. What do you want to see here that's going to tie it all together, Panda, on the side of Bait Esports? They have the pick, they're picking a little bit blind here, but this should be the Stonebank hero emerging at this stage of the draft.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, kind of looking at his most recently played heroes. They are taking away the Troll, they're taking away the Drow from him. Against the Naga, like, usually you have an offlaner here to counter, like Underlord or something like that. Just has percentage-based damage and is somehow able to clear out those illusions out of the way, find the real one as well on the side of the process. But since he has to pick in first, that's his second most played hero, at least in ranked and competitive lately.
Finally, we get a Sven.
Yeah, and I actually didn't think he might go for it, but against the Naga, yeah, you got the cleave damage. You have a pretty early timing. It kind of matches up with the Naga until the Naga becomes super big later on. So Sven does have a lot of damage early on. It could be the right route. Stonebank's a pretty good Sven player. I was thinking, would you want to go for like Battle Fury PA this game? Or would you look at something like maybe the CK that could work early on, OD even? But they went for the Sven, and I've been babbling so long, they've picked the Timbersaw for Sunlight.
Triple strength heroes on the side of Bait Esports, so obviously this is a nice game for this kind of situation with the Timbersaw. They don't have that much burst damage. Eventually you can have like high physical damage output, but their magical burst only really emerges from Dendy and moves once he gets access to the sharpshooter. This feels like it could be one of those Timber games where it just feels a little bit unkillable here. What do you make of this last pick Timber as a counter, as a response to the Sven on the other side?
So Timber's really good versus Sven in the lane to a point, but Sven doesn't really care that much because he's going to naturally go jungle anyway. And then when you do come out with items on Sven, Timber is good versus heroes that do like chunk and give him armor stacks, but you can kill Timber really fast as Sven in a couple hits. It's really going to come down to Dendy, I think, here in the mid lane. He can rotate to the Timber, kill him really easily with one Sven stun. So he's going to keep rotating down there, especially if he wins mid against this Tiny. I think this game's all eyes on Dendy again. I think Dendy might just take the show here.
I mean, that's what we wanted to see, right? If you're going to have a situation where Bait is in North America and you're going to have a situation where they finally make a Div 1 debut, it's going to have to certainly be all eyes on Dendy. So I cannot wait to see how he performs in this game. If it's anything like game number 2, we certainly are in for a treat. However, to see exactly how it's all going to pan out, once again, we have our casters. For the last time this evening, the magnificent and marvelous Michael with the jubilant and wonderful John X Fire. Gentlemen, take it away. Talk to you afterwards.
Thank you so much, Snare. You know, Jonathan, only my mother calls me Michael, but Snare has taken it upon himself to call me that as well. Why the hell not? Yeah. Why the hell not? It is MLP Dota on John X Fire. We are into game number 3 here between Bait and Wildcard. I like the draft. I like the Timber coming out. I don't know about this Sven. I don't know about this Sven.
I mean, it has the right idea. It works against the Naga, but overall, I think Wildcard prepped for it really well. Right, like just having this Timbersaw in lane and just having this potential to whittle it down later on can be massive. We've seen the Timbersaw do really well in other regions. Masaros comes to mind in Southeast Asia. He had a really, really good Sven game. Timbersaw game coming out there. So it can do work, and you know, recalling how Sunlight played in game 1, if he recreates that on his Timbersaw, I think Wildcard would have a pretty damn good time. But then we see game 2 where it's just really weird. The draft is a lot better for Wildcard now, though, but I don't think Bait's draft is too bad either. Like, they've got some good combinations. They've got decent team fight. There's a lot going on here. They've got a break for the Timbersaw naturally with the Sharpshooter on Moose. So it's not the easiest game here for Sunlight either.
That's fair. Ironically enough, neither side's actually smoked up running at each other 5v5 today, so that's good. It's one game.
The battle begins.
Both teams are taking this one a little bit more seriously. You made the comment, though, last game around that they might have tilted after not securing that first blood. So maybe Wildcard said, you know what, let's just
chill.
stay away. Just
Yeah.
no more first blood.
Let's just relax. You know, no need to apply that much pressure on ourselves early on. They're applying some good pressure onto moves up top, at least. They have cut the tree line, as you would want to do up against a sneaky little hoodwink. So just a little bit less area to play with comfortably and a little bit less area to play with a bushwhack. This lane should be pretty decent for Arc. Like, Funnick can kind of play around with Breed Fire, I suppose. That could slow down the farm, apply some pressure into illusion spam. But overall, Arc should theoretically have a better time here. I think it just goes back to what Fear said as well at the closing. Mid is probably the most important matchup here. Like, we are just going to be watching, for the most part, the early to mid game is dictated by Dendi here. Like, if this SF pops off, it becomes a really good game. If Babitic does manage to get a really good game on the Tiny, he can get some early rotations out as well. So momentum on mid for both sides, and Dendi really loves putting that sticker up there.
It's a great sticker, John. It's a great sticker.
It has particle effects too, doesn't it? Like gold particles come out when it's dropped.
It does. Top lane, Samson dropping very low here, but he's going to be alright to back himself out. Like, even our Timber bottom lane was dropping quite low. Sunlight doesn't really have any points to the reactive armor yet, so does have to play a little bit carefully, because Stonebank is doing a lot of damage. Lowdyne would love to go for a salve cancellation on Sunlight, but won't be able to get within range. So he will kind of zone them out just for a little bit, allowing that time for Sunlight. We need that reactive armor to feel a little bit safer in this bottom lane. Already quite a bit of action here between these two teams. Just a lot of harassment being dealt. How do you feel this mid lane goes anyway, John? Like, this Tiny versus SF matchup, who do you think it really favors?
I'd say it probably favors the SF just a bit. You have better range. Tiny has 0 armor in laning phase. You can right-click him down really well. It's a little bit harder for Babitic to kind of work out. And I think that's going to be the key thing. Dendi should be able to dominate, and if he does dominate as hard as last game, it's good news for Bait.
Sunlight, he's being chased down, and Stonebank able to secure the kill. Really just abusing the timing with this Timbersaw. He's so close to hitting level 2, but not quite close enough. So won't have the ability to just kind of regen up and have that bonus armor. Of course, against the Sven Train, it's just so much damage that can be dealt. Very painful experience already for Stonebank. It'll be a 1-0 already for Bait.
It's not a great feeling for the Timbersaw to get off to the slower start. And it's really just down to Lowdyne. Like, his positioning has been really good on the Tim. He's been distracting Flea. Flea's not been able to connect with Sunlight too much with cookie combinations early on, or even just scatter blasting Stonebank right after a Whirling Death. So Stonebank just gets a lot more just because of this Treant running around. And that's really where we've been seeing the Treant shine. It's just so disruptive in the lanes. It makes it so hard for the enemy offlaner and enemy pause 4 to kind of find what they want there.
Absolutely. Snapfire falling very low. Flea trying to go for a bit of a run, but Lowdyne's on the chase. See if he can try to actually catch up here against the Snap. Just have that bonus movement speed through the tree line. Still can't really catch up to Flea. Does commit the leech seed. Slowing down just a little bit, but Flea. Well, we'll see how this Snapfire tries to get out of this one. Nature's Grasp, hands up from Flea. Very Fire as well. Look, give a high five while they're at it. I mean, they are wasting a lot of time here together, and eventually Flea's just going to be fine. No way to cancel the TP off. Just fine to just TP away. Meanwhile, mid lane, Moose looking to set up here onto the Tiny. Babitic. Very cautious not to get caught out by that bushwhack. It should be a very easy kill with those double raises if they do. Managed to land that stun. And they come. Moose, he'll try to rush in. Babitic is there with the Avalanche Toss combination, but it won't do enough. Then you will get right to work though. A nice cookie. Flea moving in right in the nick of time, and Dendi will be the one to go down. Babitic surely still drops and will. Moose able to secure the kill, but they do manage to kill the SF first. So a bit of XP to go the way back to the Tiny. You'll be happy with that as the side of Wildcard.
Yeah, really good response out from Flea. I mean, he had to walk there, didn't he? He TP'd back a while ago, walks back into that lane, knowing something's up from the missing action of Moose, and they just make it work. That's exactly what Babitic needs. They need to slow down Dendi. You can't afford to have that SF snowball in this game, as it really snowballs hard from what we saw from Dendi.
Top lane, Funnick was taking a bit of damage, but he's going to be alright. Arc going for an earlier point and ensnare, just kind of prioritizing that lockdown, even against the DK. It does allow Sammy to just get these easy nether blasts off onto the Dragon Knight, but Funnick doesn't seem too threatened by it. He's a tanky boy. Mid lane, a lot of action to break out, I think. A lot of heroes around the area. Flea's going to get spotted by Lowdyne. Will Cookie back to the low ground and be just fine. It seems like they're probably not going to be able to try and set up here onto Babbage. Should be just fine at this time to just keep his distance and survive through this.
I think that's perfectly fine for Bait. Honestly, it's not the biggest loss. Your solo lanes are holding out decently. Funnick's not going to be bullied out. Stonebank is still farming pretty well up against Sunlight, so you don't mind these supports going out of these lanes. And Wildcard is probably okay as well. It doesn't feel like either side's really losing too much. I think the one concern is that Arc is definitely farming a lot better in Game 1, so you can do a lot more. Great scan though at the spot moves out here.
That it is. He finds to back off. Stonebank, bottom lane, he's down just a little bit, but
tower is under attack.
in range for a cookie, and now Stonebank's going to turn back around for a stun onto Sunlight. Doesn't amount to anything though. Bit of a warning shot into that Timber. 2-1, 6 minutes in. Very slight net worth lead the way of Bane. Arc's getting very low. Funnick just kind of running at him on this Naga. And have the damage output to finish the job off, so Arc going to be handed a tango there by Sammy, and he'll be able to just back off back in towards that jungle.
Can at least start jungling early, give some EXP out to Samson. Funnick's presence is pretty hard to contest now, though.
Yeah, Samson, he's been caught out. Nice little pushback there from Moose and Funnick. The Dragon Tail, though Sammy's still running. Funnick eventually should have the damage and will. We'll tick out to the DPS of the Dragon form. With that Funnick, he can get right to work onto that top tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just get a nice stable push. And the strength of that DK once that level 6 is up. Even Arc's just not safe. Moose is just constantly tracking him on that Naga at the low HP he's at. Not the safest part of the map for him to be in. But he is left alone eventually. He still has a way to go. Once you have the Manta, you feel a lot safer on that Naga down in mid dome.
Dendi. It's okay. Looks like Babbage just not able to get in range for that toss back. You've got Flea around the corner, but Dendi's going to see him quite clearly underneath that Berserker ward, just trying to protect the ward, but will end up just denying it off.
Nice sneaky play. Just takes away a little bit of that gold Flea would want. And I think for Wildcard, what's happening here is that it doesn't feel like you're reaching that lane domination you'd want, especially for Sunlight. And Stonebank is still farming really well, considering this lane matchup. Maybe not as well as the Naga, but that's because Arc's already in the jungle. Once the Sven also dips into the jungle with a Mask of Madness, he can easily match or outpace the Naga. It's not too tough. They haven't really been able to build up stacks though, but I don't think it matters too much for Stonebank here. As long as he's not being slowed down in the laning phase, then Arc's not going to be able to snowball off the back and just kind of build above this Sven early on.
Sammy, he's in the mid lane now. Just a bit of damage being thrown out Dendi's way. They aren't trying to commit for any kind of kill. Walker is rotating in from Wildcard, going towards Stonebank. Looks like they'll try and head towards that bottom tier 1 tower, maybe see if they can take down Lowdyne and start focusing down that tier 1 tower. Sunlight's already on the case, but can't quite find the tree. Lowdyne going to be just fine to walk back towards the tier 1. It's buying a fair bit of space for Bait, which is overtaking net worth once again though. Like they're 3k ahead now.
Dire's middle tower.
The Wildcard, they stick together as a team just roaming the map, but they're not finding anything for their trouble. Like it's very forced it feels. As Funnick will roam in as well. So they do catch Sammy with a bushwhack, but he's going to be okay to survive. Babbage does rotate back into the mid lane, but again, there's just no target to really aim down at the moment.
No, they don't really have the best play at the moment coming from Wildcard. One thing they have managed to do though is get some good stacks going
for Arc, but they've got to protect Arc. 2 levels behind Funnick. He's just constantly being stalked. Every time he gets hit by Breathe Fire, his farm rate goes down as well.
Requiem down a bot lane. Looks like they have found Sunlight, but he is still tanking through it. Go for a run back towards the west side, and he's fine. Requiem, not going to be enough. Sunlight, have to go back for a reset back towards that fountain, but he'll be happy just to survive, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's been holding out in this lane. He might die to these stacks.
Oh, careful there, Sunlight. My goodness, that was close. Go for the stacks by himself. Plenty of reactive armor for Sunlight! Be careful, sir!
You sure it's enough?
Yeah, I mean, not quite, John. Not quite.
Now it is.
Certainly is.
That's so risky. If he tried for the Ancients, I'd really have a good giggle, but yeah, he's smart, unfortunately. Still, 3-2, and I just admire what Bait does. Again, reminiscent of what happened in Game 1, except they still have the kill lead, but they're just really efficient on the map. Like, they still get action going, they dictate some of the early engagements, and they just find farm on all their cores. Look at Stonebank, so far ahead on that Sven. I mean, Sunlight has just not been able to stop him, and Lodine's done such a great job of giving Stonebank such a good lane. There's no way they can sneak up and gank from wildcards in to try to surprise that Sven, and Bait, they're going with the initiative. They're going for the smokes.
It's a lot of farm on Stonebank, that's for sure. Dendi trying to play Bait here.
They've got the blink here on Funnick.
Radiant structures
I
are
just don't see
fortified.
anyone yet. Babbage seems to know that something is wrong. More TPs to come into that mid lane. Siege creep is there, so Dendi can keep pushing the tier 1 tower. I mean, they're standing and watching. It's all well and good, but you've got to try and make something happen.
Radiant.
In they go. Babbage is there with the avalanche, but immediately Funnick will return the favor. The tier 1 tower is just gone. They don't need to force the fight any longer, but they seem like they want to try to. Babbage got the Stormhammer, but that's about it. They'll back off. They got what they came for at the end of the day. They've got the tier 1 mid. It's all about trying not to lose anyone else, and what moves, he might go down and does. Still, I dare say it's pretty well worth it for Bait.
Yeah, they're more than happy with that. Clearing out the tier 1, making it a little less comfy for Arc to farm. Easier to rotate on now as well. Really good forward vision here from Bait, watching that top jungle as well, if they did want to make a play onto that Naga at some point. And again, just buying a million years worth of space for Stone.
Bottom lane. Hold down the Timber. Sunlight still proving to be just a little bit too tanky to take down. I'm going to chain away right after the overgrowth. Miss for Sunlight. He's not really having so much impact in this game as a Timber, right? Like, you kind of talked about the fact that he wasn't able to slow down Stonebank whatsoever. He's had a pretty slow start, just has the Hood of Defiance up, and it just seems like even though he's quite tanky, that they do certainly have the damage given enough time.
Yeah. Again, they've also got a break to use as well. Wildcard.
Stun out. The DK they go. Funnick. Caught out, it seems. Stonebank going to try and go for a run. This will be a massive pickup. He's just worth so much money. And he's been left behind. Nobody else around. I mean, Bait that quite deep in that area. Very dangerous area to try and be in. And, well, they get punished for it.
Yeah, really nice play coming out from Wildcard. Finally getting a good rotation out. Finding 2 pretty damn big cores. And having Arc around to soak some of that as well. I mean, you couldn't ask for more, although.
Mid lane, who have they got there? It's going to be the Tiny, but he's still fine to back off. Cookie will create the distance they need to get out of there. We'll be just fine. Bait may be trying to get a little bit too antsy about this and getting punished. And while we have a chance, John, of course, our betting sponsors, esportsbets.io. The odds were 2.26 in the way of Bait, 1.60 the way of Wildcard. Still a very close series, this one.
Yeah, I'd say the odds feel like they should be a little bit more even, right? Because we've seen both teams have pretty good games. And in this one, it's a lot of back and forth. You know, Bait and Wildcard have found openings. They've found some stuff they'd wanted from lanes. Wildcard probably came out with a lot weaker lane results than Bait this time around. But they've managed to bounce back. They found a kill. It's still Bait going for the smoke play, still have that blink to play with on Funnick. Could find something nice here.
Wrap around. Ark would be an amazing target, and they're going to run right into him. Hasn't realized quite yet. Song, oh, it's going to be very well timed. Funny could not get the stun in time. Can they turn? Looks like they want to see if they can. Ark is going to stick around. In goes Sunlight. They've blown up Moose immediately, and now Dendy in massive trouble. Right underneath the fire of those Mortimer's Kisses. They will drop. And suddenly 2 down for Bait. Net worth is going to swing back the way of Wildcard.
Okay, that's massive. Losing 2 fights like that in a row for Bait, it gives Wildcard an open. They're playing with this combination really well. You can rip yours apart with that Sunlight Tim. They do find at least one in Sammy.
Sammy getting a little bit too excited. They're trying to go for a solo pick off onto the Frame Protector. Sunlight still messing around with Funny. Rest of Wildcard are slowly moving in to try and get this fight going, but they don't really have the spells to throw out, so it looks like it's about time for them to go for a reset. But they will. They should just be happy with the fact that I think that they've evened out the net worth at this rate. Considering the laning stage wasn't that great for Wildcard, they have evened out the game quite nicely, and well, now Bait kind of throwing that lead, probably not feeling too good about themselves. Being plenty of momentum back the way of the Dire. It's given enough time for the Orc to be up on Ark, so he can kind of get involved now as the Naga Siren.
Yeah, can get in, apply additional control. The BKBs for Bait, a little bit off still. You have a pretty good window to just control someone up and burst them down. For Wildcard, you know, I'd say they're in a pretty good position. And they probably would want to clear that mid-tier 1, and they are grouping up for that, although.
Yeah, mid lane, they're on VSF, but a very nice pushback from Moose. Gonna hold a couple down, and they just can't get the job done against Dendy. He's gonna be alright to survive. The team's backing out once again. Looks like Stonebank just trying to work on towards that BKB before he really gets involved with his team. Wildcard. Grouped up once again, 2-man smoke heading down towards the south. We're trying to look for Lowdine. The train proving to be very, very sneaky though. Not easy to catch out whatsoever. The Babidich does have his smoke broken. Waits at the perfect position as well. Using that smoke break to his advantage just to get that information over. And that should mean the tier 1 tower is set to fall.
Allows them a little bit of a push down bond at the least. They've got the maxed out Nether Blast already ready on Sammy. Should be able to clear out. I think Bait are using the space really well, and that's a pause 5 greens you killed. They're invading the top jungle. They've got really good farm flow again on all 3 cores. Very well distributed. Pretty good lead for Stonebank here as well. And you know, you don't mind that. Disassembly play into the BKB here as well. So you do have that protection now for Stonebank to kind of join in if need be. Inside of Wildcard, still trying onto the mid though.
Yeah. Bottom tier 1 tower does drop.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And shout out to esportsbet.io, our betting partner here for DNA DPC. Kind of already talked about those odds there, but very, very even between these two teams.
It's really close. And again, our first best of 3 going 3 games. You can see why those odds are as close as they are here, Mike.
Bait. Oh, they're looking for Sunlight. Funnick not going to be in range for the Dragon Tail. Sunlight going to be just fine to chain out once again. Funnick, it's so important he does get within range for that stun, right? Because you've got so many ways of blowing up the Timber, or pretty much anyone. But if you can't land that initial stun, there's just no follow-up.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to be able to gap close. At the least, they can still get some good pressure out onto the top tier 2. Dragon form up, just get a couple of right clicks in. Be a nuisance.
Nice toss back. Dendy, the one to be caught out on the SF. That's a pretty nice pick up here to grab, and with the kisses to follow up, it's not going to be too much of a challenge. Dendy dropping once again, and now Wildcard looking directly at that tier 1 mid tower. So there are heroes still around. They've gone maybe a bit too far, but Sunlight with the Decrepify is going to have a bit of time to back out, and does. Stonebank, he popped his BKB. Sammy's happy to see that, and now the song. Look at the lineup.
Oh boy.
Babidich just got a double damage rune as well. This is not. Oh, they mistimed it, but it won't matter. It won't matter. It was just a second.
Really good bushwhack there, just not enough. And wild card, just some really good punishment from that. Getting the big kills they need. They rotate in arc with a song. Great use offensively. And now they clear that mid-tier 1. Map opens up a lot more now for wildcard. They can invade the bottom jungle. They've got a good ward. Watching the triangle, although it's right under a sentry. Should be taken out fairly quickly here by Bait. Really unfortunate. Stonebank comes in with the BKB God Strength and just does absolutely nothing. That is not what you want to see. Without the blink, the Sven just can't gap close the way he'd want to there. And just can't start these fights in the way he'd want. So, good punishment. Maybe jumping the gun a bit there on Bait. Dragging Stonebank out like that, but all of a sudden, wildcard 4K up, 4-11. Looks like they're back in form here, Mike.
Absolutely. You know, having a lot of issues here for Bait now. 4K disadvantage for them. Sven not going to have the easiest game from this point on, I'm sure. Arc farming very effectively on that Naga. Going to have the heart up soon enough. Bait's in a bit of an awkward position now as well, because Dendy's kind of fallen behind on the SF mid. Again, we've talked about Funnick, but as that offlane DK, he can't really do too much unless he lands that Dragon Tail stun to get started. And well, here we go again. Up at the top lane, they've fought themselves a Treant Protector. Lowdyne, he's going to drop very quickly. Flea to take that kill, and it seems like Wildcard already want to go for a bit more. They do head down to that mid lane to try and make something else happen, but for now, it seems like they're more than happy just buying more and more time for Arc to keep building on that Naga Siren, get to that point where she's just kind of uncontrollable.
Yeah, just keep that build up going. Farm flow is going nicely for Arc. I mean, Arc has pretty good scrolling. 007 going on the Funnick solo.
Yeah, he's got the BKB. Funnick's going to be fine. Sammy's there. Funnick eventually the one to just BKB TP out. Realizing he probably can't just solo the Dragon Knight like that, but you know, he does force him to TP back to the base at least.
And, you know, always having to expend a BKB charge, a fresh BKB charge for Funnick, never feels good for the retreat. There is a smoke play from Bait, looking to maybe play off the back of that, but don't manage to get there in time. Good scan out from the Dire there as well to kind of get a glimpse of what's going on.
Double damage rune spotted out as well. They'll hand that one over to Babidich on that Tiny. Here we go. Ready and trying. Oh, never mind. In fact, they're going to go straight for Roshan. Arc will get it started. The rest of the wildcard maybe looking for a bit of a fight. But it does seem like the Roshan is going to be the main objective here for wildcard. And well, for Bait, there's really no contest right now. They just can't really afford to try and force a fight. They're not in position to make it happen. They do scan it out, but that's about all they're going to get.
Just can't contest. I mean, you could try to blink in. You could maybe try to Acorn and Bushwhack, but it doesn't feel like the follow-through is quite there, at least from that position. They just weren't clumped up together at that point to go for that. They've got the blink up on Stonebank. So it should be a bit easier for Sven now to join these team fights. Kind of jump the back line, isolate some key heroes, clear out probably the squishy supports. That could be massive. But Wildcard, they're looking a lot more confident. They've got this 5K lead. There are some good aggressive wards from Bait, but they haven't been able to play with him. I feel like after a couple of those early rotations with Funnick and his blink, they kind of slowed down a lot. And it's just given so much room for Wildcard to come back in. Like, look at Sammy. He's just camping that top tier 1, spamming Nether Blast, and they can't do anything to stop it.
Not Stonebank. Try and catch out Sammy, but a very nice Decrepify tips out immediately. Sammy, don't die after you tip, sir. He's going to back out. He'll be just fine as Stonebank's the one getting chased. Chain's a little bit short there from Sunlight. Just very, very messy from these two, but nevertheless, God Strength wasted.
God Strength wasted, BKB wasted as well, down to 7 seconds. That's Sven. It's not going to feel that great for Stonebank up there, and realize he only has a 6-second window to burst him down. Or at least now, 7 seconds, but still.
Mid lane. Sammy. He's got a Glimmer Cape. He's alright. He just takes no damage. Meanwhile, top, Lowdyne's just going to drop. Perfect setup there from Ark, and Flea does have the Mortimer's Kisses to get the job done. Bait just falling like flies left, right, and center. Just one by one, it seems like they're all getting caught out. In this draft, it's just not scaling very well. Like, every time you see Stonebank trying to force a fight, I mean, Sammy's making it very hard with these Decrepifying. They found another now as well. That'll be Moose to go down to the Hoodwink. Bottom lane is Dendi being chased down by Sunlight. Not many places for him to go either. They're trying for a TP play out and barely makes it.
We're at the point where Sunlight's just way too durable to really deal with. Kai and San drop, casual plate mail. Very hard to right click down, very hard to magic down with Perfect Defiance. And this is kind of where Timbersauce shines the best, right? 25 minutes in, maybe up to the 30-35 minute mark. It's a very obnoxious here for a lot of people to deal with. Funnick this entire time is just farming, trying to hit his Ags timing.
I mean, he's trying. Avalanche is going to be there though. Babidich has caught him out along with Flea, and Funnick, he's going to pop his BKB and try to just TP out, and we'll be able to make it. Suppose they realize they just kind of need another damage dealer here in the form of the DK. Meanwhile, mid lane, they have picked off the Aegis, so they do get the Timbers Aegis down. Sunlight is kind of getting caught in the mid lane by himself. But now they look towards Dendi in that mid lane. Ark will show himself for a moment, but won't bother trying for the ensnare.
I just want to point out as well, Funnick with that BKB TP play, that's his second BKB charge in a row that he's just used for BKB TP ever since he bought it. It's just for BKB TP. Wildcard has just been playing really well with pressure game. Double damage once more, Mike. For Wildcard.
Beautiful.
Every time.
You love it. Nobody picks it up though. Babidich will take it. Give it to the Tiny. Who are they aiming, however? Like, nobody's really out of the base but Moose up at that top lane, and that's not really the guy you want. It's like Sunlight will just chase him down anyway. If you can find him out in the Hoodwink, and there's going to be a quick TP away. Nothing to cancel that one. And they're basically just playing the avoid game now. Like, they realize they can't really fight. They need to just buy a bit more time for Dendi and Stonebank to get that farm going. And even then, like, you look back at Ark's farm on the Naga, he's getting to that point where he's just kind of getting out of control.
Yeah, he's going to hit critical mass. Butterfly's almost done. At the least, you're already going for the MKB on Stonebank. So you will have consistent damage coming out from the Sven onto that hero. But still, you're losing a lot of the map now. Wildcard are working this map really well. Double damage to wreck that top tier 2. One outer tower left for Bait. So sustaining this farm across basically 3 heroes, because let's face it, Funnick's are also really just focusing in on that Ags. It's going to be a bit tough. At the least, the Ags is almost done. So maybe at that point, they play around Funnick, and they can deep-push a lot better in that case.
Loading. Chase here, Sunlight. Not going to go all the way. They're just happy with this tier 2 mid tower going down, it seems. Because Babidich using that double damage to their advantage. Trying to slow down the push with that living armor, but not going to do too much here against the damage output of Babidich. Really slow down the inevitable. Just complete control. I mean, AK advantage for Wildcard. Bait, they're still just farming. They're still just trying to get those items going, but it almost feels like there's no real plan to this.
I mean, they've hit the Ags timing of Funnick. Again, they could kind of play around that giant black dragon at this point. Maybe just try to stall out in the high ground, throw some fireballs out with a shard down the line, and just stop Wildcard from getting some momentum. Funnick though,
let's get caught out. The Avalanche toss combination is there. No BKB, and here we go again.
Third time. I don't think we've actually seen this many back-to-back BKB TPs on a fresh BKB in a row. Like, at least at some point you get a gank and you use that BKB to fight. For Funnick, it's really just been a farming BKB.
It's kind of the story of the game. Like, he doesn't really have much he can do right now. The rest of his team does not want to fight. So there's this offlane DK that just can't really afford to hit creeps because he's taking it away from the cores that need it. He just kind of I guess, buying space.
Oh.
Toss back. This time he does not have his BKB, so he just gets shredded.
Yeah. What can you do? He literally can't do anything. He just didn't have his spell immunity. The rest of the team is. They're there to hold. Could try for a Blink BKB Requiem, I suppose, but
Uh-oh. Stonebank. BKB's there. He's going to pop his God Strength and try to get something, but Song is popped up. He's going to try and find anything he can, and well, there you go. The BKB wears out. That means your spin is gone. Eventually. And will be. Lodine, he does pop the Overgrowth, but it's not going to matter. They'll just chase him past the Tier 4 tower. This game is looking very, very over.
yeah, I don't see what Bait can do. I mean, they had a decent enough start, but Wildcard just bounces back in, gets that really good fight up top, and just snowball off the back of it. And they will stall out in the racks, but all Tier 2s are gone. You could just try to go for Mega Creeps if you want. You can just pressure the Tier 4s. They'll play it safe on Wildcard. Don't want to risk losing the best of 3 here.
Certainly not.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Very racks to come. Song is back up in 3 seconds, so they can set up again if they wish.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Smoke is there. They're going to try and focus down the Naga first. Requiem will fly out. It's going to be a fair bit of damage. Tossed away from the Naga. Balbadich saving the day here onto Ark, and here we go. The turnaround is there. Funnick trapped up and taken down. No problem. Sunlight right in. Lodine's gone. They've got a couple buybacks, but it's kind of like, what do you get done with these? Stonebank, he's popped his God Strength, but he's going to try and move in. Sammy, going to be just fine with the Decrepify. Sunlight, got his hand up, asking for a high five. He's not going to get it. Dendi, well, he's been caught. No way out of this one. He could buy back as well if he wishes. He will not.
Nah, I mean, that was some sick coordination out from Wildcard. Glimmer Cape lost the toss out. The save, Private Arc. They can't even kill Sammy Boy at this point.
They can't really do too much. Lee kind of just taunting them.
Oh man. 4 to 22, Mike. What a
Yeah.
number.
What a number indeed.
One number too high, but it's fine.
It doesn't matter. There's a Tier 3 gone. Final racks to go down. Another avalanche out. Looks like Moose does get caught, but no toss target for Babadich. It doesn't matter. They just want the Mega Creeps up. Funnick's been caught out in the tree line. He'll pop his BKB defensively once again. The only thing left is a range racks. Chains forward from Sunlight. They found the tree, and that'll be another. No buyback available here for Lodine. And GG is called. They've had enough. They don't feel confident against the Megas. A pretty rough game number 3 here for the side of Bait, but a much smoother affair if you are the wildcard boys.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot smoother. I think the draft issues were fixed. Game 2, I don't know what that was. I still don't know. But this draft came out really well, and Wildcard executed well. It's not like it was completely dominating. There was a period of time where Bait were finding a little bit more in their lanes, and they didn't manage to work that well, but again, Wildcard just finds this one good fight. They get the space for Arc, and he just gets to that critical mass where you can't deal with him. Also, Funnick BKB TP 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
That's really not the best of news there.
No, certainly not. Let's head over to our panel and see what they had to think about this game number 3.
Our first game number 3, and it certainly lived up to the billing. A very close affair yet again. It began, as Johnny was mentioning, with Bait actually having a good time, being able to utilize their draft to some decent potential. But as time wore on, slowly but surely, they were chipping at the cracks, and eventually Wildcard Gaming able to take the series win, concluding the first game 3 and getting them their first win here in the North American DPC. Gentlemen, it was at the beginning, there was a lot of promise. We liked the draft that they put together on the side of Bait. Yeah, it felt a little bit cocky going for the super early pick on the Shadow Fiend, and there were some question marks against heroes such as Hoodwink, but it didn't seem as bad as what the final result would suggest. What went wrong here? How was it that their draft wasn't able to capitalize on the strengths that we saw in the early game?
Well, they picked a lot of heroes that are unconventional, I would say, right? Like, you pick the Hoodwink, you pick the Dragonite. At some point in the game, we saw Hoodwink is not very popular right now because this item called Force Staff is very popular. If you ever land your Bushwhack, Force Staff will just disjoint it and unstun them entirely. But the early game looked pretty good for them. I thought they were going to run away with this, but disaster struck in the mid game.
Yeah, absolute disaster struck in the mid game, and the thing that we often see sometimes in these kind of close affair games, Panda, is things will be even kilter, and then one fight can just change everything. The entire direction of the game changes, just the feel of it. You can just tell that the team on the losing end is now on the back foot, right? So talk to us about when that moment happened in this particular game.
Well, I mean, it already kind of started to show some signs. Then he was falling a bit off on the Shadow Fiend, mostly because, you know, Phonic on this DK started to lack a lot of presence. The Timber Tiny Pugna felt like way too much to deal with. It was having a field day every time we see this hero. That's a free pickoff for us. And then one pretty crucial fight down in mid. One song just dismantled them completely. And like John said, critical mass in mid game. That was basically where it felt like there's only one direction from here.
Yeah, it does feel like these games that have the Naga side, it's always a ticking time bomb. Eventually, she's just going to become completely indomitable in the game. This might actually be a record. 0-0-17. Not a single kill being picked up by Arc, but not needed. Doesn't actually have to be able to do that, right? The damage can come from other quarters. And not just the damage, but they were preventing Bait from ever being able to output that much damage themselves. Sammy, I will say, played pretty decently on this Pugna. Was pretty on point with his decreps, ensuring that heroes would never actually be hurt by Stonebank or Dendi. At some point, like you mentioned, Fear, these 4 staffs that came in, Moose, pretty much 0 impact at that point. And given how quickly a wildcard started playing and how quickly they're coming at you. You know, you have these Timber Saws that are running into your face, these Tinies blinking on top of you, these Snapfires moving everybody about. You never get a chance to even utilize Sharpshooter, nor does Lodin ever get to use Overgrowth in a particular way that allows them to fight. But I really want to ask you about Phonic, right? Because this DK hero, you were talking to us about why we don't see this hero getting picked up a lot. And just what did this hero accomplish in this game? It didn't really feel like he was able to do anything past the laning phase.
I mean, the thing is, he had a great lane, and he took the tier 1 tower really early as well. I think the biggest problem they had is, like, they didn't really do things together as a team. On multiple occasions, we saw Phonic just pop his BKB, TP out. We saw Stonebank, the same thing. Like, he didn't sure whether to fight or to run, and he'd get caught out. They were just not on the same page this game. And overall, like, I wouldn't really blame the hero saying, like, you know, DK is not a good hero or Hoodwink's not a good hero. Well, there's some truth to it, but for the most part, I think they just did not play very cohesive as a unit in this particular game.
Yeah, I kind of wonder what happened in between Game 2 and Game 3, because in Game 2, sometimes they were moving almost of one accord, like it's one person controlling everybody. This time around, it didn't necessarily feel that way, but nonetheless, Bait have made their debut now in North America, and it's suffering a loss at this point in time. Wildcard Gaming, though, not only did they win the game, but Sunlight, we need to highlight this guy, right? He's obviously going to be MVP. There is no consideration for anybody else because though the laning phase wasn't great, he suffered an early death, right? I think he died like once or twice in the early game. Wasn't looking so hard. It looked like, well, this Sven is eventually going to get to the point where he has so much damage, just wallops him when he dies regardless. But slowly but surely, Sunlight became just impossible to kill for them. And this Hex pickup, the Hex and the Shiva's combination, it just felt perfect, key for a game like this. The amount of time you just wasted off of everybody. You just see him coming, you have to pop BKB, but you can't use the BKB to engage aggressively. You're always playing in a defensive posture. And once that's happening against a Timber Saw Panda, that's usually not a good thing for you on the opposing team when that's also happened.
Yeah, exactly. You narrowed it down pretty well there. I mean, in general, I think Sunlight, he was all over the place during this series. At the start, he started off pretty rocky. Then he ended up being the guy who steals the Aegis. He makes these big plays happen for the team. Game 2, very silent, very quiet, plays a hero, and his itemization build just kind of pushes him back, and he has to support the other guys and not be so flashy. Now he gets himself a hero that sits in nicely with the 3 others for the 4 protect 1 strat with this Naga in the lineup. Like you saw, Arc has 0 kills. They don't need him. You know, he's there to secure things from the end. Like, we've got all the others just doing all the hard work and all the hard lifting. And I think a hero like Timbersaw really sat nicely with him here. Nice to see him. Like, good performance in the end. Like, it started off rocky, but it turned into the better.
Let's talk about this first phase Dendi pickup. You mentioned in the previous series that every time the first phase picks have always been the determining factor in a lot of our games. Often it's a winning factor, especially when we saw the tree Snapfire from earlier on. This time around, though, it did feel like the Shadow Fiend came too soon. whether or not they necessarily counterpicked it directly, the way that they drafted around it from the side of Bait, it didn't necessarily feel like it highlighted the Shadow Fiend's strengths. It would have been one thing, for example, if instead of playing DK, Funnick is playing Beastmaster or something. Then things could have been different. But will they do this again? Is the question.
That's a good question. Actually, I think Fear would be maybe better to answer that, but like, I feel like they could still do this kind of like flashy pickup early and maybe save a better game for Funnick, or Funnick gets himself a much more utilizable hero in the later stages of the draft. But I don't think they necessarily want to repeat it right away, like in their next series. Like going for Shadow Fiend first phase, it's like a hit or miss.
I mean, it really depends on what you're trying to accomplish at this DPC. Are you trying to like, show off and flex on some people, or are you trying to win, right? Because if you're going against like, TSM, you're going against some Rebellion, you're against Nouns. Do I think first pick SF is gonna win them those series? No, absolutely
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so. But they'll get some wins here and there off the other teams for sure. So really depends. What do you want to do here? I don't think this is a successful recipe for getting to the major. No. So I think there should be some switch ups here from Gendy instead of.
We're in the same line.
Yeah, absolutely. Despite winning the lane, classic thing. Win lane, lose game. These things do happen all the time, and Bates have suffered a loss. It's not going to be the greatest outing in the world for Bates, but they'll still have several bites of the cherry left over the next several weeks. Of course, we now have to talk about some happier things, as we do now have an interview with the winning team. Flea from Wildcard Gaming will be joining us. Flea, good sir, congratulations on your victory. Can you hear me? And if you can, please talk to us about the nature of what Wildcard Gaming looks like right now. Obviously, Sammy Boy had to reconfigure the entire team, and you've joined up now. What's the team atmosphere like in general, and especially coming from a very difficult loss, day one? How do you guys feel right now after a close victory here on day 3?
We're feeling great right now. I mean, obviously because we won, but we just started this team like a month ago or something. So we're just trying to gel up right now. But yeah, our team is have a good chemistry. We're just figuring out the synergy right now, obviously, because it's just second series of the season for our team.
Okay, and given that your team has a lot of players from all across the world, right? Like you got 2 American players, you have a player from Russia, pretty much a lot of Eastern European players. When it comes to the idea generation, have you guys picked up different things from different regions, or are you just trying to craft your own unique identity and be wildcard in that way?
Yeah, we just make our own. We don't try to copy. Obviously, we try to get some ideas, but sometimes we have to improvise. Maybe make some revision and whatever we see on other regions and whatnot.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. At this point in time, we don't know. Do you guys have a coach? What's your infrastructure like behind the scenes in order to help you make the best decisions possible within the game itself?
All of us are kind of experienced except for our mid player. So we try to pitch in every ideas. We have 2 coaches. We have one coach and 1 analyst. Shout out to them. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just 4 of us are very experienced. So.
Okay. And by the way, speaking of that mid player, how did you guys end up scouting him? Where did he come from? Who was the one that initially found Babetich and was like, this is the guy that we should be bringing into the team?
Everyone just kind of see him. Everyone was probably, you see them in pubs and high MMR players, young players. He's kind of young as well. So, yeah, we just see him in pubs, and all of us yeah, this guy's good, and we should get him.
All right, Flea, congrats on your victory. Hard-fought 1 in 3 maps, but I want to jump back into your previous series, which was your opener versus TSM. What were the things you guys discussed after the TSM series, and was this something that you brought along from there into this one against Bait?
Oh, I think the first series, it was just probably just nerves because it was the first series of the season, of the whole year or whatever. It's been a while since everyone played on official, since TI qualifiers. Our mid player was kind of shaky as well, so he didn't play up to his potential. I think that's pretty much it.
All right. Yeah, that's understandable.
It was just the nerves.
Yeah, their nerves always strike. But about this specific series, I want to talk about game 2 quickly. Bait adjusted their draft into game number 2. They went with 5 completely different heroes than they had from game number 1. How did you feel like they adapted, and what made the game so difficult from your perspective?
I don't think they adapted. They just copied our opener. These guys have no originality, actually. if you look at Game 1 ref and Game 2, look like you can see the similarities.
Mm-hmm.
There's no adaptation. These guys are just like no originality from copycats.
All right. Fair enough. Fair.
Yeah, congratulations on the win. So my question is, you've been playing NA for a long time veteran now of the DPC here. How does it feel playing DPC this season compared to previous seasons? I mean, your last game had 7 Eastern European players in it. Is it a different feel like playing DPC this time?
Yeah, it's good to defend our honor, you know? NA players, whatever. It's good to beat up like those Europeans coming to our region, you know? Gotta defend our own kingdom.
All right, and the second question for you is, what was going on with the Stone Bank there? You guys tipping them a lot? Sammy Boy all chatting there? Is there some pub beef there? What's up with that?
Yeah, there's some hidden beef from Russians or whatever, Belarusians, whatever ethnicity we have. There's just some random beef from pubs, you know, like some cultural differences. They were like, yeah, tip this guy. This guy like is claiming me in pub. This guy is like griefing my pubs. Tip him.
Oh, so pub beef. All right. Getting the revenge on the officials.
Yeah, it sounds a bit like Sunlight from Division 2 last year.
What's up?
That just sounded like Sunlight from Division 2 last year. He was also
you guessed it right. You guessed it right.
So something actually, speaking of game number 2 that you brought up earlier, very interesting. We were wondering what the rationale and the idea was about going for Tusk and Silencer and Undying in a game like that, right? Did it not feel like, talk to us about how that came about in the draft, because from our perspective, we felt that it left you guys very light on being able to move into the game and initiate properly. So can you walk us through what the decision making was like when you were drafting that?
Oh, it's just like we have flexible players. We can play any role, like any heroes in any role. So it's like we're just trying to just try different things, try a different role, or heroes in a different role. But it was kind of a hard game. But I think it's we lost because we beat ourselves, not because the enemy is good or the team is good we were playing.
Okay. And since you were able to beat Bait and you sound like very confident in terms of like your ability to be able to do so reliably, where would you rank, or how do you feel about Wildcard's prospects in the region right now, given that you have a Shopify Rebellion, there are TSM, obviously you've already played against them, and there's still nouns to come. How do you think things will go when you encounter some of these more like quote-unquote top teams in the region?
We shall see. We shall see. You know, I don't wanna make any promises. I don't wanna make some statements, but we shall see.
Okay. And one more thing before we let you go here. We've been playing this particular patch for quite some time now at this point, and it kind of feels like the game has been tweaked on the edges, but not necessarily overhauled in quite some time. And we've been speaking about this behind the scenes as well. What do you think right now needs to change within the Dota 2 landscape? Not necessarily in terms of like moving around things on the map. I think we all want a new map situation, but are there any items that you feel are overpowered? Any heroes that you think definitely need to be nerfed? What changes would you make if you had the option?
Obviously, a new patch, I guess. Some new map placements, because Dire has better map placement in terms of taking Roche, farming jungle. I think that's pretty much. I can't think of anything right now, but yeah.
I just wanted to add in one extra on top of this. You got a pretty tough series tomorrow up against Shopify Rebellion. For all the wildcard fans out there, are you guys going to be tomorrow on Copium or Hopium?
It would be a mix of both. Copium and Hopium. You know, if you're any Dota enjoyer, you should support us, because we're the only NA team right now.
There we go. That's the spirit. All right.
The only NA team. Thank you so much for giving us your time, Flea. And we're going to let you go back to being able to practice and gel with your team a little bit more. But congratulations on your victory today. I'm glad you were able to bounce back after a difficult day one. And good luck tomorrow, because, yeah, it's going to be a tough series, but we expect to see you be able to perform yet again. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And that is, of course, Flea coming at us from Wildcard Gaming there. And, you know, an interesting mix of answers there, it feels like. It feels like he wants to be a little bit reserved about their prospects against some of the best teams. But at the same time, I think he feels very confident that besides some of those top teams, probably feel like the Wildcard is one of the better teams in the region right now.
I think he's outshining that NA confidence there.
I mean, he's definitely on some copium. They're the only NA team with 2 NA players, but, you know.
The more the merrier.
Yeah, the man can live in his own world. It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, I'm very excited for Wildcard's future. I think this is make or break for them. I do think Bait, it's their first series, right? 1 loss, it's not so bad. For Wildcard, 2 losses would have been big. I think these teams are like fairly matched. At least that's what I thought going into this. Wildcard took it. It's good for their chances going forward. Bait, maybe this is good for them. They get it. They got 3 games in. They can go back to the drawing board, see what we did wrong, come back stronger, and hopefully that just makes the region stronger as a whole.
I mean, Wildcard Gaming, he was saying himself, right, that they went through that exact same process post the defeat against TSM. They felt it was mostly nerves, still a new player coming into the scene, and we still have to remember, Babatic, 20 years old, that was his first professional game in that particular setting, so not too surprising that nerves might have gotten the better of him
Especially
in that moment.
against Dendy, right?
Yeah, I mean...
The big name.
You're playing against the big name. Imagine you have to go from one day you play against Brawl, the next day you play against Dendy, the next day you have to play against Abed. Woof! Good luck, fam. Good luck. With that, though, we have finally seen our first 3-game series. We got a 2-1 victory in favor of Wildcard Gaming. I'm hoping for more of these more close sets, so it's not just like 2-0 stomps the entire way through, which can sometimes happen within North America. Before we quickly close this one out and talk about what's coming in the next couple of days, one thing that I found very interesting that he mentioned, and something you talked about the last time we were here, that NA can often be a copycat region. And it seems Bates is fitting into the NA because they were happy to just copycat directly in that way.
Yeah, that was a pretty direct answer there. I was like, yeah, they did adjust their draft, but it was a copycat draft in the end. They just took their heroes and felt like, yeah, we're just going to beat you with what you just beat us.
Why didn't they do it the 3rd game too?
Why didn't they do it in the game 3?
So
exactly.
confused.
Like they just did they broke the most obvious rule and just continue through all the way to the end.
Yeah, if you're going to go NA, you better go full NA.
Full NA, yeah.
That's what we like to see. With that, though, our 2-game series for the day is done, and we still have a lot more action to come throughout the week and later today or tomorrow, depending on where you are in the world.
Bonus Sunday.
There we go. And this time it's not just 2 series. We're going to have ourselves 3. Of course, 5-4 Staff versus Bates to end off the day. So both of the teams that debut today clashing with each other and expecting these two to be in contention for like 4th to 7th place maybe. So that's going to be an exciting series. Of course, the winners of today, Wildcard Gaming going up against Shopify Rebellion. We get to see Shopify back in form. We also want to see them really live up to the billing, right? Because there's a lot of expectation out of this particular squad. But the start of the day, Theath Gaming, they're up against it. They're really having a rough time right now already, and they have to go up against Nouns.
Yeah. And in good North American style, I mean, if I heard correct, we've got the West European panel kind of invading our space and taking us out for a while. We'll be back later, but yeah.
Yeah, they're migrating into it, you know. If we're doing NA of just importing European talents, you know, hey, we're copycats here, right? That's how we roll within the North American region.
The man said it.
But with that, everybody, thank you so much for joining us over the course of this last day. And we're going to be closing things out right now in preparation for the next day of Dota 2 action because it's going to be some truly electric series. Every single one of them matters. We've seen in the past, especially in NA, that one game can be the difference between just staying in the division and going to the major and potentially accruing enough points to qualify for TI. With that, we're going to be closing it out. Thank you so much for joining us from Fear, T-Panda, and myself, Snare, with John X5 in the background and MLP, but not our producer, PTP. We're going to be saying goodnight. Thank you for joining us. Please stay hydrated, get some rest, and see you tomorrow fresh and ready for some Dota action. See you.